In this video, I play 100 days of Minecraft while you sleep. I'll be talking to you softly and keeping you company as I build a beautiful sanctuary. So feel free to relax and we'll get started. Alright, so we've spawned in. Looks like we've started with a bonus chest here. Oh, we've got some mangrove log, spruce log, which is nice, some oak planks, apples, raw salmon, stone axe, and a wooden pickaxe. Some nice things to get us started with. I'll take that chest as well. And may as well take these torches too. Alright, let's have a look around at our surroundings. It's nice how we're sort of on the border of one biome and it blends over to this acacia biome, over to the oak here. Very nice. I know we're going to do some building later, so maybe I'll grab some of these leaves here. I like this. It's a very nice sound. Reminds me of the fall. Leaf litter. Why don't we cut down one of these trees? Collect some more wood. Got a cow here and a sheep. There was a few more brown sheep back there. I think we'll wait till we get some iron before we shear the sheep. We can collect some grass here. Oh, that one dropped a seed. And we'll do that with a few more pieces of grass here. Maybe we can get a little farm going. Let's have a look at the shore here. There's some sugarcane, which is a good item to collect early. Good to use for making paper and books. Oh, there's some salmon down here. I think I'll see if I can get some food. Just do a little bit of underwater swimming, nothing too crazy. I can't seem to hit him. Oh, there we go. I think that's good. We got some bone meal, which is going to be very helpful when starting our little farm. I say we just wander for a little while and just see what the world brings us. That's one of my favorite parts about Minecraft, is there's all sorts of things that you can stumble upon and different areas that the world might generate into. There's some nice flowers over there. And a little firefly bush. Maybe we'll go over there and collect those. I hope everyone's doing alright and relaxing. This is definitely just intended for you to take it easy and focus on me playing while I keep you company. I'm not going to be doing anything stressful. My plan is probably to get a bed as soon as possible so we can sleep off the nights. I am playing on normal survival mode, which will basically use the hunger bar every time we do something a little bit. And if we take any damage for whatever reason, we will need to eat in order to heal up. But I don't plan on getting in any fights or doing any crazy adventuring. I think the plan is just to find a nice little place to settle down, make a little home, maybe find a pet or two. So I had just collected a firefly bush and some lilac flowers. I see a chicken over here. Maybe we can see if we can collect an egg. Sometimes they lay eggs as they're just wandering around. Alternatively, we could make this our little home area, and we could just fence them off and start breeding them right away. Any of you want to drop an egg? I mean, I could also just carry some seeds and have them follow me. There's quite a few. I'll take that mushroom. I feel like that area looks pretty cool. Very mountainous, but still very open. What do you guys think? Shall we go there? I think we'll go that way. And I'm just using complementary shaders to make the atmosphere look a little bit nicer, a little bit more beautiful than a typical Minecraft world. But nothing crazy, no other mods. I do think this will be a little difficult crossing the water with these guys, so I think I'll leave them over there for now while I explore. Now, one thing I did not do was collect wool. And so, because I did not do that, let's see if we can find some more sheep. Okay, so I see some sheep over here. And I'm just going to collect the wool. I'll just eliminate these sheep here. And I'll edit that part out so you guys don't have to see that since it's not super relaxing. I'll see you in a few seconds. Alright, so we can craft ourselves a crafting table. I got 3 wool from that. And we can make ourselves a bed. So as the sun sets over this little mountain ridge here, let's make the sun rise. Or not. There we go. Sweet dreams. Another day. Ready to adventure. Let's go around collecting a few more seeds. Currently we only have 3, so might be good to collect some more for our starting farm. And maybe we'll collect some flowers. I really like these blue ones here. Cornflowers. Okay, I think that's pretty good for seeds. What's down here? Ah, look at that. We have some coal, some iron already as well. So why don't we take our torches and place them down here, make sure it's nicely lit up. And why don't we go down and collect some minerals. First, I'll just get some stone. That way I can mine with a stone pickaxe. I hope you guys are enjoying this video. We're just going to relax. As much as progression in Minecraft is important, it's not important for falling asleep. And if you guys have any suggestions, do leave it in the comments. Don't worry about that now, just relax. And let's focus on mining here. It seems that there's a new update to Minecraft coming soon. And there will be a new biome, which looks to me like a fall forest looking biome. I'd be curious to play that when it comes out. Alright, well, let's make some more torches. Let's make sure we're being extra safe here. We'll collect some of this iron here. Alright, so we have 8 raw iron now. That's pretty good. I think we're almost ready to head back. Although I did just see some more iron. Look how nice the light just comes in through here. Do we want to adventure any more in here? I think let's make ourselves a shield first, because it's always good to have some extra protection. So let's make a furnace first, because we have to smelt our iron. Let's put the coal in there and the iron in there. And we'll just wait until one piece smelts and craft ourselves a shield. There we are. And we'll equip that on our left slot there. And I'll just let that finish up on its own. In fact, I think we should make some food first. So I'm going to cook up some meat while I head down. And we can just come down here and get a few more pieces of iron. Because I think it would be good to get us some armor and anything else we might need. The sounds in Minecraft are very relaxing to me. I hope they're relaxing to you as well. If there are any sounds that may be not so relaxing to you, please do let me know. And potentially in future videos I can remove those sounds or reduce the amount of times that I make those sounds. Oh, this is quite a bit of iron right here. I don't think I've seen an iron vein this large before. I think that'll do just fine, and I have noticed the sun is going down already, so that means it's almost nighttime. And let's head out of this cave area and head up onto the surface to watch the sunset. I'll put my shield away for now. I think it's time to see if we can find an area to build a home. Why don't we climb to the top of this hill here and watch the sunset? Ah, there's some horses down there. And some bees. You know, that might be a nice area to settle down in. Make some honey. Have a little bee farm. We'll see. We'll see. Let's climb to the top of this mountain together, shall we? All right. We've reached the top of the hill. And there's a forest up here. Not much of a view, but still beautiful to look down on the grasslands down here. Very nice. All right, let's get our bed and let's sleep, shall we? And just like that, we have a sunrise. Well, this looks like a nice area. We could potentially build a little home up here. Have a quick look at the back of this mountain here. This is a nice area. There's a little cove with some more bees. Even a jungle biome nearby. I think I can see a melon from here. Ah, and even a village. I think, on second thought, maybe we'll start our home right there. And then we'll have access to the village if we need it. Jungle biome, and we'll be sheltered by a nice cozy mountain next to us. So let's carefully make our way down this mountain, shall we? Let's have a look at these bees over here. Aha, there's a little beehive right here. You know, we can actually attract bees with flowers. That's pretty cute. See if we can get the second one and we can make a baby bee. Wouldn't that be cute? Alright, come here. Both of you guys. Alright, ready? Watch this. One for you, and one for you. And there's the baby bee. Isn't that cute? Alright, we'll check in with the bees later. Now that is an odd sight. I think we may have to remove that in order to make that look more natural, because to me that does not look cozy to have a floating rock above your village. How strange. Okay, so I think this will be our spot right here. I think let's take this tree down. See if we can collect some saplings from the leaves. That way we can easily plant some more trees if we want to. And let's clear out this area a little bit, shall we? Get some more seeds in the process as well. I think I'll leave this little area here with flowers. This could be our little flower garden. And I think we'll place our home right on top of this dirt area. Now, what should I build with? We don't have a lot of materials right now. I think the first thing I'll do is place some materials in this chest that we got, just to clear the inventory. Make sure we keep everything on us that we can build with. We'll move this over here to remind us to make a farm. Same for planting some trees. Oh, looks like it started raining. That's all right. As much as thunderstorms and rainstorms are cozy to watch, I will sleep through the thunderstorm, because I don't want any scary loud sounds to happen. So there we go, let's clear that weather. We may as well put our little furnace down as well. Hello, sheep. We'll put some raw iron in here. And let's smelt that up while we're working. Okay. Maybe. I say let's plant a few trees, because we may, if we plant it near flowers, we may get a beehive right next to us. And we're going to need some more wood, I think, in order to build our house as nice and as big as we want it to be. So I'm just going to go around and I'll plant some saplings just around the house area. And we'll wait for those to grow. I'll take the one bone meal that we do have. And I'll grow the one. I'll put a bone meal on this one here by the flowers. So maybe that'll grow sooner than later. Another thing that I'm going to do while I'm thinking about it is put down our crafting table. And I'll make some slabs because I'm going to want to make a barrel. Oh, look at that. Some trees already grew. Because I think the sounds of a barrel are much nicer when you open them. So let's get rid of that chest and we'll just put everything into here because this is going to sound much nicer on the ears when we open it. So we can stay more relaxed. Nice, we have a lot of iron. Just in case, I say we make ourselves a chest plate. That way we will feel extra protected and extra safe. And you know what? Let's go with pants as well. Because we have a lot of extra, I say let's make ourselves an iron axe. That way we can chop trees a little faster as well. And hey, we may as well do an iron pickaxe as well. Very nice. Okay, well let's go around and collect some more trees. Maybe we'll have a little visit with the village and maybe collect the melons that were there by the jungle. Ah, this is much faster. Very nice. Hopefully that's not too fast for you guys. If it is, please let me know. I don't mind using stone tools to slow things down a little bit. Ah, there's some pumpkins over here. I think we've chosen a very nice location. Nearby all sorts of things. Maybe we'll collect an acacia tree or two. I think my favorite thing about the acacia trees here is how when they're on the edge of a biome, they sort of blend. The one side is very green and the other side somewhat tapers off into a more orangey color. I think orange is my favorite color. It's a very nice color. This is just an oak tree, which happened to find itself in the acacia biome. Maybe we'll take this tree down as well. They grow in some interesting ways, don't they? Okay. I say let's make our way to the village and just have a look. See if we can find any villagers. Maybe make any trades if we need to. There's no need for us to sprint, so I'm just gonna walk through this area. Maybe in the future we can collect some leather, make a saddle, and ride a horse. Oh, here's the villager. Hello. He's buying some items that we don't currently have. I don't think he'll mind if I take a vegetable or two to start expanding our farm. I think he has some carrots here. And he also has a beetroot here, which maybe I'll take as well. Thank you, sir. As much as I want to take these pieces of wheat I don't actually need them, so I will leave them here for the farmers to collect, because after all, that would be stealing. And what I had just done there was just asking very nicely if I could have a carrot and a beetroot. And that's what that was. This is a cartographer villager house. There's some paper in here, some empty maps. I don't think we need that. In fact, we don't need the paper either. I don't want to steal. Let's just have a look around this village. Hey guys. Okay, so if we were to grow our sugar cane, we could make paper and sell it for an emerald with this guy. That's a pretty good trade. Oh, this guy sells leather, clothing. Oh, let's be careful. Oh, this is his leather working area. And there's another cartographer over here. I think we've seen enough of the village. Let's go get the melon that we saw. Interesting. So there's lots of melons here. I will happily collect all of these melons. There's also cocoa beans that I see, which are these guys here. So we can make cookies or, I don't know, chocolate items. That would be very interesting. Why don't we collect these as well? Oh, very interesting. Look at that. There's a little archway over there. That looks very beautiful. Why don't we just wander over there and see if that area looks nice to perhaps build in? Since we haven't started our build yet, we have the opportunity to build anywhere still. Look at that. Why don't we sleep off the night and check it out in the morning? Oh, that's very beautiful. And there's a bamboo forest nearby. This is a very nice area, if I do say so myself. Perhaps it would be interesting to build right here on this island. I think we'll do that. I also saw some melons back here, so I'll be collecting all of these. It's very nice having a good supply of food now. As you can see, we have a very hefty inventory of food-related items, so we should be all right. There's a little baby cow on the ridge there. That's a very cute looking cow type. I think what we'll do, since I know we need to collect material to build with, I'm gonna actually remove this little floating island. After removing this island, we'll have probably enough material to build with, and then we'll start our little home. Oh, there's a little kitty cat here. We do have a few fish. Maybe we can tame this cat. Be very nice having a pet nearby. Hi, kitty cat, where are you? There it is. Let's hope that 2 fish will be enough to tame it. There was one. Well, 2 was not enough. That's alright. See if we see it again soon. Oh, that is quite dangerous. I think that should be covered up for sure. We do not want anybody falling into the lava here. And in fact, it would be great to get a water bucket so we can make sure it is safe. Alright, let's start our large project here of mining this huge floating island. This might take a little while, but we're in no rush. I hope you guys are relaxed and tucked into bed. Or maybe you have this playing while you're studying. That's also good. Look at all the blocks we're getting. This will be fantastic for building. Alright, how about we get to the top of this? And then we'll mine down from the top. And I think what I'll do is I will make ourselves a shovel as well. In fact, I will probably need 2. There we go. It would have been interesting if we actually chose the top of this island to build on, but it would not be a very convenient home, would it? Now over there looks pretty interesting as well. Leave it to Minecraft to create things that would not normally be in real life. I think Minecraft is a great game to play and explore and relax. There are other games as well. If you guys have any suggestions of what to play, please leave those in the comments as well. Alright, so we've completely removed the first layer. Alright, I think we need to make some more shovels. It's gonna be a while before we're fully finished taking this island down. It would have been nice to have tamed that cat, but that's okay. We'll collect some more fish later and see if we can do that. Well, I must say the sunset does look quite nice from up here. Alright, let's sleep off the night. Now, I'm not entirely sure how much more of this we have to mine, but like I said, it would be great to remove it soon. It's definitely an eyesore. This is a much bigger task than I had originally anticipated. But as you can see, we are almost through all of the dirt. And very soon we will just collect all of this stone and get started on our build. I prefer to leave these videos fairly unedited, just for the relaxing nature of it. A lot of videos out there are edited with very fast cuts as well as fast talking, and I think in order to sleep properly, we need something to relax us. I think we deal with a lot of stressful things in the world lately and in our daily lives. So turning something like this on to relax should be slow and very calm. Now you'll find here on this channel family-friendly content only. Yeah, there will be no swearing or cussing. I also don't yell or shriek, so you won't be finding any loud noises here either. So I think that's should pair well with needing to fall asleep. Okay, so once we're finished with this whole island here, we will head back over there. This is where we planted our trees and started our initial home. But we'll move over there to this island area because that area is just so much nicer. I think we're almost through this floating island. As you can see, we can almost see the bottom. Now, something I've considered is if we're going to smelt the stone or not for our build and create a nicer looking block, or if we should just use cobblestone. And cobblestone does look okay, but I think maybe we'll end up smelting the cobblestone and go for a stone brick look. Maybe use that as the base of our build. Now, I may not spend that much time here in the village, but I think it's a nice thing to do to remove this floating island above all of their houses. And yeah, it's important to spend time doing something nice from time to time for other people. Alright, so why don't we step off the island here safely, because there's only a few blocks left. There we go. And we'll take out this little cobblestone pillar that I made. There we go. Much nicer. I think let's try and clean up some of this debris here. Want to make sure we don't leave any garbage on the ground. And I think that's all I can hold in my inventory. So yeah, we can take a look from further back just to see what it looks like. And we'll head towards our home, which we will move in a few moments here. There's an armadillo up there. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I think that looks a lot nicer now with no floating block above them. Alright, let's head back and collect our stuff to move. We may have a bit of an issue with inventory space, but that's alright. We will just take what we need to build and we don't need anything else. Alright, it looks like our iron finished smelting. I think we will take, maybe we'll leave some of the stone tools here. It's a good thing we made a shield because just over there we have some intruders, but I think what I'll do is I will just leave the area and we will just head towards our new home location. We can always come back and collect the rest of our materials. So let's head that way now. I really want to make this the most relaxing experience it can be for you. There's no need to engage in any fighting or take any damage for any reason. We're just exploring the world here and building a cozy home. Now, if you are interested in seeing more of an action-based playthrough of Minecraft, my wife and I actually do play on a channel called T&M Minecraft, where you can find us just doing your regular 100-day type videos and completing challenges where they might otherwise be stressful for a sleepy time video. But feel free to check those out. Anyways, this is a very interesting area here. We actually have a dripstone cave, which I've never seen before. And it's very large. This is incredible, actually. Well, this area does not get a lot of light, so maybe we'll place some torches down to keep this area as safe as possible while we still get our bearings and start constructing our home. I think from where we were earlier, this is where we were collecting the melons, I believe. And so this should be the ideal spot to build. That way we have a nice little view of this enormous cave here. So I'm just going to start clearing out an area, maybe right here. And I believe this is a jungle biome, technically, but it's sort of on the edge where some of the trees are still in the oak or plains biome. But it's nice to be able to get all sorts of types of wood here. Alright, let's place down our bed and make sure we sleep on time tonight. Alright. So let's remove some of the grass layer here. I think before we start building the walls of the house, I would like to get a little farm going just to make sure it starts growing while we're working here. So let's fill in some of these areas with dirt. In fact, the first thing we'll do is place down a chest just to take everything out of our inventory here. Let's make a barrel, because barrels, they sound much nicer. Alrighty, so there's our barrel. So I'm thinking this could be a nice little area for the home. Yeah, maybe somewhere here. I think we'll extend it a little bit towards the water. I think this is a nice little platform. And while I'm thinking about it, let's get some furnaces. We'll make 2. And let's just start smelting some stacks of stone. And let's look for a place to make our farm. I think this area could use a few torches, actually. Alright. I'm thinking maybe we put our farm around this nice tree. Let's make the tool that we need for farming. There we go. And before we do that, actually, we need to make a bucket. Let's go collect some water. There we go. And I'm just going to place the water under the tree here. That way it's kind of nice and hidden, actually. And now we can start tilling the ground here. I'm just going to place torches around the tree here just to make sure the crops have adequate light. And something I like to do as well is make a pathing around the farm area. I just think it looks more cozy that way. Alright, let's plant some of our seeds. I think in this area we will plant some of these three here: carrot, beetroot, and wheat. Let's put our carrot there, maybe our beetroot there, and on this side we will do our wheat. There, perfect. All right, so that's a good start for our farm, and we'll expand our carrots and beetroot as they grow. Now I'm not sure what we can do with the cocoa beans. Can we place them on the side of a tree? No, I'm not sure. We'll just save these for now. What does it take to make a cookie? Let's look. Okay, we need some wheat, and yeah, so we can make cookies if we want, once our wheat grows over there. While we're farming, let's quickly put some sugarcane here down by the water. That way this can grow for us if we need it for anything. And then as far as the pumpkins and melons, we will save those for now and perhaps make a farm later where they can grow next to each other on a line somewhere. All right, I think it's time to start building the outline of our home. So let's grab some of our stone here. Exactly one stack. And let's make it into stone bricks. There, 64. And let's just make an outline of a foundation in stone. I'm not going to go for anything super fancy. Hopefully just a cozy looking home here. I think it's nice having a stone foundation. And I think what we'll do is we will take some of the smelted stone, and for texture, we will just add a few of those in there, just to make it look a little bit more layered and natural looking. Just every so often we'll place a regular stone. There we go. And I am going to have to move this. But let's now place that over here. Oh, hello. There's a wandering trader. Well, I don't have any emeralds. Very interesting trades you have here. Potion of invisibility. And an iron pickaxe with fortune 1. Any nice things to build with? Perhaps the moss block, but we don't exactly need any of that. If we make a composter, we might be able to get just enough wheat to make a hay bale and sell it to him to get 1 emerald. That way we can buy these moss blocks here. Okay, so let's put our composter here. We do have quite a few melon slices. Some extra sugarcane. We'll take half our cocoa bean seeds and let's just compost all this. See how much we can get. Because we're going to need this bone meal to fast grow our wheat. Okay, that was all the melon slices. Okay, so we have 5 bone meal. Let's see how far that can get us. There's 1. I believe we need 9. Okay, that is not enough. So I think we'll just have to be okay with no moss block this time. Alright, let's finish our foundation here. Oh, another mistake. There we go. And where do we want our door to be? I'm thinking right here. Maybe have a double door. And I'm thinking I want an orange door. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe a spruce door. Since we only have 3 of these spruce, we may as well make something different out of them. There we go. And I say we just build the rest out of some oak. And if we need any other wood, we'll just grab some jungle wood next to us here. I think I'll definitely have some windows. Maybe even a large one here to be able to see that. So let's leave space for that. Also have one maybe right here. Okay, so it is looking like we'll need some more oak wood. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll just take out some of these jungle trees here and we'll incorporate some jungle wood into our house. And we can just see it as a bit of texturing. Okay, that should be enough. And it doesn't look too bad. Has a bit of a pink tinge to it. I think we'll just place it every so often, just like we did with the stone, just to give it a mixed textured look. I think it looks pretty nice, actually. In fact, what we can do is have most of it near the bottom, and as we get further to the top, we'll use more of the regular oak. I think that'll look kind of interesting. In fact, I think we need to raise up the windows just by 1 more. So it's a good thing we got enough jungle planks now. Okay, so the entire bottom layer here is jungle. I think this is where we were going to place our window. Alright, and so we'll add mostly oak at the top, but we'll also do just a few pieces of jungle. I think it's looking pretty good so far. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And of course we'll have to add a bit of a floor here as well and raise up our doors. Let's place back down our foundation. And maybe we'll use stone as the floor as well. Make sure to place some torches down. And let's sleep off the night here. It looks like this guy really wants to trade with us. Yeah, we have 4 wheat now, but that is still not enough. Maybe we'll put a few more melon slices in here. And now we have 2 bone meal. So let's see if we can get perhaps just enough for a hay bale. Nope, we still have 6. I just made some slabs here and we'll make a little set of stairs, I think. We'll make some stairs out of stone brick. There we go, and then we'll place our doors in right here. We'll have to get some glass for the windows eventually. And let us smelt some more stone for the floors. I think we'll have to make some charcoal. So let's do that. But we can start filling in the floor here with the stone that we do have. I'm thinking we'll also add some of the regular stone every so often, but we'll mostly do the stone brick. In fact, I will just use the slabs here for now, and we'll place those on top. So I say today we work on finishing our roof here. Oh, look at the nice rainbow. I say let's head back to our original area back there. And let's collect everything that we left behind. I think we should collect some flowers along the way as well. I'd like to make a little flower garden. Oh, look at that, the bee just came out. It looks like we've returned to our original area here. Let's go ahead and collect all these flowers. I think this one might be my favorite. Alright, let's collect everything else. I'll leave these 2 here, we don't need those. And I say let's just go back and finish our roof for the house. Along the way, let's collect a little bit of sand, because we're going to want to make some windows. And in order to do that, we need to smelt up some sand. We don't need too much, so we'll just grab a little bit. Now we should decide what material we want to make the roof out of. We have a few different options we could use. We could use stone, We could also use this material, which is called diorite. That might be nice, but it might be hard for us to find enough of it. So I say we just do a nice stone roof with the same pattern that we started with for the stairs and the floor. Let's place our second barrel here. And maybe we'll put blocks in the right barrel and items in the left barrel. And since I still hear the wandering trader, why don't we go and see if we have any more wheat we can harvest? I think if we take this beetroot here, we can probably replant some of this, or we can compost it. Maybe that'll give us just enough bone meal. Since we do have a few more flowers, maybe we can use some of the leaf litter as well. Well, now we have 8, so we just have to be patient enough to wait for one of these to grow, and we might be able to make a trade with him. Wouldn't that be nice? While we're waiting, why don't we first plant our flower garden? Okay, so I've decided on an area to place our little flower garden. And I think that'll be right here. But what I'll do is actually surround it with some of this leaf litter. There we go. And then let's just place maybe one of each flower inside this. Just randomly. And then let's put the firefly bush maybe in the middle there. And look at that, there's some fireflies, because it's nighttime now. Alright, so it's morning now, and I say we just randomly put some more flowers in here. Making sure we don't cluster too many of the same ones together. We could use some more red ones maybe, and maybe one more of these big pink ones here. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. It looks like we might be able to make a trade with the wandering trader now. Why don't we go and do that? Alright, so let's make one hay bale. And let's see if we can earn ourselves one emerald. Our first emerald, actually. Hello. And there we go, we made a trade. Now, let's decide what we want to buy with that. I think let's get the 2 moss blocks. And so with the moss blocks, what we can do is actually grow a beautiful flowering tree, perhaps. And I feel like this would be a great place to put it, right by the flower garden. So we're just going to place the moss there. Let's compost all the other flowers that we have, because we do need a bone meal. Okay, there we go. And now let's bone meal the moss. Look at that. So we've created a bit of a mossy garden here. And if we bone meal this guy here, the little flowering azalea sapling, this can grow into a flowering tree. And wouldn't that be so nice? Alright, that was easy. And now let's put a bone meal on this. There we go. Look at that. So we've got a flowering azalea tree and a flower garden, all next to our farm, as well as this big tree, some vines, and of course our beautiful backdrop here. Not to mention these guys. Alright. Now let's get back to it, shall we? Let's finish our roof. And so let me make some stairs. Alright, that's a lot of stairs. And we'll grab the rest of our regular cobblestone. Alright, I'm just going to build a little staircase so we can get to the top. Oh, that reminds me actually. We do need to smelt up our sand so we can make some glass. So while the sand smelts into glass, I'll start building the roof here. I'm just going to encircle the whole house here with cobblestone. And we'll just start with that. We're just going to go for something simple. And then we're going to line the top here with some stairs. And we're just going to repeat that all the way up until we have our roof. And what I'm going to do now is just make a little ladder system so that we're able to climb to the top, not have to build up a staircase. There we go. And so here we go again. I'm just going to place stairs all along this edge as well. Alright, and now let's add the props to the roof, which is just going to be the same on both sides, just some more stairs. I'm just going to bring it up to a point here. And let's have a look at it from the outside. Well, we're just missing these two pieces here. I think we'll fill the rest in with wood up there, but I think that looks all right. All right, so I've been thinking about taking this tree down. So why don't we go ahead and do that, since it is a little bit in the way of our view of the water. So we'll be able to use this wood here to finish the house as well. So that's perfect. Now let's place those into the ceiling here. All right. And the same on this side here. All right. Let's see if our glass is ready. And there it is. So we've made some glass panes, and I'm thinking we can decide on choosing a color for the windows as well. Since we do have some flowers, perhaps since the wood here is sort of in a more pink brown color, we can use the lilac here and make some magenta dye. And so yeah, why don't we turn these panes into magenta panes and see what that looks like. Very interesting. I think it's coming together. We could definitely put some more details on the front there. I think the pink might be a little bit too pink for the windows. But, you know, it's definitely subject to change in the future. Look, our carrots are ready here, so let's spread our carrots as well. Do the same for the beetroot. We have some wheat ready as well. I do think that my favorite part of the build, one, is the location, And two, I really enjoy this azalea tree here with the flowers and how it sort of connects to this overgrown looking flower garden. I think there's lots of room for additions. That thing is just so cool. All right, let's see what we want to do. Let's do a little organizing. Let's put our blocks away. And let's step outside, shall we? Let's check out and see what we have going on here. We have some wheat. Yeah, why don't we just start with some farming? That's nice and relaxing to do. I actually really like the sounds of farming in Minecraft. Oh, looks like we're missing a spot here. Now, let's do some planning. I'm thinking I would really like to see if we can build something maybe all the way around here somehow. Look at this giant waterfall. This is like Niagara Falls. It looks to me like there's another one here that goes over top of this area. And that right there is actually a lush cave. That's kind of cool how there's a little stream that goes between two red flowers. Not to mention this huge bamboo forest. And there's a mine shaft right there as well. Look at that, there's some rails, cobwebs. Perhaps we'll do some exploring in the future. But maybe we'll get a little bit more geared up before we do that. Let's collect our sugarcane here. Something I was thinking about doing was some detailing on the outside of the house. What does a jungle trapdoor look like? Yeah, that looks kind of nice. I kind of wanted to see if I could make some shelves, which might help decorate the outside a bit. So we need to get some logs for that. Let's take down this tree, shall we? Then I think we have to strip the logs. There's 6 shelves. That looks kind of interesting. I think something interesting could be turning this area into trapdoors. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it looks kind of interesting. I think with the remaining iron we have, maybe we should craft a helmet. And we don't have enough for boots yet. So I think we're going to have to do some mining. Let's make some bread. We'll make ourselves another pickaxe. And before we go mining, let's make sure we sleep off the night. I'm thinking maybe we do adventure down that way, since we do need to light that area up. And there is a mine shaft, which could have a few interesting things in there as well. So I'll make an iron pickaxe. Let's get a water bucket. And I think before we go down, let's just make a few more torches. Or I guess what we can do is actually just make sticks, and then I'm sure we'll find some coal along the way. Alright. So let's decide where to go next. I think maybe it would be great to go down there, where there's some iron pieces. So why don't we take this waterfall down just ever so carefully. Let it bring us down to this area here. There we go. Just gonna build myself a little blockade here. Oh, let's collect some dripstone. Why not? And let's get this iron here. It's really nice just spending time mining. Let's light up this cave a little bit here. I hope you guys find mining in caves just as cozy as I do. Alright, so now we're looking for some coal. And then we can make some more torches, as well as smelting up our iron. Oh, there's some coal right here. Might just have to take care of this guy here real quick. That's no problem. So I'm thinking I'm gonna start doing a bit more adventuring in caves, so you might start to see a little bit more action than a little while ago. Still gonna try and keep it pretty calm for you, so it's nice and relaxing. Let's get some torches up in this area here. Look at how the light just comes in. Isn't that beautiful? Wow. I see some coal up that way. So I think I'll head that way after taking care of this guy here. Let's grab all this iron here, and then we'll head up and get that coal. It's nice to have a good supply of iron. Alright. So let's bridge over to this side here. Nice and carefully. No problem. Let's make ourselves a little blockade from the water here. And then I think we can swim up for the rest of it. Let's go get that coal up there. And then I think we'll return home to do some smelting. Alright, let's make some of that into torches. And let's head back to our little home base. Wow, look at all of our wheat. Almost all of it has fully grown. That'll be very useful for us for when we go back to mine. We will have a nice supply of bread. Let's put the beetroot seeds in. Alright, let's go inside and sleep off the night and do some smelting. There we go. And I think next I'm going to want to go and check out the mine shaft over there. Let's make ourselves some boots. Now we have a bit more armor. We do have a crossbow here. And that was from taking out the pillagers who decided to visit us a couple days ago. But we don't have any feathers, so we're not able to make any arrows yet. Let's go take a look and see the mine shaft. Maybe I'll head this way this time. Let's collect some of that coal down there. And I'm just going to leave torches along the way so I remember which way to come back. I like to light this area up a little bit before continuing to explore because it's a little dark. I see we have an interested skeleton already. There we go. And look at that, he dropped some arrows for us. Well, just one arrow. And this area has become a little bit busy, but we're doing all right. All right, let's collect all this coal here so that we have enough for torches. That'll help us make quite a few more torches for now. So let's head down to the mine shaft. I'm just going to light up this area, make it as safe as possible. Look at that, there's some more coal here. We could use some of this for more torches. I'm just going to make more right away because we're not looking like we have a lot. Let's see if we can find any chests down here perhaps. Some more coal. Well, there are cobwebs here, which is good because that can give us some string and we can maybe make a fishing rod, or perhaps we could make some more wool, which could help us make a bed that we could travel around with perhaps. But let's just see if we can collect some first. I do need a sword for that, and I don't have a crafting table on me, so let's collect 4 pieces of wood here. Crafting table, and there's a sword. There we go, so we're getting some string now. Ah, and here's a chest. Let's see what's inside. Mostly just torches, some bread, coal, and a golden apple. But we're getting a lot of string, so that's good. Let's just keep exploring and see what we can find. And I'll make sure to collect some coal along the way as well. Something my wife and I like to do when we're mining is to place torches on the right side when we're traveling in caves, because it's pretty easy to get lost, especially through a corridor like this with almost like a maze-like structure. And so when the torches are on the right side, that indicates the direction in which we continue to travel deeper. And like now, when I need to head back, all I need to do is follow the torches, which are going to be on the left side. Okay, I think because there's a lot of coal and iron around here, I'm just going to go switch to an iron pickaxe. I hope you guys are getting nice and cozy. Maybe you've already fallen asleep. Alright, we've got some more string, which is great because I think we can make a bed now. Starting to get a little maze-like in here. But that's okay, we've got our torch method. I think what I'm also going to start doing is I'm going to smelt some iron. And we're going to make some shears here. So I think it would be nice to collect some of these items here. This is glow lichen, and I feel like it would be kind of cool to build with it somehow. Alright, so now we can collect these. There we go, glow lichen. I think I'll just pick these up, bring them home. Once I feel like we've fully explored this mine shaft, we can head back and maybe make a fishing rod. I just want to see what interesting things I can fish up. Now, of course, this area is full of water, which is a little strange. There we go. As you can see, these mine shafts tend to go on for quite a long time, but that gives us an opportunity to explore quite a lot, which is really nice. I think I'll take all this coal here. I've been playing Minecraft actually for many years. I took a small break before Minecraft was really in its prime, but I played back when Minecraft was first released. It was a very simple game back then. In some ways a bit of a better game. But it is very fun to explore the Minecraft of today because there are many things you can now find and acquire that you couldn't back then. But sometimes I wonder if Minecraft was a bit cozier back then. I see it started raining. I find the sound of rain to be pretty soothing. It really helps me sleep. So I've just been collecting a bunch of glow lichen and string from cobwebs. And I think we've collected more than enough for what we need to do. So I think we'll head back now. That was a really nice adventure. All right. Much better. All right, let's go to sleep. All right, I think we need to make some more barrels. I'm just gonna move the torches around a little bit, make the lighting a little bit nicer. And I think we'll just carry out the same pattern with blocks being on the right side and items being on the left. Let's smelt up some of our iron here. And I say let's make a fishing rod. There we go. Let's see what we catch on our first cast. Why don't we make this our little fishing spot? I think I'll build a bridge over to it. I think let's go cut some of these trees down here and we'll use the wood to build a bridge. Alright, so what I'm going to make actually are trapdoors, which I think can be kind of fun to build a bridge with. It's just going to be a small bridge anyways. Just a little winding path here. I think that's pretty cool. And then maybe we can make some support beams down below that. But first, let's see what we catch. No way, a pair of boots. That whole forest over there has a bunch of pigs. just pigs in the forest. And we got a fish. I think I see a parrot right there. A little white parrot. I wonder if we should go tame that. I also see pandas. Huh. Maybe we should go say hi to the pandas. And before doing that, I'm just going to make little support beams for the bridge we made. Alright, let's see if this is enough for fencing for this bridge. There, now it kind of looks like it's being supported. Of course, it doesn't go all the way down to the bottom yet, but visually it looks kind of like it is. Maybe we can replace this corner piece with wood as well. There we go. Alright, let's go across the water and see if we can find some animals. Maybe it's a good time to build a boat as well. Why not make a red boat out of the mangrove logs we have? Alright, let's go say hi to the animals. Yeah, some cute pigs here. Forgot to bring seeds to maybe tame the parrot that I saw, so just gonna collect some seeds here while we're walking through a grassy patch. So we have 12 seeds. That might just be enough. Let's collect some bamboo as well. Oh, look at our house out over there. That's looking quite nice. Look at that. We've got some pandas. You want some of this bamboo? There you go. Look at that. Oh, that's so cute. Maybe we can make a baby one. Here. Are you guys gonna go make a baby? I'll check back in on them later, but we need to go home and sleep, so let's go do that. Alright, let's see if we can find that parrot. Aw. They look so cute. Very interesting looking jungle here. Oh wow, yeah, that opens up into a ravine. Oh, there's some chickens. Yeah, and a parrot. That's a very cute parrot. Want some seeds? There we go. Didn't take too many. Look, now I have a parrot on my shoulder. And these chickens, of course, want the seeds as well. I say we bring these chickens back. These guys look pretty cute. It's a very dense jungle forest, but I really like it. Be cool to build like a tree house in here one day. See you later, pandas. So I'm thinking maybe we make a farm. A little barn area. And I feel like since there are pigs here, this might make a good little area. Could just make the barn across the water, because I don't think we want to hear the animal sounds that close to us. I'll have to return here, but I think that this is a good enough spot. Ah, he dropped an egg. Perfect. Brown egg. Alright, let's come back with some fences. I think we'll chop one of these trees here again. Ah, look at all the wheat we have now. And our carrots are growing, so we can spread those. I think my parrot wants some seeds. Let's turn some of these bamboo into sticks. And let's make ourselves some fences. Alright, hopefully that's enough. And maybe we will bring a few beetroot, some beetroot seeds, so we can maybe do some breeding. Alright, let's head back. Oh, we got some eggs now. Nice, we got a lot of eggs. Alright, chickens. Yeah, let's place the barn right by the water. I feel like this is a nice area. Nice and accessible for me as well. Alright, let's go ahead and breed them up. There we go. Look at those little baby chickens. Now for the pigs. Let's bring them in here. Come on in. There we go. Perfect. Oh, look at that big head on that little pig. Looks really cute. Alright, I think we should finish off the day with just a little bit more fishing, just to relax. Let's just see what we get. Alright, so I've done some fishing. Only got one raw salmon and one raw cod. But as you can see, the sun is now setting. So let's head back to bed. Alright. So we've collected a lot of items over the last many days. Also, look at all of this iron here. So I think it's safe to say we can make some upgrades with our tools. Why don't we make an iron axe again? Since this one's almost broken, maybe we can make an iron sword. And I think I would like to go and check out the lush cave, because we can get a lot of plant material and bushes and such down there that we could build with, perhaps. So why don't we head down there? It's going to be a bit of a journey, but we have a lot of upgrades now, so I think it'll be just alright. So let's go jump down to the water here. It'll be nice and safe, because the landing in water, you don't take any damage. Alright, let's make our way over to the lush cave area here. And I think I'll just drop a water bucket right here. Perfect. Oh, there's even some more glow lichen. Alright, so we've made it to the lush cave area. And as you can see, there's a lot of moss. And so I'm just going to go ahead and collect a lot of this stuff here. Eventually, if we want, we could compost a lot of this organic material to make more bone meal if we need it for anything. But for now, I'm just going to collect it, perhaps for decoration. And it looks like we have some gold here, which is new for us, I think. Ah, here. We have some glowberries. Oh, wow. So we can use these shears, actually, to collect them. Alright, I think we've collected enough of the moss and any of the other lush cave items. And we'll just climb up this part of the waterfall here. There we go, we can head back up. Well, it really is a rainforest up here. But we've made it. And I think with our 3 flowering azalea bushes here, maybe we'll plant some around here, make this area look even more alive. Perhaps we'll put one right there. Maybe another one right there. And right here. Now we just have to make some more bone meal, and then we can grow those. Alright, so that's 4 bone meal. There's 1. Oh, and that one needed 3, so there's 2 trees grown. I think that's looking nice. And we may need to make some more for the next one. But I think for now, let's head to sleep. So I was thinking what we could do with this glow lichen is maybe we can use it somehow for texture on the outside of the house here. Makes it look like a like an old rundown log cabin almost. We'll see, maybe at night it'll look nicer, but I'm just experimenting just to see what it might look like. Just a cozy cabin with pink windows. And as for the glowberries, I think let's add them inside and let them grow. So those will hopefully grow over time. We can even spread some more glowberries here. Use our shears. And they will eventually grow downwards. So I'll plant some more here, just so we have a constant supply of growing glowberries. Eventually we can decorate with, which would be nice. With the string here, let's also make ourselves some wool. We just need 3, because I'm gonna make myself a bed in case we go for an adventure. It would be great to have a bed that we can take with us. Something I've been waiting to do for a little while was to actually make some cookies. And now we actually have the ingredients to do so. Let's see if we can just make a bunch of cookies. There we go, we have 48 cookies. How nice is that? Alright, so we'll need some more bone meal, which we'll probably get later on. And then we can grow this tree here. In fact, actually, let me take that away. And I think I'll add this to our little flower plot here. Maybe put it right there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oops. I'll fix that later. And then I was thinking we could take our shovel here. And I think we should make a bit of a flatter path in that direction. So I'm just gonna make a path here. Doesn't really matter exactly how it looks, but I would like it to be a little bit more organized and smooth than it currently is. Maybe we'll just run it along the bottom edge here of this layer of grass. Perhaps with this oak sapling, we can just add this to one of the tree areas here. Just place it right here. Alright, I think today, let's just spend most of the day fishing and just relaxing on our little natural dock here. I'm starting to actually how the glow lichen is worked into the edges of this house here. Not so sure about the pink windows still. We'll have to decide on what to do about that. But I think we should perhaps get some more wood and maybe we'll make some sort of a border around here. Oh, we got a tripwire hook. Very random. But I think Minecraft is just a great space to wind down in. Really depends how you decide to play the game. Because nowadays, wow, as you can see, we have a Power 3 Flame Unbreaking 3 bow now, just from fishing. It can be a very exciting game. Even just looking at these fish here, they seem to be jumping around and almost wrestling each other. So as you can see, there's quite a few exciting aspects to the game, and it's just nice to settle down and just do stuff like fish and relax. Well, look at that. We've actually come away with quite a few useful items this time. We now have a saddle, which means we can actually find ourselves a horse and potentially tame and ride the horse. We've also found ourselves a name tag, so I think in the morning we shall name our parrot. I'm not sure what to name our parrot though. Let's think. What do you want to be named? We'll name him Floaty, because he floats a lot. Let's make an anvil with all the iron that we have. Mind your ears, I'll place it down now. And let's name him Floaty. Floaty the parrot. Where'd you go? Floaty. Oh, he's on my shoulder. I don't think I can name him when he's on my shoulder. Maybe if I jump? There we go. There you are, Floaty, as he floats away. Gonna make you sit somewhere. I think what I'll do is I will make a little perch here. And I'll just have him sit there. Want a cookie? Can I give him a cookie? Oh! What? I right-clicked. I actually right-clicked a cookie on him. Well, let's go find ourselves another parrot. And we'll have to fish up another name tag. And I think we have to make a tombstone. Well, Floaty is now with the Lord. I don't understand. He was just floating away. But I think this will have to be where we put him. Yeah, let's put Floaty's tombstone right here. R.I.P. Floaty. Keep floating. Let's just put some moss carpets around here. And we'll put a little torch there. Alright, let's go get some more parrots. Maybe we'll get a few. In fact, maybe we will also get a horse first. Let's collect some apples, maybe some wheat. I'm not sure what the horses like to eat. But let's go do that and bring back a horse. It's disappointing. Sometimes that just happens in Minecraft, and you have to remind yourself it is just a game. And accidents do happen. What I am happy about is finding this saddle. And look, there's actually some donkeys over there. But I think we want a horse. Okay, which horse do we want? This one? This one? Or this one? I think this one looks the most different. It's got a dark patch on him, versus these two over here have white on their legs. So I'm going to feed this guy some apples and wheat. There we go. Let's see how long it takes us to tame this guy. Oh, he likes us already. Look at that, we can put a saddle on him already. Now he's nice and fast. That's really nice. Alright, let's go see if we can find another parrot. Look at this guy go. Alright, let's keep our eyes open. See if we can see or hear any parrots. It's pretty hard to maneuver a horse through a bamboo forest, actually. Yeah, I'm getting all tangled up in here. I did originally see a white parrot. I thought that one looked pretty unique. So maybe we will end up finding it again. Oh wow, look at the edge of the water here. This is a very large jungle. And seeing those trees, the flowering azaleas naturally occur. That actually means there is a lush cave underneath. And there's a panda bear upside down right there. Alright, let's keep looking. Now we do have a bed on us, so we can travel a bit further. Oh, look at that! Oh, there's two parrots. I think that's Floaty's cousin. Alright, let's take all the seeds we have, and let's see if we can tame both of them. Okay, let's get the green one first. Okay, he's a little picky. Oh no. Are we gonna have enough seeds? Please. Oh my goodness, this one wanted a lot. Oh no, we don't have enough. We have to collect more seeds. Let's see, maybe Floaty's cousin only needs 2. Nope, he wants more. Let's just spend some time collecting seeds. I'm sure they're not going to disappear. Alright, let's go to sleep, and we'll see if we can tame them in the morning. Alright, let's focus on this guy first. Gotta collect more seeds. Still doesn't want to be friends. So I won't show what just happened, but I found Floaty's cousin. As in exactly the same bird. And well, I tried to feed it a cookie, and maybe as some of you might have guessed, I looked it up and it turns out cookies are instantly fatal to parrots in Minecraft, so I won't be doing that again, and we're gonna go find a parrot whom I will not feed it a cookie. I am just working on collecting enough seeds, and then hopefully I'll be able to find the parrot. Okay, there was the green parrot nearby, but that one, oh, there he is. That one's really hard to find. Where'd he go? Okay, there he is. Okay, I promise you I won't feed you a cookie. We have 11 more seeds. We've given him already over 20. 3 more. Oh, there we go. We got him. Alright, let's find our horse. There he is. Okay, so we found ourselves another parrot and a horse. Let's head back, I think. Who would have thought the most stressful part of a relaxing video is trying to keep a parrot alive? Well, sometimes in Minecraft or in games like it, that is the case. You'd think they wouldn't put cocoa beans in a jungle and give you the option to craft a cookie if parrots are allergic to cookies. But so be it. I think what would be cool is if we could get a bunch more glow berries. Maybe we could completely line the inside of the ceiling here out of glow berries. Maybe even make like a multi-tiered platform, sort of like a treehouse structure that goes sort of underneath and around this. It's a big project, so we'll see if we get around to it, but I think it could be kind of interesting. So I think for now, we'll leave our horse right here. And let's see if we can craft a lead. I think we only need string for that now. Yeah, look at that. So, I think we'll make a stone wall sort of like a fence post. We'll put that right there. And let's attach our horse. Oh. And we'll actually place the fence on top of the stone here. And there we go. You've got a horse hitch right here. Looks like you might need some more room, but that'll be good enough for now. As for you, we are going to have to fish up a new name tag. And before we do anything, let's make sure I place you on that perch over there. Maybe it'll fly there on its own eventually. Oh, does it like it up there? Oh, maybe not. I'll give it some more options. So we'll place some more perches around and maybe we'll see where it wants to go. Then we can... hopefully we can sit the parrot on one of those perches. Alright, and I think the rest of the day I will be trying to fish for a name tag. And while I do that, we can think about a name. He's not the cousin of Floaty, but he's definitely related. He's awfully green, so maybe Greeny? Or Lushy? Maybe Lushy is a good name, since there's so many lush cave biomes nearby. Or Mossy? Or Junky? Jungy, because of jungle. That doesn't sound nice enough. Look at him, he's being super patient, waiting for me to finish fishing. He's not quite floating like Floaty did. He's almost flapping. Maybe flappy. Yeah, I mean, he tweeted after I said flappy. Right, Flappy? And there he tweeted again. Okay, I think we've got our name. Let's also not forget to put some light down here. Alright, so we've got nothing else to do except find Flappy a name tag. And so finding a name tag for him we shall. Oh, we got a pufferfish. Yeah, we're gonna get one, Flappy. You just be patient. I've actually recently started fishing in real life. I haven't spent enough time actually fishing to catch any fish yet. But yeah, it's been very interesting. It's actually quite similar to fishing in Minecraft. There's a simple process where you cast the rod into the water and you just wait. We also have a bobber on the end of the rod here. That allows the hook to sink to wherever you set the bobber to, because the fish that we're after, they actually reside deeper, especially in the summer. But in other instances, fishing can be quite different, because especially in the ocean, there are a lot of wild fish that chase other fish, and so lake fishing can be quite different than ocean fishing, let's say, but specifically the lake we're fishing in actually has farmed fish, and the farm fish, they actually don't like to chase things. They're used to being fed, so It's quite interesting. When you're fishing for them, you actually just have to sort of do what they're used to. And they're used to being fed, so we put little bits of corn on the end of our hook and just throw it in and wait, and they come to the corn. At least that's the hope and that's the theory. But since I haven't caught anything yet, I don't know if that's true. But that is the theory. That is the running theory. And for ocean fishing, or river fishing, specifically for fish that are not farmed fish, you typically want to try and act like a fish, or use bait or lures that look like fish, or maybe look like something that's interesting to the fish. And you might even want to do some different techniques like moving the rod up and down, which I think is called jigging. Or if you're on a boat, you can do some trolling. Hold on a minute. Okay, so we've got a couple things on this fishing rod. One of them is a curse, which is not ideal. The other one gives us some more treasure items that can come out of the sea. So maybe it'll increase our chances of getting a name tag. But yeah, so ocean fishing, maybe if you're on a boat, you can do some trolling, which is basically just putting the fishing rod in the back of the boat, casting it in, driving the boat constantly. So it's sort of like the lure or whatever you're using to attract the fish is moving underwater just like a fish would. But of course in Minecraft, all you have to do is find a body of water and throw the fishing rod in and just wait. And it's just a random chance of what item you might get at any given time. Well, that was the end of that special rod, but that's alright. I hope my rambling has been relaxing enough and that you've really got yourself tucked in and relaxed and perhaps fallen asleep already. And if you haven't, that's alright. I'm sure you'll fall asleep very soon. Sometimes for me, if I struggle to sleep, it's really a mental thing. It's really important to just remember that everything's going to be alright in the end. For us in particular, we believe in a God. We believe in Jesus as our God, our Lord and Savior. And, some of you might find that funny or controversial, or might find it really hard to believe. But if you do find a way where you can believe in Him, it really helps, because you can talk to Him like a friend. He has your best interest in mind. And even if you're going through a really tough season, just remember that it is just a season, and seasons change. There's 4 seasons in the world. There's, spring, summer, fall, winter, and sometimes those seasons can be difficult. Sometimes the summer is too hot, sometimes the winter is too cold. But just remember that the next season is just around the corner. It's just a matter of time. And yeah, you just have to put your mind to that sometimes and just remember there is someone out there watching out for you and paving a way for you. He's opening doors and he's going to help you, and he's going to help you sleep. And part of that is actually he's helping you sleep through me, because I didn't really think I would be making these videos. But I just so happened to gain an interest in doing these videos where I help you sleep and I play games like Minecraft. And I think that's God. He's helping me help you sleep. So, either way, Just remember, it's going to be alright if you haven't fallen asleep yet. Alright, let's head to bed. Speaking of sleep. Let's also think of a name for our horse. Sometimes it helps to take our little pets on adventures before we can really know what to name them. To really see their character through the actions that they do. Alright. We're going to spend one more day just seeing if we can collect a name tag. There is a chance that the mine shaft down there still has some chests. There might be some areas we haven't explored yet, and so I think if we don't find a name tag after today, we'll go down there and we can hopefully find a chest. That was the sound of Flappy imitating a drowned. Because there's one right there. But they're not interested in us during the daytime. I think it's just so cool that Minecraft can naturally generate a structure like this. Not to say it looks realistic, but in comparison to a flat, blocky world that Minecraft once used to be like, I don't know how computer engineering can create such a diverse but also specific, like look at this structure here. This is kind of like a dripstone cave specific looking stone outcrop. And it's all part of the same archway that sits over top of a dripstone cave and a lush cave. And then of course we have the jungle, which just so naturally fits in here with all the vines. Just all the vines drooping off on both sides. Oh, we got a bone. Yeah, and I think if we can't find a name tag in, well, fishing today, or in the mine shaft tomorrow, we'll go on an adventure with our horse. Not in particular for the name tag, but I think I just want to see what other biomes are nearby. Maybe we can find a desert, or a snowy biome, and just spend some time riding our horse and adventuring. Sometimes you just need to get outside and do something different. Sometimes when I'm working every day, just doing the same thing, find it hard to relax or fall asleep. But just the other day I actually went fishing in real life and I slept so well that night. Oh, I don't think I've ever collected a bamboo from fishing. I feel like that's new. Huh. But yeah, just getting outside and doing something different than you're used to doing. Of course, having to fish, we had to walk to the location, and so a little bit of exercise. That can also help you fall asleep easier in the nighttime and relax. So yeah, let's take an adventure with our horse. And maybe by the time we come back, we'll have a name for it. And something we haven't done yet is see if we can get diamonds. Maybe we'll consider that as a future goal and collect some diamonds and make some tools and armor. I think that's a nice, relaxing, but also exciting adventure option. Okay, so we have not gotten a name tag by fishing. Okay, as I place these torches down, just to light up this area, I'm going to share some bad news with you. Apparently, I am not a very good parrot owner because I have, with a lack of a better word, slain my own parrot again. And so I apologize if that's not relaxing, but that is the reality. There is no longer Flappy. So as we reset our farms here, I think we just need to let that one go and just realize I'm not someone who can take care of birds in Minecraft. I won't show how it happened, but I don't mind telling you I just accidentally swung my sword, but that's okay. Like I said, things happen. We no longer need to look for a name tag for Flappy, but I'm gonna head down there and see if I find another chest, and maybe we can name our horse. Let's put some torches right there. Realized our house is not super bright at nighttime. Ah, we have a glowberry we can harvest. That's at least one piece of good news. And I think we're gonna do some composting before we head down. Because if we do want to complete that goal of adding glowberries to the entire archway out there, we are gonna need a lot of bone meal. And we have a few bones, so that helps. So let's collect a few glowberries here. Okay, nice. So we have 9 here, and I think we should just place them here and there and let them kind of grow on the inside of our house here. There. And as all of these grow, they will spread. Glowberries will grow on them, and then we can harvest them and continue to potentially work towards adding them to the archway there. But let's go to bed. Okay, let's make some more bread. Okay, we're gonna adventure soon, horsey. But first, let's head down into the mine shaft again and see if we can find a chest. So we'll just quickly scan different areas here just to be sure we've explored it already. Something that's interesting right now in my wife and I's life is we are living in a place that is extremely noisy. So if you do hear anything, I do apologize, but the reason I'm bringing it up is it's just funny timing because I've never understood more how important sleep is in our life until it's almost taken away from you because of how noisy it is. And of course I'm here making sleep content, so it's a little bit silly, but it's also kind of perfect because I now understand why and how some people can struggle to sleep and what that feels like. Because for me and my wife, it's not about ability to sleep, it's more about, just we're not physically able to. It gets quite noisy and we just have to wake up. And at nighttime, it's also noisy sometimes, so it's quite difficult to be very tired and not be able to sleep. So this is definitely a humbling experience, but it's also educational. I'm happy to now know what some people, maybe some of you, go through, that it's difficult to sleep for many reasons. Sometimes thoughts, sometimes just the physical nature of sleep is uncomfortable, or noise. And yeah, I feel for you. But yeah, all that talk, let's just head to bed and fall asleep. Alright, let's collect some of these glowberries. And we're gonna have to make some more barrels here. So I'll just place another one right there. I believe it is time to go on an adventure. So we're gonna take our horse here, and we're just gonna go on a nice relaxing adventure and see what kind of biomes are surrounding this area. Come here, horsey. And I think something I mentioned before is we're gonna see if we can come up with a name for this guy. It looks to me like the sun is setting, but that's all right. We have our bed on us, so we're gonna be able to sleep if we need to. Okay, so that's where our home is. So I'm thinking we just head in one direction, maybe that way there, and we just go in that direction until we find something interesting. And so we'll have a nice long journey to just relax and chat a little bit and hang out. And then yeah, once we feel like we've adventured enough, we can just turn back and hopefully turn around and come back the same way. So there's some cows here. Potentially we can bring those back to our barn. Some more sheep as well. But let's not worry about that now. Let's go on our adventure, shall we? Maybe every so often I'll leave a torch as a little marker for the way home. I guess we'll head in this direction, and in fact, I see a mangrove biome. I say let's collect some of this. Oh, and also a cactus with some cactus flower. I was actually looking forward to seeing if we could find some of that. Okay, let us collect that. Oh, look at that. I really like this flower. You can just place it anywhere and it's pretty large compared to the regular flowers. Alright, let's fall asleep here. Alright. I think before I do anything, I better craft a fence post just so we have the ability to hitch our horse if we need to. So I just collected some wood. Let's make ourselves a fence post. Alright, so now we're prepared when we need to stop again. Which I believe we'll do just over this hill here. Yeah, I think I'll collect some more of the cactus and flowers here. So let's place him down. I do hear a zombie, which is interesting. There might be a spawner underground, perhaps. Or maybe a cave. Well, maybe we'll check that out. We'll see. So it looks to me, yeah, like there is a spawner here. So I'll just take care of these zombies, and I'll check back in with you guys once I've done that. Alright. So we've made it in, and funny enough, I don't think I've ever seen a spawner room without a chest, but yeah, this one has no chest, so we'll just keep on moving. Sometimes you can find interesting things in chests from inside the spawner rooms. Alright, this is a very large mangrove biome. There isn't really anything in particular that we need, but we may as well collect some mangrove log while we're here. And this is that red colored wood. Maybe we'll collect some of this as well. These are the saplings for the mangrove trees. Propagules. And we'll collect some mud. I'm not sure if the trees need to grow on this mud or not. But we'll just grab a couple of those in case we need them. Oh, look at that. There's a bunny. Little bunny rabbit. Just minding his own business. Oh, there's a second one here. Hey, buddy. Oh, careful now. Alright, let's grab a few more pieces of mangrove. Alright, I think that's good. Like I said, we're not out here to collect any materials for any particular reason. But, yeah, why not collect a couple? Alright, there's a little lily pad here too, which is unique to swamp and mangrove biomes. Oh, there's another one here. A couple, actually. Look at that, lily pads. We'll grab some of those. In fact, if we just spend some time collecting some more, what we can do is we can actually create a pathway on the water nearby our house, because we do often go towards the cave and have to swim in the water. This will allow us to maybe walk on the lily pads instead. What's unique about these lily pads is I don't believe you can bone meal them to create more, which you can in most plant life in Minecraft, it seems. But not lily pads, so collecting as many as you can is important. Hope you guys are relaxing and nice and tucked in and ready to relax and fall asleep. Well, would you look at that? So over here there's actually sea pickles, which are these little green underwater lights. So that means this is a warm ocean, maybe a tropical ocean. I don't see any coral. Oh, maybe over there, yeah. Well, anyways, I would love to collect some of these, because with these we can create some lights underwater. So I'll just spend some time collecting these underwater. I'll make sure to be careful of my breath, so there's nothing to worry about. Sea pickles, you can use bone meal to spread, but you do need coral blocks underwater to do that. And if we try and collect some, I believe the coral will not go in our inventory properly. Yeah, see, there's some coral there. And some more over here. That looks very beautiful. On our other channel, my wife and I actually played 100 Days Lost at Sea. And yeah, we chose a warm ocean biome for that. So we spent a lot of time around areas like this. So it's sort of a comfortable place for me. And this is actually, I think, an ocean ruin of sorts. Sometimes there's chests in here, and maybe even if we make a brush, we might be able to find some suspicious sand. Yeah, that right there, that's suspicious sand, I believe. That one too. So maybe we should make a brush and come back. I am going to take some sand, make a little pillar as a sort of beacon, so that we can remember exactly where this is. Alright, that should be enough, and I will just place a few pieces of sand here. Let's put a torch on top, and a torch like that. Alright, let's head back to our horse for the night. Before it gets any more dark, I'll just sleep right here. Nice little rainy morning. I'm just gonna clear up right there. Yeah, perfect. These little bushes are fun as well. Maybe we can get some silk touch eventually and collect those and place them somewhere. We'll see. We'll see what the Minecraft world brings us. Alright, here's our horse. So let's head back. And when we go back, we will see what we need to make a brush and maybe anything else that we might need. I believe it's in this direction. Yeah, so one of the big tasks that we have given ourselves is to make more glowberries. So we will see how we want to do that. Oh, we're back at the village already. I really like the area we've chosen to build in. It's difficult when starting a world where you want to build your home. But we've chosen, I believe, the perfect place. Alright, and we're back. And I think I would like to change this to our little orange acacia hitch. That's kind of fun. Little acacia fence post there. Okay, let's go inside. There we go. Oh yeah, we've got some, just one for now. A little glowberry. Oh, it's kind of hard to reach those. There we go. We'll place this guy right there. And let's put some items away. Look at that, we've got over a stack of sea pickles. I think we will, let's place our sea pickles before we go, as well as the cactus flowers. I am curious if the cactus flowers can be bone mealed. And then, before I forget, let's make ourselves, I guess first we need to smelt some raw copper. I do like how Minecraft has finally made a use for copper. And honestly, some pretty good things you can make with copper. Alright, let's look at the recipe for the brush. Copper ingot, feather, and a stick. So we can actually make 2, and just in case one breaks, why not do that? I think we should make some more torches as we have run out, so there we go. We'll take some wood with us. Alright, let's make some more bone meal quickly here. Okay, that was enough to give us 1, which should show us if cactus flower can be spread. But we do have to put it on sand, I think. Okay, so we have some sand here. Let us bone meal this. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do anything. That makes sense. That's okay. So I'm thinking we just want to put some of these cactus flowers around our flower garden area here. Maybe we'll start spreading the garden outwards a bit like this. Something I think we can use bone meal for is to actually spread this leaf litter here. Well, once again, I'm wrong. I thought maybe it would be able to be bone mealed. So that is something only the area we spawned in seems to have. Interesting. We'll keep an eye out for more of that in the future. Okay, so you can also bone meal these bigger flowers, the lilacs. Maybe we'll add one more in here. Why not? Alright, let's place a little pathway here out of the lily pads. I'm thinking, not quite sure yet where. You know what? Maybe we want to make it across over there to the barn. We can make a little lily pad pathway. Yeah, so let's take away these sugarcane here. I don't believe we'll be needing many of these. And that's already a lot, so that's perfect. Alright, so let's line ourselves up. I think right here is good. And let's place some lily pads in a straight line. We may have to skip a few, because we don't have too many. Well, this gets us quite close. So every so often maybe we'll take one away. Maybe every 2 or so. Make sure we collect them. I'm not sure if that's all of them. I think so. Alright, and then let's place a few more. Well, that's kind of fun. We can sort of jump across if we want to. And that gets us nice and close to there. It's like a little challenge, a little parkour challenge every time we have to come back. There we go. That's pretty fun. And lastly, I want to put some sea pickles in the water here. I think we'll line the area around our fishing spot. See, once you place 4 of these down, it actually glows quite bright, which is really nice. So we're just gonna place a few down around here. Let's just place a few more, and then we'll head to bed. Yeah, I think that's nice. Just light up our little area here. And let's go to sleep. Alright, and maybe before we head out, we'll just do a little bit of organizing, shall we? I think for now the blocks are fine. We only have 2 bins with those, but we do have 3 with items. Okay, so for now, I'm just gonna put all my stuff in a chest here. That way I can use my entire inventory to do a little organizing. In fact, we don't need the sea pickle or this feather. Okay, so now we will take everything from this, everything from here, and let's start putting it in. I think we'll make this chest the minerals and valuables chest. So golden apple, copper, gold, stuff like that. We have some iron here, some more here. We have some coal here, we'll throw that in as well. Any interesting items, we'll keep the arrows on us, just in case we need to use it for anything. Lapis, we'll put that in as well. And then I think we'll make... Wait, we have some more glowberries to put down, that's good. I think we'll make this chest maybe the not so valuable items, you know, like string and cobwebs, saplings. And then we'll make a chest for food and fishing, I think. So we'll make this the food and fishing chest. And maybe we'll throw our old tools in this not so valuable chest as well. Not sure what we'll do with these tools, but can always throw them away if we need to. Put the sugar cane in the not so valuable. Pufferfish in here. Put the crossbow in there. Boots in here. I guess technically the rotten flesh can go in the food chest, but we're probably not going to ever eat those. Some dyes, we'll put them in here as well. Saplings, sea pickles, bamboo. And I guess for seeds, we'll put it in the food chest. Brown mushroom. The tripwire hook I'll put in here. Yeah, I think technically there's a lot of crossover between these two chests here, but that's all right with me. Yeah, I think since these tools are not super useful, I'm just going to throw these out. Maybe we will dig a little hole here in our backyard. And let's just put our oldest tools in here. Won't be needing those. Served us well while they did. Alright. Now we do have 2 more glowberries. Let's just throw these in the house as well. Perfect. So yeah, hopefully this all grows with glowberries and we have lots to spread for our future goal of filling all of this in with glowberries. We'll see if we eventually get around to that. That would be really cool. Okay, so we have our new pickaxe, old pickaxe, sword, axe, bow. Maybe we need to repair this guy. So I just need some of our string. And I think we can just throw it in the anvil. Yeah, it costs 2, so that'll be okay. There we are. Let's make sure we get our shield. Alright, and that's the rest of our stuff. So right now we just have cookies for food, but I think that's quite alright. Alright. As the rain sets in, I think we will head out and continue on with our adventure. We'll head back to the ocean spot. And yeah, we'll use our brush and see what we might find. It's nice to travel in the rainstorm sometimes. Like I said earlier, I think it's kind of nice to occasionally be outside or even inside in a rainstorm. I know some people don't enjoy the rain, but the sound is very soothing. It's almost like white noise or something. And yeah, the atmosphere, as you can see, it's kind of misty, cloudy. Kind of gives us a bit of a nice moody feel. Even with the sun now peering through the clouds, it's pretty nice. But yeah, let's follow our torches here. So I think what we'll do is we'll just place our horse right here. And let's go to bed here, and in the morning we'll go check it out. Look at that, sun rising in front of us. How nice. Alright, let's go check out the suspicious sand. We might even be able to dig up a chest around that area. We'll have a look. But yeah, I really do enjoy this area here. Oops, we gotta look out for these guys. I really do like the tropical environments here in Minecraft. Very colorful. It was very enjoyable building in that when we played in our 100 Days Lost at Sea. And wow, yeah, look at all these colorful fish. Beautiful. One thing I should have made was some doors, so I guess we'll just use our wood and do that here. Because now we can just place that down and comfortably breathe underwater. Alright, let's see what we can get. No way. The first one is a sniffer egg. I've actually never, ever done that. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be really rare. Sniffer eggs are highly sought after, actually. But yeah, look at that. We can actually make a sniffer as a pet. Okay, a wooden hoe. That might be probably the worst item we could get, so we'll just leave that one behind. But wow, that's incredible. Is there anything else? It's a little hard to tell which one is a suspicious sand, but they have a bit of a different texture. I think that one there is one as well. So let's move our door. We'll place it inside here. Oh, nice. So we got an emerald in this one, it looks like. Useful. Very useful. I think that was wheat. Yep. Not bad. Oh, look, there's a chest. Another emerald. Some wheat. Looks like we have a buried treasure map. Sometimes these don't work, but let's have a look. Yeah, this one didn't seem to work. It just created a little map for us, so I think we'll just leave that one behind as well. Alright, very nice. I think that was all of the suspicious sand. Yeah, great. I don't really know what you need to hatch a sniffer. I think maybe we just have to right-click and place it down. Maybe we should head back and just do that. Like I said, Minecraft is a game where there seems to be so many endless opportunities for excitement. And that's why a little while ago I was fishing for many days just to wind down and slow down a little bit. Because fishing in itself is already quite exciting in Minecraft. But as we adventure, we discover new things. Yeah, I think let's head back. That was a good adventure. Can always go further. Maybe we'll do an extra loop in that direction just to cover more ground on the way back and have a look around. Now look at that, there is a nautilus here. That's one of the new mobs in Minecraft. We could tame that, but we would need to get our pufferfish, as well as bring it back somehow. So we'll leave that for now. Interesting, this is almost like a abandoned nether portal, but it's out of stone. Yeah, so let's head in this direction and just see if there's anything else interesting, sort of while we head back home. Because you never know. You never know with Minecraft. Oh, look at that. We have some dogs here. I don't have any bones on me, but these are nice looking dogs. Some brown ones. Yeah, they're very cute. Alright, maybe we can come back and tame those if we have some bones at home. That's a nice little find over here. Yeah, as you can see, the jungle biome has helped spawn in many different brown variants of the animals, which is cool. A lot of brown sheep here, pigs and cows. We've got some more pumpkins here. I think we'll just continue on back. After climbing this hill here, I've kind of wanted to climb this hill since we started. Kind of fun to use the horse to quickly climb to the top of this. And yeah, wow, look at that. It's a bit hard to see our house from here almost, but there's quite a view from up here. This would be quite the house on the hill if you built something up here. Alright, let's head down. Enough adventuring for the day. Maybe we'll check in on our chickens and pigs. See how those guys are doing on the way back. You guys doing good? I don't have any seeds for them. There's some eggs there. and now we're trapped in. Let's let ourselves out. Whoops. Oh, and a couple quick chicken got out. That is okay with me. We will see if there's a chicken out of this egg. And there was not. That's okay. Alright, let's see if we can take this horse on our lily pads. That'd be fun. Oh, look at that. It doesn't even need to jump over the gaps. That's perfect. That's so funny. Okay. Alright, horsey. You have served us well. That was a good adventure. Do we have a name for it yet? Let's keep thinking. Let's put our items back. I think I do want some bread. I was thinking something else we could make is golden carrots. Because why not? They are very yummy and they give us a lot of health. I'm excited to hatch this sniffer egg. Honestly, I'm not even sure what it does. So we will just explore that together for the first time. Alright, let's go to sleep. Let's see how many golden carrots we can make with this amount of gold. Yeah, why not? Let's make 5. We'll put the rest away. And I think in order to hatch our sniffer, we need to make some fences. So let's make a lot of fences out of this mangrove here. And let's find a spot to put our sniffer egg, because I think it takes some time to grow. I think this seems like a good spot to potentially hatch the sniffer. Hopefully there's enough space. Let's clear out some of the grass here. Okay, and then let's place down the fences. I think something like that will hopefully be big enough. I know they can grow to be somewhat large, perhaps, so yeah, let's place it down, I guess. Whoa, look at that. That's a very large egg. Again, I'm not sure what we need to do, if we need to maybe bone meal it. Maybe I'll see what happens if we bone meal it. But I think we just need to be patient. And yes, I will fix these plots in the farm eventually. I think I've mentioned before, but I really do like the sounds of farming. I really enjoy the Minecraft sounds. There are some sounds that I think could be replaced, especially some of the new additions to Minecraft. Some of the sounds could be potentially remade. Okay, so we do need a lot of bone meal eventually for the glowberries, and we do want to see what a bone meal would do to the egg here, so I'm just gonna compost a bunch of stuff. We have a lot of carrots, we'll just compost the rest here. Same for beetroot. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see what bone meal will do to this egg, if anything. Nothing. Okay, that's all right. Let's bone meal some more of the glowberries here. And we'll take those, so now we have 4. So as you can see, this is sort of how you double up on all of your glowberries. Okay, so I actually just looked it up, and it turns out glowberries only have a random chance of growing the berries on the vines. So yes, these will spread downwards over time, but it's still only a random chance whether or not each individual vine will grow with a berry. So that means we will need quite a lot of bone meal. We can spread all of them across here, but in order to have them each have a glowberry at least, which is what I hopefully want to do, we will need bone meal for each of those just to guarantee that they grow. So we will think of ways to create that much bone meal, perhaps expand our farm into a much larger farm. Maybe we'll use all of this sugarcane here. We'll compost that. I think we'll compost the moss carpets as well. Now we do also, now that I think about it, we have a lot of moss. Look at that, we have 2 stacks exactly of moss. And now using bone meal with the moss, we can actually create a lot more. It can spread to any dirt material, most stone materials. And so if we pick a place to do that, we can collect the moss and actually bone meal that over time as well. So why don't we experiment with that right now? See, so there you go, look at that. And you don't even need to place more of the moss, you can just continue to bone meal the moss like right here. And see it spread all the way up here. And so all of this we could actually mine back up and compost it. So I believe we have more than enough organic material now to make bone meal. And what I think I will do is make an iron hoe. This is going to help us collect all of the moss very efficiently. Just like this. And I think it's pretty fun collecting this stuff because it's so easy to mine, and I find that quite relaxing. The sounds are nice as well. Alright, so with all of that, let's go and see how much bone meal we can get. So let's compost this entire stack of moss and see what we get. Wow, okay, so we've got 7 bone meal from that. And I think this reminds me, let's just get one more bone meal. So let's take our composter away here. And I'm actually going to make us some hoppers. I can see we are lacking in the wood department. Okay, so I've made 2 chests. And we can make hoppers with those. And because I would like to... Oh yes, we will need some more wood in order to make some more barrels. But let's fall asleep first. Perhaps we'll get this oak tree here that we planted. Okay, we're back inside. Let's make some barrels. I think we just need 2. I think we'll place a barrel here. We'll place a hopper going into it, like that. Composter on top. Another hopper on top of that. And a barrel finally on top. So what we can do now is we can place even, let's say, all of this material, and look at that, it's composting automatically, and when it grows to the top, creates a bone meal, and it gets fed into here. So with our 10 bone meal and just a bit of moss here, let's go spread as much moss as we can, collect it, and we can let it compost while we're doing that. Not sure it helps to add a bunch of moss here, but why not? Let's do that. And then, yeah, let's just bone meal the moss. And let's just keep spreading it. Maybe we'll make sure it goes in that direction as to not disturb that area. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's all of the bone meal we have. Let's just use our hoe and we'll dig up every little moss block that we have here, including all of the plant life nearby. And then eventually, of course, we should fix this area because it's starting to become kind of like a crater. But that is all right. Okay. Look at that. That's a giant crater, but wow, we are already up to 2.5 stacks of moss there. So let's leave 4 of the moss here, just in case. We'll take all of those azaleas. And let's put the rest in the barrel. And let's see what we've got. Look at that. We've already got 7 waiting for us. But yeah, this is probably one of the best ways to get bone meal. Let's place one right here. Something I am considering about the potential build over here is how we're going to create a platform to be able to even build over there. Okay, so we've got over a stack. Look at that. There's some cracking happening on the egg here. That's a good sign. Let's put all of our organic material back in. And we got 16, so I think we're doing pretty good. Now we have a stack of dirt still from when we took out the island floating above the village. So let's place the dirt back, and maybe we'll repeat the process just one more time. We'll see what kind of bone meal we'll get from all of that. Alright, let's place some moss here. Look at all that. That's pretty satisfying. Alright, that is quite a lot. Let's dig it all up. We might need to make a new tool here. I really like the sound of collecting all of this. All the little pop sounds and the sound of the moss itself. It's just a very almost meditative process. I think that's it. Now let's make sure we collect all of the moss pieces here. Oh yes, there's some here. Look at that, so just over 3 stacks now. Let's put some more in here. And let's go to bed. I think I'll compost some of this sugarcane again as well. Maybe what we'll do is we will find a little spot to put some more sugarcane, maybe here by the sand. It seems to fit more with a sandy area. Yeah, so let's just do that, a little sugarcane area, just so we have some growing in case we need it. And the rest I'll compost. Alright, let's see what we've got here. 24, okay. And look at that, we have a glowberry. Let's grow as many glowberries as we can. Oh, we can just do it on the same branch. Perfect. That's quite satisfying as well. Okay, we have 25. That is quite good. Now the unfortunate thing is I don't think we can collect any of them from here. So all of the long ones I think I'll just trim, and as they grow down maybe they'll have a chance to spawn some more glowberries for us. So let's just trim all of these ones here. Try and be careful not to destroy them completely. Oops, that's okay. Alright, so we'll let those grow over time. Oh, we do have a few more, so let's actually do that quickly. Alright, so with 35, I think we can make a good start. But in order to do that, we will need to decide what type of wood or material we're going to want to use to bridge across here. Let's go have a closer look. This is almost like a big staircase here. I think what could be kind of cool is if we start it here and we come up, we have it come up right here, and then a bridge that attaches to that spirals up a little bit, goes under and all the way to the other side, and maybe out there. Very ambitious, but we can definitely give it a try. And what I'm thinking is we go down and collect all of that wood, and we'll just repurpose it into our build. That way we can clean up this area, make it look more natural, as well as, you know, maybe even use the rails. We'll see, there might be a way we can make this into a more of a minecart area. But yeah, we'll just grab all that wood. There's also logs, which will help make our platform go even further. I'll clear out some of the mobs here before I talk to you next. I'll see you in a few seconds. Alright, so I've lit up the area and I've cleared out some of the mobs. So I think what we can do is just get started on chopping all of this wood here. Another one of those tasks that's really relaxing in Minecraft. The soft sound of the wood just getting chopped by an axe. And of course we've got some water sounds nearby. A little waterfall, which is also quite satisfying. You know, come to think of it, maybe we want to even collect the fencing, but we'll see. All of that fencing there, we'll see. And I'll just take some of the rail that's exposed so that we don't see it from the bridging that we're going to create up there. It's convenient actually, since we're chopping the wood here, all of the rails that are above these planks are just going to be mined at the same time. A 2-in-1. So while I do this, hopefully you've already drifted off to sleep. And if you haven't, once again, don't worry, you will. I'm sure it's just a matter of time, and you will fall asleep. This is a lot of logs. This is almost like chopping 2 giant oak trees. and then all the planks above it, so that's great. I do like the look of mine shafts, so I was thinking we would keep it and sort of have it as a man-made decoration in our cave here, but come to think of it, I think natural almost always looks better than man-made. Having said that, we're going to create a bridge up there, so that's okay. We'll make it look as nice as we can. And I think what we'll do is we'll use, maybe we won't collect the fences unless we really need more, but we will use fencing as sort of a way to make it look like the bridging is hanging. Or we could also use iron and make chains. But as you may know, chains do cost a lot of iron. But I see no shortage of iron right here. So in case we do that, let's collect a few pockets of iron while we're down here and maybe make some chains. Yeah, and maybe an ultimate goal we can work towards if we even get there. Maybe replacing all of these torches with a more natural lighting. Either glowstone or sea pickles, glow lichen like up there. That could be kind of interesting. But we'll start with our first large project and see how far we get. Alright, we have our bed on us, so let's sleep here. I am starting to like the idea of using chains. Almost like wood rafters are being hung by chains. And like I said, there is a lot of iron here that we decided to leave behind. And look at that, we've got some coal, which we'll definitely take because we're going to be smelting a lot of iron now. So I'll just mine this coal and iron, and I'll check in with you guys once we get back. Alright, so we are back in our base area. And we have collected over a stack of iron and almost a stack of coal. So I think that's good enough for now. And yes, while I have this hoe, I may as well fix this up. We also will need as much bone meal as possible, so we should reset our farms when we can as well. And we'll come back for the rest of it soon. Let's throw that in here. Okay. Let's put everything back. And let's start smelting up our iron. We've also collected almost 2 stacks of planks and half a stack of oak logs. I think that'll do us great because I'm going to make that into slabs, all these planks. And with all of the iron that we currently have, let's see how we can make some chains. Okay, so yeah, that's quite expensive. It's basically an iron ingot and a bit more per chain. Oh, we can make copper chains. That I did not know. That would be cheaper since copper isn't as useful, but I have not smelted as much. Maybe we'll make a mixture of both. That way we have even more. So let's put copper into this one and let's make both. So I'm thinking we'll make iron nuggets. We can make 43 chains here. That's a lot. Hopefully I didn't make too many. And then we'll make as much of this copper into chains as well. And then maybe we'll use the copper chains as the tops and bottoms, and the iron chain sort of as like the middle part of the hanging structure. All right, let's turn all of these into slabs. We have more if we need it. And it looks like we might need another axe, because I'm sure I'll be chopping a lot of wood. There we go. Oh, look at that. So the glowberries are actually growing here as well. So I'm going to grab some of that. So that did work. We can basically just cut these down. And as they regrow, they will most likely have a chance at growing more glowberries than if we just left it. Oh, look at that. That is funny. I wonder what he does. Interesting. What are you sniffing? We'll have to do some research and see what he does. But for now, let's make a little staircase up here. Well, I guess it won't be little, will it? So I'm thinking something like this just to get us started. And then let's start bridging over. And we need to decide, I think we want 3 wide as our bridge here. Oops, and not down at that level, but here. Because we're going to want to place torches on it. And let's just carefully hold shift and we will build across here. And I think, let's just see how that looks already. Yeah, let's try and slope it upwards a little bit if we can. So I think we'll put this down like that. We'll do maybe 3, and then we'll go up 1 more. Like so. And then we'll take this one and hopefully connect it all the way over. Oops, that's going to be annoying if I do that by accident. I think, yeah, so we can place torches on here. So we're at the right level. And I guess I was thinking it would circle around here. So soon we'll have to make a little turn. Maybe we'll start that now. Kind of like so. And we'll turn it 1 more. And we'll go 1 more. And then we'll turn around here. And then that should be nice and tight up against this. And I think we'll just cut into here. I think that looks kind of cool. And I wanted to do something where it kind of spiraled up here. Let's see if we can do that. I think for now I'm just going to have to place torches along here. Yeah, so I'm just building basically a little platform spiral staircase here I'm not really thinking too hard about how it's going to look. I'm just thinking hopefully it's going to eventually spiral up, and I think that'll be kind of nice. But yeah, I'm not counting the blocks by any means. I'm just every so often bringing it up by one level or two. Like here, I'm just going to go up by 2. And let's go up by another actually. And then I'll flatten it out here. And I think maybe we'll cut into the stone here. Just like we did below. Maybe we'll take this one out as well. And then I think we're getting pretty close to the top, but not quite. So I think it needs to go a few higher. And yes, I do believe we're going to need to chop a lot more wood. That is quite all right. Because yeah, look, we're not even to the roof here yet. Okay, let's, before we go any further, let's double check and make sure we can walk down all of this. Okay, yeah, and that's looking actually pretty cool. I think we missed a spot here. Let's have a look at it from back here. Yeah, I like that. It's a little bit different than I imagined, but I think it's nice. And I'll place some torches, like I said, just to be safe. And I think what I'll do is I'll eventually do something like this. And then we'll just place like a torch on top of that. But we'll see. Looks like it's nighttime. Let's sleep into the night. And what I'll do is just finish up with all of the planks that I have here. And I will see you guys once we run out. Alright, and that's the last 3. So what I've done here is, after spiraling up this thing here, we've sort of taken a left turn, and now we are quite close to the ceiling. So I think that's enough space for me to be able to put the glow berries where I need to, and then what we'll do is we will just create a staircase that slowly hangs all the way down and maybe over to that side, and then it can come out the other end. Yeah, so let's try that. But we'll have to grab some more wood first. Before that, I'm just going to place some glow berries in certain places I've been thinking about. I think it would be really cool if the glow berries just lit up most of this. Yeah, we'll place a few on that spike there. Place a couple over here. That way, by the time we make it back, some of these will have grown and we can see what it looks like. I would like to get some more over there because that's an area I can't reach currently. Maybe with the 10 dirt that I have, we'll just bridge over and come back. Like I said, just to get some glow berries going. And we'll make sure we're extremely careful here. Yeah, I think that'll be good for now. Again, we'll go over there and do some more eventually. But let's take this dirt back and we'll head back. And I don't think I want to make a tree farm, although that would be quite useful. We'll just chop trees wherever we can find oak trees, and I think that's further back in the direction of our spawn. Let's quickly check up on our sniffer here. I think he has some more time to grow. And I think at that point, you can feed him something and maybe he'll sniff out some things from underground. That's what I've heard. But maybe you don't need to feed him anything. We will research it together and yeah, we'll see what happens with him. But that's pretty cool that we found that. Alright, there are some oak trees over here. Some more over there that we planted. Let's chop all of these down here. And once I get some saplings, I think it's important to replant some trees. Alright, and I'm just going to chop these trees. This is the area we first thought we would place our home. This is a nice area actually. It does have a nice open look to the water with these cool little islands in the middle. And of course the village is close by. Alright, so now we have 42. Let's see how many that'll make us. I think that might be close to enough. But here's what I think we'll do. We'll collect all the saplings that we can. And we'll just use a tool here to be able to mine these leaves faster. There we go. And we'll just plant a lot of trees all the way on our way back to our house. And if we run out of wood, we'll just come back and grab some more. Alright, let's sleep off the night. It's getting a little dark. It looks like maybe we forgot something in this tree here. Yeah, there's a piece of wood right there. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna place all of these saplings down every so often. Only a few more left, and that should be good. And I think eventually we should make a little bridge across here. In fact, let's just do that now. We already have a few slabs, and we can just make it out of slabs for now. We'll just do a little simple 2-wide bridge, and maybe we'll make it curve a little bit. Something like that. Alright, now we have a little bridge for us when we come back this way. Oh, look at that. So the sniffer is definitely fully grown now. And what is this? A pitcher pod. Okay, so I just researched what this is, and it seems like this guy, once he's fully grown, he can explore and sniff the ground, as he's doing right now. And yeah, it can apparently have a chance to dig up a pitcher pod, which can maybe grow a plant. I think a torch flower, perhaps? Anyway, let's add it to our... Can we add it somewhere? Okay, so apparently it's actually a crop, and it has to grow on farmland. So why don't we just place it here, I guess? There's a new advancement I've never seen either. Plant any sniffer seeds, so I guess we have a chance to get multiple different seeds from the sniffer. That's cool. I didn't know Minecraft had new farming stuff, so that's awesome. But let's go and work on our bridge here. Alright, that is a lot of slabs. We'll see what that can do. And I see, yeah, none of the plants have any glowberries on them yet, but that's okay. Alright, let's take this bridge this way. I'm not sure exactly how, but we are going to need to drop down a little bit. Yeah, like this, I guess. Perfect. I think we may as well also just place these plants here as we go. Yeah, there's a glowberry and another one here. Very nice. Okay, let's drop down some more. We may need to use a water bucket. So I'm just going to carefully do that. There we go. We'll probably have to go down there and put some torches back, but that's okay. Alright, so I'll check in with you guys once I've finished building all of this, and then together we can plant all of the glowberries. Oh, so I haven't quite finished, but I do see that there is a wandering trader who has appeared. So let's place some more of these glowberries, and we'll go and see perhaps what he might be selling, if anything good. Because we could always use some more items to decorate with. As you can see here, it is getting a little tight and a little bit hard to bring the bridge down in a smooth curve. So I've considered maybe using stairs to give it a bit of a steeper drop down, but I think for now we'll leave it at that. Let's go talk to the wandering trader. And before we do that, we will just sleep off the night. Let's see what he's trading. Oh, sorry, you're a bit on the edge there. Oh, we could actually make a fermented spider eye and give that to him. Okay, we could actually buy some wildflowers. That would be great. Let's go make some items to trade with him. Okay, so we've got 2. I wonder if he'll buy both. We just need some sugar cane, which I have growing down here. Turn that into sugar. Combine it with the spider eye. And I thought that would make fermented. Okay, we need a brown mushroom. We actually have 1. So we can only make 1, but that gives us something to trade. Perhaps we can make some hay bales as well. So let's see what we can get. So it'd be great to get some of those wildflowers. Add that to our flower garden and just our house in general. Alright, so we bought 7 wildflowers. Let's go add that to our flower garden. Just like so. Yeah, that's looking nice. And this guy's looking like it's almost grown. I don't really know how to harvest it, so I'm just gonna smack it, I guess. Pitcher plant. Am I able to just put that down now? Yes, I am. Okay. Now I found another one I was standing next to this guy and he dropped one. Oh. And we've got 2. My goodness, sir, you are large. Alright, so we can plant 2 more here. In fact, let's just do our farms. Just a nice little task to get started with the day. I would love to be able to just walk outside and tend to the farms in real life. Something very satisfying about taking out grown vegetables from the ground and replanting the seeds. Kind of funny how this grass patch just jumped across the block here. It's not really technically connected to anything, but it grew on its own. Until we have a hoe on us, I think I'll just leave that grass to stay there. Well, okay. So, we are ready to continue on with the build. So, as you can see, it's just the outline of the bridge, but it actually goes all the way down to that side there, and I think that looks quite nice. I really want to get some glowberries up in here to fill in the dark space. But this is what we're working with so far. And as we come down the stairs here, it somewhat cuts into the stone here, but I think that looks okay. It was getting a little bit tight here, so I did have to make some adjustments. Look at that glowberry there. It's got 3 or 4 growing on that. That is really cool. Maybe we'll have to harvest some of that and also get a pickaxe so we can make some more headroom. But yeah, it reaches the other side. Look at that. Maybe I'll see if I can snag a couple berries off of this. Build a little bridge over to it. Okay, there we go. Just trim the rest, maybe it'll grow again. I like that we figured out a little trick like that. Alright, so as we climb up here, we come out to sort of the back of the jungle on the other side. Maybe one day we'll have to make a big build on the top of this too, but I'm thinking this is looking quite nice. And over here is sort of just the other side. Let's have a look. Have a look at that. I really like how many vines are hanging off the sides here. This was all naturally occurring vines. I didn't place any of those, so that's really cool. Alright, let's make our way back. Let's actually light up this area. Let's put some glowberries down. This area is looking a little dark, so hopefully glowberries will grow on the ends of the bush here. But what I want to do next, after we sleep off the night here, is work on using the chains that we made here, as well as some fences, and let's see if we can find a way to basically make it look like this bridging here is hanging, attaching to the ceiling of the cave here. And let's actually start from the other side, but I will just give myself a little headroom here. And I think another slab or 2 as well. Always room for improvement. No worries. Yeah, something like that. I think that looks a little bit more safe. There we go. Okay, so let's go to the other side. I do really like this area. I can't say I've ever played a Minecraft world with this type of generation. I think I mentioned that before. That's definitely something that I really like about Minecraft. Maybe it's new, but yeah, just the fact that it can generate some pretty crazy structures like this. Okay, so I haven't quite figured out how I want to place the chains yet. What I do know is I think I want to somehow attach these two levels here. Okay, you cannot place it like that. You have to do some experimenting first. Okay, so we can place it right up against there. Okay, let's do something like that for now. Now, you know what? This will help save the chains if I think I just lost one. I did. Okay, well, it's copper. There's lots of copper right here. So much copper. Anyway, I think what we'll do, we'll always place a fence down, and then depending on how much room we have, we'll use a copper and an iron chain. And the copper will always touch the ceilings. I think that'll be cool. Okay, so yeah, this is sort of like attaching these two levels here. Okay, and then on this level here, we'll just use a fence. Okay, so a little bit of the opposite going on here, but maybe that's okay. Okay, and now this one has, you can see 2 iron chains and 1 copper. Looks a little bit different as well. That's okay. Every now and then maybe we could also add some support looking things like this. But mainly we need to worry about this stuff here. So let's see what we can do. So this one actually needs a slab underneath, I think. Well, it doesn't, but that'll save me some chains, and I think that'll be nice, especially for the support pieces here. I'm not going to be too picky with how we're going to make this. I'm just going to sort of get into a flow and just start placing chains down. So that's looking nice, though I think we'll get rid of that and we'll put a block of wood. Perhaps not, actually. I said I wasn't going to be picky. But here I am. I think this is kind of the idea. Final look. So when we can, we're going to use a full block with a fence and whatever iron chains we need with a copper. Nope. This is going to go, oops, apparently down there. Okay. This is what we're going to try and do. Copper on the top and the bottom with a chain in between. I think that looks pretty cool. And when it's not so high up, we can just use a fence on both sides, I think. Copper, copper, and iron. Something like that. I think it would be cool to have it on both sides. It'll make it a bit narrower, but it could be interesting. Or we could do like a corner piece here. Alright, let's sleep off the night. Okay, well, let's just place some more. We're gonna go straight up from here. Copper and iron. How does that look? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And then maybe every so often we'll also place one here. Maybe just for fun we'll place the plank like that. How does that look? Yeah, that looks okay. Obviously it's quite close to this, but it does look cool. Can put another one here. We'll just do copper for those. Yep, very cool. Let's do one here. Okay, that one looks like that. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll get one like up here. That one looks a bit different. And so we'll actually make it look even more different, like it's meant to be. So now it's got kind of like a more substantial support piece here. In fact, we can make it like a pillar too. Looks a bit strange, but I kind of like it. There's no way to explain what it's doing, but I kind of like how it looks like it's a thing. We'll just place a fence into this one here. Maybe same here. This one looks like it's meant to be one of these. There we go. And we'll put one in here. I think we'll do like a big one here as well. Yeah, let's go on this side here. Yeah, that's kind of cool. We've got a big one there. And maybe we'll do one on this side here. Looks like I need some more planks, maybe some more fencing as well. Let's see what we can do with what we have. I'm liking it. That looks cool. Yeah, okay, so now we have a bit more of a substantial back entrance here. We still have to figure out what to do with the torches. I think what we'll do is we'll get some bone meal. And we're going to bone meal all of these here. And I hope that that will light up the area. We'll also get some more way up here, that side too. And it would be great to also fill in this area and further back with more glowberries. We'll have to do some more bridging over there to do that. And I think what we'll do is we'll add some more chains between floors here, as well as something for this area. This one might need something underneath. Yeah, maybe we'll have to build like a little sort of arch or V shape here that'll kind of support the base of that. Maybe some chains leading up to there as well. But yeah, we need to get some more oak trees. Oh, looks like we have another flower already. Very nice. We'll just keep adding it to our very lush area here. Got any more seeds for me here, buddy? Does not look like it. In the morning, I think let's go over there where we were growing some trees, and we can go and chop them down. Let's also see if we happen to have any more organic material to compost. Speaking of which, we have more sugarcane, of course. Let us throw that in the composter. We also have some seeds. How many carrots do we have in here? We have 12. I'll throw the rest in. That'll go a long way for composting for sure. I think we can compost the cactus. Maybe I'll leave like 4. See if we can compost these 4. Let's collect all the glowberries that we can. And repeat the same process by cutting these down. And we'll place some more. Yeah, we also have our beetroot. Let's throw that in there. And let's take a look. Yeah, look at that. That is coming together. Alright, let's go to sleep for the night. Alright, while we're here, I think we need some more copper chains. So there we go, we made a few more. We have a lot of iron left, which is good. This we can turn back into iron bars if we need to. Let's make some bread. And let's go chop some trees. I guess we don't really need our horse because we are pretty close by. Got anything for me? Oh, you do. I think it was a new one. Torch flower seeds. I have heard about these. And now I wonder, do these need to grow in farmland? Yes, they do. Okay. So I wonder about those. If it's a torch flower, does that create light? If we could make a lot of those, maybe we could use those to light up some more of this area. It's a shame we don't get seeds from this. I do wonder, maybe we need to bone meal that, but we'll look into that later. Let's go chop some oak trees. Got our little bridge here. Very simple construction. Kind of looks like someone placed a couple planks together, which is exactly what it's made out of, so that's kind of cool. I just love playing Minecraft with shaders. Very relaxing. It's just got a nice look to it. Okay, we got a big tree over here. Depending on how many logs we get, we might want to consider using logs in some of the support structure underneath the initial area of the walkway, or like the bridge area. Still don't know exactly what to call it, but it's basically like a custom mineshaft bridging, almost like a suspension bridge. A very rustic suspension bridge, since I'm not putting in very much thought as to where different parts go, but that is all right. And it started raining. Hopefully no thunderstorm, but I think I do enjoy the rain, so let's see if we can just chop trees in the rain for the afternoon here. Alright, so let's see if we can get some more saplings on the way back. There we go. And we'll just plant a couple even closer to our base this time, just a little further along. Alright, I think that's good for now. That's 52 logs. I don't know how many we're going to need if we want to use logs as part of the build. As an example, I think this bridge could use a couple support beams here. Maybe here. And then it just needs a slab. And we'll put another one here. There we go. And we'll just put 2 more on the other side as well. I think that still looks good. And this one here, I think we'll also put it inside a little bit. Yeah, maybe right here. Yeah, I think that looks better. Now it looks more like a bridge. Maybe we'll even add 1 more plank there. Get rid of the grass. Now it kind of looks like it's sort of meant to be here. Perfect. So let's head back. Actually, we picked up some dirt here, so let's just fill some of this in. Much better. There we go. Hey, buddy. Oh, you got another one for me already. Perfect. Let's plant that. I guess it's probably useful to be nearby these guys as often as you can, because they will drop the seeds, and I guess if you're not nearby, you might miss out on collecting them and they might despawn, so that is something good to note. Oh, this is looking really nice in the rain here. Let's have a quick look out on the pier. Oh yeah, this is nice. Alright, let's head over there. Actually, before we continue on with the chains, let's see what we can do for a bit of a support here. I want to sleep off the night, but I'm actually really enjoying the ambience of the rain here. Not necessarily the noise, but I really like the look of it right now. But I think let's fall asleep on the top of this little hill here. Okay, let's start by doing 2 vertical pillars coming down from here and see what that looks like. Perhaps what we'll do as well is collect some vines and see if we can put them on the sides of the bridging as well. But yeah, okay, this is looking good. Let's add some more. Okay, so there's one side. And it needs a slab up there as well. There we go. And the other side is right here. And let's go down the vine here. Okay, so that one didn't need to go very far. Okay, that's looking cool. Now, I guess it would technically need some logs going out this way, like so, to sort of look like they're helping with the support. That one needs to go though. And I missed it. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's make sure we eat our cookies. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna stop right here, put a log straight down, attach it to this one. And then going forward, we're going to do something where it goes upwards with chains and attaches to that. Perhaps it needs to go inwards a bit and then up. So we'll figure that out when we get there, but let's finish this. And we'll just use cobblestone as a sort of a scaffolding here, even though we have bamboo. So we could make real scaffolding. This is just a little simpler for right now. So I'm thinking something like this. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Right, we need to put the slabs in there still, but we can do that from the top. I think that's gonna be okay. I do wonder what it would look like more arched. Sort of more like this. Yeah, I think how we had it was good. Okay, let's go put the slabs in the tops of those. There's one. And the other. Okay. And now I want to look and see how many... Okay, we have some planks left, but I think we'll definitely need to get more. So let's see, can we... I think we can attach to that. It's pretty high up, but yeah, what if we did something like this with fences? Fence there. Copper again, and then repeat that way up there. And then we'll go iron all the way up. So let's build up and just continue to place this iron chain. And maybe we'll do a second one there if it reaches. But this is this is already pretty high up here. Would be kind of cool to get a glowberry coming down from up there. Maybe we'll have to do that. Okay, let's see if we can get a piece of wood to come down right there. And a fence. Copper and iron the rest of the way. There we go. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that is quite the chain. It's a little hard to see actually. But I think that'll do it. And maybe we'll do like a wood archway, just a small one, and then repeat the chain link on the right side as well. I think that'll look pretty cool. So let's just repeat it once more here. Now let's climb up. Probably use cobblestone. Okay, and then from here, let's do something like that. And then I think it just needs a fence and a copper and the rest of the iron. Maybe we'll put some torches up here just to light it up. But maybe, yeah, that would be cool to get some glowberries growing up here. We'll see if we get around to that. Okay, let's see. So yeah, that looks pretty cool, especially with the torches up there. It really helps us see this at night. So now we've got some supports here, as well as the first two chains. I think we're good on chains. It's looking good. Yeah, because we even have two over on this side on the bridging, the spiral area, and one over here. I think we just need to worry about glowberries because here at night we can actually have a closer look as to what we still need. Because, yeah, so we have a lot all on this side. And we still need some more maybe further down if we can. But mainly, I would love to get this whole area covered as well. So that is what we're going to focus on in the morning. Let us go to sleep on this hill once again. Wow, look at the stars. I don't stay up late enough to actually appreciate the stars. But it's a very nice night. All right. In fact, what is it going to take? I think we can use shears for vines, right? Yes, we can. Okay. I'm just going to take a couple of these. And I just want to see if I can maybe grow these on... Oops, I keep dropping them. Just want to see if I can grow some of these maybe on the bridge, or at least on the side here, just to kind of help it blend in a little bit. Maybe here, one there. You know, we can even have it, maybe have one coming down from there. We can't place them on slabs. Maybe we can place them on that. I don't want to add too many. I want to mostly just use glowberries, but it's nice to have some variety. Maybe one there. Put one on the rock as well. Maybe for fun, we'll just place the last two. And maybe we'll place one right there. And the last one further over at the back entrance. Honestly, maybe right there. Yeah, I think that looks cool. Okay, that reminds me, let's chop down the ones, or most of the way of the ones that don't have any berries. That'll hopefully make them grow with berries. And it'll also save us on bone meal. Let's make sure that it doesn't have any before we chop them. There we go. But they're growing nice and long. I really do like that. All right, let's go get some more glowberries and some bone meal. Let's also check up on our sniffer and see if it's dug up any other seeds for us. Do you have anything for us? You do. Okay, another pitcher pod. Thank you, sir. Did you just dig up another one? I think I heard something. You got something? No, you don't. You can't fit through here, can you? No, okay. Okay. Let's get these glowberries. Once again, let's trim the rest. So we got 4 from that, and we have 8 bone meal, so that's not a lot. Let's grab some building blocks, just to be able to build outwards. Yeah, I think we have enough cobblestone. I think that'll be good for building. Maybe we'll grab some cobwebs as well. I did end up taking some of these back when we were getting cobwebs, so could be fun to add some of those into the build. Maybe we make lanterns. Instead of all of the torches that we have, I think that'll look much nicer. Okay, we've got 18 lanterns. Maybe we'll make just a few more. We want to make sure this area is nicely lit up. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that is looking good, actually. And let's start putting the glowberries underneath the archway here. In fact, do we want to grow one on this somewhere? Just gonna place one right there. And then as far as cobwebs, I'm thinking we could just add them as accents, sort of in the corners of the rock. I'm not exactly sure where yet. Maybe up here. Again, not too many, but just enough to make this look a little bit more interesting. A little bit more old and lived in. Maybe one there. Here. Maybe one there. This side doesn't have much going on, so maybe we'll add a few cobwebs. I think this was preventing the glowberry from growing here, actually. So that should help. Yeah, it's starting to come together. It's looking pretty cool. Okay, that's looking interesting. I might change my mind on these ones, we'll see. Okay, so while we're still up here, let's see if we can find some places to put lanterns. We'll take the torches away since the sun is setting. Yeah, for instance, right here would be a great spot. Just put a lantern right on top like this. Maybe another one right here. Oh yeah, this area needs one. Maybe we'll put it right in the rock. Like right there. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Maybe we'll do the same over here. Maybe this one can just go on the ground, like that. Nice little variation. Okay, we'll take all the torches away. Yeah, we'll just start placing our lanterns now. I think we'll put one right here. Maybe one there. And one here. Again, just a little variation. Let's see what this looks like. I think we'll add one here as well. Okay, we still need one more over here. I think this is a little too dark. Okay, there we go. And we'll put one in here as well. That's looking really good so far. And let's see, we can get some glowberries to grow here. Take that one off. How's this looking? Yeah, another one in here would be good. Thinking we get a glowberry to grow above us here. Oops, a little too high. Maybe somewhere like that. We'll just see if that one grows a berry. And we'll add one here, the bone meal. Same for that guy there. Oh yeah, let's take our torches away. So I'm just bone mealing the bushes that don't quite have any actual glowing berries on them. Of course, we'll come back and we'll get some more bone meal from our house, and we'll do more of that a little later on. This is a good spot for another lantern. Just needs a slab under it. Very nice. Maybe another good spot for some lanterns. Something like that. See, I've dropped some glowberries down there, so I think I'll just quickly go grab those. I'll be back in a minute. It's really starting to come together around here. I think this corner could use some more light, so another glowberry or two would be good here. Not sure how to do that yet, though. Maybe I'll dig down from here. And let's hope for a glowberry to spawn there. Okay, very nice. It would be great to get some more bone meal so we could guarantee some more spots here, like that one up there, but let's put a lantern here for now. I feel like this area is looking even nicer than our little home area here, but I think this area is looking quite cozy. So yeah, I think it's nice to spend time in other areas of your base as well. Doesn't just have to be surrounding your house area. Okay, very nice. So let's go sleep through the night in our home, and then we'll see if we can make some more bone meal in order to grow some more glowberries for under there. And before we do that, look at this. Oops. It's looking like we have a flower here. Yeah, we've got torch flowers. I wonder what you can make with these. Okay, so we can make orange dye. Let me see if we can make anything else. Okay, so I think this will be great to be able to use as just a very subtle lighting. You can maybe plant it in pots or make a little garden area, maybe even up there somewhere. I'm not sure, maybe around our house would be better. But yeah, so it's looking like it doesn't have very many uses other than, I guess, decorative for now, which is kind of cool. Just going to reset our farms here. It is looking like the next day is upon us here. We've got sunrise coming. So maybe we'll just stay up tonight and we'll just watch the sunrise for the first time in a long time, or maybe the whole video. And I think we'll change these out to be lanterns. So maybe we'll put some slabs up here. Can we hang lanterns? No. Maybe up here we can hang some lanterns. That looks kind of cool. Maybe we'll even finish that like this. Wow. Yeah, and look at the sunrise. Very nice. You know what? We'll give Floaty a lantern as well. Make sure his light is always on. And we can even plant a torch flower maybe nearby his tombstone. That looks kind of cool. And let's add the other one in here as well. I like this one a lot, so maybe we'll put it up here. Yeah. Any more seeds? Yep, you got another torch flower seed. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Maybe I should just name the sniffer Sir. That would be funny. Okay. Let's throw everything in the composter. In fact, let's do all of the beetroot. We don't need all this. I'm just going to take down these trapdoors here. Okay, we've got 7 bone meal. That is really good. I think we can finally do what I've been saying we should do. And that is to hang some more glowberries up there. I'm gonna bone meal that one there, I think. I'm hoping this one and this one will just grow glowberries on their own. I have realized something though. This whole bridging area actually is not the most safe because it has no railings on the edges. Now I'm not too concerned because I am in survival mode and I won't be showing any deaths. If I do die, I'll definitely tell you about it, but I won't be showing anything shocking like that. But yeah, having said that, I'll just have to be a little careful on the edges here. Make sure I don't fall off the edge by accident. Anywho, speaking of edges, I think it is time that we start bridging out underneath here and placing some more glowberries. So I'm just going to spend some time doing that now. It is very dark though. Yeah, I think we'll go in this line here, sort of along here. I think I'll make a pathway of these blocks first, and above the pathway is where we're going to place our glowberries. Okay, let's put our first one up here. And to make sure that there is some light coming, I'm going to bone meal each of them. It's even hard to see where it is. Okay, I'm going to bone meal this. Now let's go back down. Let's put another one up here. So we've got 4 to work with right now, but we do have a few bone meals, so I think we'll be able to make a couple more. Okay, let's put another one up here. Maybe we'll do one here and one there. Oh yeah, let's make sure to bone meal each of these. Let's just grab this one here and we'll bone meal one more, and we'll just place these 2 and hope that they grow. Yeah, that's already looking much better. In fact, let's just go all the way back here. And let's go up. Place one there. Maybe place one there. And I think that'll do it. so long as, you know, they grow glowberries. Okay, so that sort of does it for our suspension bridge here in the cave. At least for now. And I think we'll maybe finalize it later on. I'm not sure if we're going to remove all these torches down here, but I do like how we used very little torches and mostly natural lighting up here. And I guess we just used lanterns, not torches. So that looks really nice. Yeah, and then we'll just see if any more of these grow as it grows further down. I think that'll look good. Yeah, this is coming together. Maybe we want to try and do a little trap door. Yeah, look at that. And the light still kind of comes through. Since we have these trap doors, we may as well use them, see if it looks any good. I think that looks kind of cool. Like protecting the lanterns. Yeah, there we go. Let's look at it from far away. In fact, I think we've earned ourselves a bit of a fishing adventure. So I'll just go get a fishing rod. Surely we have a fishing rod still. Apparently not. So I'll just make a new one. That is alright. Alright, let's put all of our building stuff away. We won't be needing these for a little while. We are going to take a break from building and get into something even more relaxing. Alright. Oh, that's looking very interesting. Maybe we need to find a different type of trapdoor, because that is standing out a bit too much, a little bit more than I want it to. So we may need to find something in a gray color so it blends more in with the rock. I'm not sure, I think a pale oak or something is really the only option, so I don't think we'll be going there, but anyway, we'll see what we can do. Let's just go to sleep for now. So, this morning, let's just focus on fishing. It's interesting now that I walk around and I see all these torches here. I can't help but think of replacing all of them with lanterns. But I think we'll have to find a lot more iron for that before we are willing to spend that much iron on just lighting. Alright, so let's do some fishing. And let's just look at our build from far away. Maybe we'll notice something we want to add to it, or not. I do see some of the glowberries here. They're already growing, which is nice. I don't really know what the fish are doing, but that's okay. Yeah, we got a stick. So I think I'll just fish for a while. We are definitely in need of some name tags. I would say at least 2, because we've got our horse to name and the sniffer. And we already have a name for the sniffer. I think I'm just going to call it Sir. Because I just keep referring to it as Sir. I think the horse definitely needs something nicer than that, though. Something else I was considering, I think I mentioned it earlier, was seeing if we can find some diamonds. Now, I'm not sure how much caving we're actually going to do that, But I'm thinking maybe we make a mine shaft that sort of digs straight down, and maybe we can use that to get some diamonds down at the lower depths in a safe way, kind of like strip mining. Oh, hold on, we got a rod. Okay, that's a really good rod. This one will never break. So I think this one will be the one we use from now on. And it's also got some added chance of getting a treasure item, which will be great. And I think name tags classify as treasure. Oh, did we just get a bow? We did. So there's treasure already. Power 3, punch 1. Oh, slightly not very similar to the one that we already have, but so we'll see if name tags come up sooner or not, and if they don't, we might need to just actually fish with a regular rod. Okay, we got some leather boots. If you ask me, I would not classify that as treasure, but that's okay. It seems like we're probably going to get name tags this way faster than we were before, so that's always nice. I think as I spend more time in this area here, looking at this build and this huge cavernous area, I think my favorite part is how at different times of the day the light actually comes through in different ways. So right now it's kind of coming from behind the rock, so it'll come through this sort of opening and over the edge of the hill, and even later on in the day even more so. But earlier on in the day, of course, the sun will come from this side and it'll shine more on the front side of the rocks. And yeah, every single time of day I think is very unique and nice in its own way. That's something specific that I've just been thinking about while looking at this and while we're fishing here. And I think something else I would like to do, now looking at this area from here, it would be kind of cool to perhaps build it out a little bit and make this almost like a gazebo roof right here. Could do like a little platform here and make this sort of part of a roof. Because it kind of looks like it already is from here almost, this part here. But we'll see. We'll see if we get to that. I think maybe something we'll do next is go down and look for diamonds. But I would like to see the best place for that, where we would like to make our little mine shaft, and maybe if we want to build something around there too. Once again, it is raining, but it is looking nice. And we got a bone. That's 3 free bone meal. Perfect. Or I could have saved it. We could have tamed a dog, but that's okay. Oh, we've got a book. Multi-shot and aqua affinity. That is interesting. We're getting some special books now, which is cool. But I think it is time for bed. Let's collect our flowers here. Oops, that one was not ready. got any more seeds for me? Yes, you do. Very nice, thank you. And yeah, I was thinking in terms of this area we want to call a mine shaft. Oh, look at that, the glowberry is growing there. That looks cool. Same for the vines. Since it already opens up here, and we do have a bit of a little staircase here, what we could do is we could just continue this straight down and see if we can get to diamond level. And basically, yeah, just start it from here. So let me show you. So yeah, we could just come down here and maybe just even ignore that area. And we just go this way. Yeah, and we can just simply continue this. Now, that might be, although spinning that much might be a little bit disorienting, so on second thought, we'll just dig a staircase straight downwards. And I think I will make some stairs just to make sure we have a faster way to come up and down. There, we actually already have a bunch of cobblestone staircases there. That's great. And then we'll want to make some iron pickaxes. Probably just 2 for now. Yeah, we're actually... Oh no, we've got coal here, okay. Well, we are running a little bit low on coal, so if we do see any, that would be something good to get. Let's collect a few glowberries here. Oh, there's quite a few. Perhaps we will just plant them all here, so that when we come back up they will be all grown and hopefully have more berries for us. So I think we're ready to go down. Okay, so what we'll do actually is just build the staircase in this direction, straight down. And I'll just make sure to dig 1 extra block so we can put stairs down. And that'll help us come back up much faster. And I think for now I'll just block that up there. So yeah, let's place our first stairs. Okay, so that's what it's gonna basically look like. Very good. Let's keep going. This is definitely one of those tasks that's very repetitive, but relaxing to me at least. The task is simple, just trying to dig as low as possible into the ground. In fact, one of the best areas that I'm aware of for diamonds is actually bedrock. And so we are just going to try and dig all the way to the bottom. And if we see a cave, we are not going to approach it unless there's obviously diamonds, right in front of us. But I would say typically I'm just going to try and stay out of caves in order to be as safe and relaxing as possible. Alright, my stone pickaxe just broke, so now it'll be much faster with this iron pickaxe. And I think that's going to be more satisfying and help us make progress just a little bit faster. We're also getting a lot of stone doing this, so can't help but think if there might be type of build we want to do with stone or stone brick, cobblestone. So I'll just put that in the back of my mind for now, just to think about for later. It looks like we've popped out into a cave, and this is clearly an extension of the one that we've been building into, which I was thinking might happen. So let's see if we can just continue our staircase, maybe down into that, because yeah, I do see some mobs and we don't really want to get into any trouble right now. Maybe we'll just make a little tunnel right here. Tunnel never hurt anybody. In fact, it kept everyone safe. I may as well place some torches down. So I'll just build this little tunnel here, and I'll check back in with you guys once that's done. Now I do see some coal around here, so before I continue, I think it's okay to just grab a little bit of this coal here. As I said, we are running a little low, so I'll just grab this one pocket here and then we'll continue. Alright, that's enough of the coal, and I'm just gonna finish the little tunnel here. It's funny how I was saying we were gonna build something with this cobblestone, and I ended up just using it for this tunnel. That is exactly why we have it. Yeah, and the reason I'm doing this is just for ease, just to absolutely guarantee our safety every time we come down here, because there's no reason we need to be shocked when coming down to mine. So there we go. That should keep us nice and safe. Okay, so I just checked F3, and it looks like we are on level 29. And from my understanding, I think it's in the negatives, something like minus 40 or minus 50 is where we need to end up to. So it will be a little while. And so what I'll do is just check back in with you if we find anything interesting. Otherwise, I will update you once we hit bedrock. Okay, so I've actually just dug into a mine shaft, which is a different one than the one that we obviously have on the surface here. So I'm just going to place torches and cover this up, but this will be maybe something we revisit later. Alright, so we've been digging for a while, and as you can see, we have reached bedrock. And around here we should be able to find some diamonds. But yeah, we are down here because this is a safe area where we can just do some tunneling and digging and looking for some diamonds. That was a goal of mine, to hope that we could find some, make some tools and an armor. And it's just a satisfying and quite relaxing process to dig and search for them. Now I do hear lava, so we do need to be a bit careful. I also have a very full inventory, so let's just drop some stuff we don't need. I mentioned before that there was, just up that staircase somewhat, we have a mine shaft, and I'm looking for a name tag still, so it might be worth checking that out. on the way up. But yeah, I'm gonna just be mining basically like this in strip mining fashion in one direction, and yeah, we'll just turn around at some point and probably go over by 1 or 2. Ah, redstone. That's the first time we've got redstone. You know what? We will take it. You never know what we need to use redstone for. This is definitely one of my favorite ways to mine. I think a lot of people enjoy caving, and I think that there is a time and place for that as well. I think what I like about mining like this in a straight line is it's kind of like a roll of the dice. What are you gonna find behind this straight line? Versus when you're, of course, when you're going through a cave, everything is somewhat exposed and it's more dangerous. So there is something nice about just coming through here in a straight line and just seeing what's gonna pop out of nowhere. Of course, we're not just gonna mine for multiple days in a row. We're gonna head back up pretty soon. Alright, we found ourselves in a bit of a predicament. I'm gonna have to mine this furnace by hand because I forgot to bring sticks down here for a pickaxe. I have everything else, but I use the sticks to make torches. And there goes the furnace. So silly me, I don't see it. No, I don't have any torches or a stone pickaxe. So I'm gonna head all the way back to grab some sticks. And while we're up there, we'll check in with our sniffer and anything else. Grab some sticks, make a pickaxe or 2, and we'll come back down. But yeah, look at this. This is our staircase. Pretty efficient, if I do say so myself. Bringing us all the way back up. And there we go. It's daytime in our beautiful, peaceful world here. Look at that. Still some work to be done perhaps, but I do think that that is looking nice. Of course, our farms, yeah, they look like they're all filled in. We'll grab these. You got any? Yeah, you got another pitcher pod for me. No torch flower, no worries. Thank you, sir. Alright, let's do a quick little farm reset. This has just become a routine. Just gonna do this all the time. Super relaxing. Just resetting the farms. Alright, and I think we're gonna focus on bone meal again. Oh yeah, wow, okay, look at all that. So let's just toss all of our seeds, carrots, beetroot into the compost machine. Let's grab our glow berries while we're here. This has just become a full-on glowberry farm in here. Doesn't even look like a house anymore. And I'm just gonna trim them down once again. We'll place some more. Yeah, we're just gonna fill in this whole house. Alright, I'm just gonna drop off some of our materials here because our inventory is getting quite full. We may as well make some more bread here. And of course, the whole reason we came back was to make some sticks. And thankfully, because we don't have a lot of wood, we do have bamboo. So let's make an iron pickaxe. And I think we will be set to use that. I'm not sure how long one iron pickaxe will last, but we will just use it until it runs out. And then we'll come back up. Oh yes, and right around here, I believe right here is where the other mine shaft was, pretty close to the top. Might even connect to our old mine shaft. But yeah, we're definitely going to have to explore that, and I think that gives us motivation to find some diamonds. Because if we can find diamonds, we will be extremely safe in there. And yeah, I just want to be extremely safe, especially in this playthrough where I'm just trying to help you guys fall asleep and relax. Oh, it's hard not to just take all this iron here, but we're here for diamonds. Let's use our pickaxe only on stone and diamonds from now on. But yeah, we've got some name tags to find because we want to name our sniffer and we want to name our horse. And I think I have a name for our horse. It's pretty random, but I was thinking about it the other day, talking to my wife. And we're just gonna name the horse Sammy. Sammy the horse. Speaking of the horse, we are also going to take it out on another adventure after we find enough diamond to make a full set of armor. And we'll just see if we can find like a cherry blossom biome, or just there's so many biomes now in Minecraft where they each have some really unique item or especially plant life that we might want to use for our garden or some of our build. I think a cherry blossom sapling would be really cool. Perhaps if we find a bigger desert, we could explore that, or a mesa biome. I am playing on a slightly outdated version of Minecraft. I think this is the one. It's just because I wanted to use shaders, but I'm pretty sure this is the one that's just before the new update, which basically is the it's like some fall color forest, which I think I've mentioned before, but it would be great to play that. Yeah, I might even play on that, make a world in that biome next, and just play that for a long time. Okay, as much as I said diamonds should be nearby, I'm not finding any at all. Just redstone and iron. Having said that, diamonds are rare, of course, so, you know, we might just have to keep going. So we've gone for a while in a straight line, so let's turn around, and we'll do that by going over 3 blocks and then turning back. That way covering these sides of the block, because if we see a diamond on this side here, we don't need to dig straight this way. We'll be able to basically cover more ground if we just go over 3 blocks instead of 2. And yeah, so let's turn back this way and see if anything pops up. diamond-wise. I think it's a nice break from doing things above ground. But this pickaxe will break pretty soon. And what we'll do then is head back up and we'll go find some trees to chop because we do need some more wood for sticks. In fact, we could just go to the bamboo forest and just chop a bunch of bamboo. Then we'll make a couple pickaxes and come back down. But because of our staircase, I don't mind the up and down a little bit. And this might seem a little boring to watch this kind of long form, but honestly, that's kind of the point. I'm not trying to be boring. I'm hoping this is at least somewhat entertaining. But of course, I want it to be, you know, sleepy enough for you to focus more on sleeping than on what I'm doing. So, digging in a straight line, doing some strip mining, digging in a straight line in multiple directions just to look for diamonds is more of a very repetitive process. Can definitely be a little boring, but perhaps it's just interesting enough to keep you watching, but not too stimulating, so you're able to relax and fall asleep to my voice. Okay, it is nighttime up here. So let's head to bed, fall asleep. Alright, look at that, we've already got some glowberries. But yeah, let's head to bed before we do anything. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't have any wood. Nope, no wood, just one plank here, one stick. Alright, let's throw in some cobbled deep slate in there. We'll even put our staircases. And we'll just smelt up all the iron that we have. Might as well. There we go. And I say let's go for a little swim and let's chop some bamboo. In fact, let's let's head across our little lily pad bridge here. Check out the pigs and chickens. Hello, everyone. In fact, let's grab a couple seeds. Let's feed the chickens while we're here. Which one haven't I fed? There we go. Alright, we've got some baby chickens now. Alright, that reminds me, yeah, so I'm on the version that's... Oh, look at that, some free arrows, I'll take that. Like I mentioned before, I'm on the version of Minecraft that's just before the update of all the cute baby mobs that they added. Forget what that's called, but they did update the look of all of the baby mobs, and I'm very curious to see that, but because I wanted to play with some added shaders, I had to use just a slightly older version to start this world. But in the future, we'll definitely get to see some of that in other worlds that I play in. Alright, look at all this bamboo. That's a lot. Guess while we're here, we can't neglect giving the bamboo to the pandas here. And you too. There you go. And all this bamboo's gonna grow back nicely. Look at that, it's already growing quickly, so no worries there. In fact, I'm just gonna turn all of this into sticks, because it doesn't make a whole ton of them, as you can see, 2 stacks equals 1 stack. So I'm just going to turn all this into sticks. We should be good for a long time on sticks. And, well, we know where to come back if we need any more. So, well, here's our boat that we made a little while ago. And let's chop our sugar cane while we're here. And let's throw it in the composter after we check for some seeds. Sir, do you got anything for us? Nothing? Okay. No problem. Alright, let us compost the sugar cane. Grab some berries. And do our little trim routine. Just the glowberry haircut routine. Alright, and we've got 2 now, so we'll just throw those in right there. And we do have a couple lanterns. I'm thinking maybe let's actually take away our torches. It's time to upgrade into lanterns. And let's make a few more. I'm just going to make 2 more lanterns. And let's see, where should we put them? Maybe we'll just place it, yeah, right there in the corner. Sorry, we'll have to remove that one there. And we'll just add them here. Look at that. All 4 corners. Yeah, that's looking much more cozy, I think. Okay, we've got plenty of sticks now. In fact, I don't think we need this many. That's better. Let's make a bunch of torches. And I will actually make 1 iron pickaxe and we'll make 2 stone pickaxes. So those will be our backups. We'll just do a bit of organizing here. We've got our food, torches, and tools. So I think we're set. Alright, let's head back down. See if we can get those diamonds. Yeah, and I plan on, as an example, giving ourselves a little bit more headroom here. Maybe next time we come up or down. Just want to dig 1 more so that we have a nice and smooth up and down. No need to bonk our forehead. Alright, so we went this way and then we turned around 2 blocks, 3 blocks, and so what I'll do is I'll just dig to meet up with the other side of the corridor that we had dug. And we'll just do this until we reach it. And then I think we'll find another place to mine, just maybe another direction. But we should be finding diamonds pretty soon here. And I'll be sure not to use the entire durability of the iron pickaxe. So maybe when it gets to halfway, I'll save it in case we find diamonds. We will need the iron. We will need the iron pickaxe to use on the diamonds. Well, it looks like we went quite far. Oh, right when I said that. Perfect. Okay, so we've reached the tunnel. And now, just because, let's just go in a different direction altogether. We'll just go straight this way. We're getting already close to halfway with our iron pickaxe here. I like to use iron, maybe for obvious reasons, but it just mines a lot faster. but because of that, it does tend to break a lot faster as well. I don't know if the durability is that much better than stone. Well, would you look at that? We have found diamonds, and it is a lot of diamonds. Wow. We've done it. That feels nice. Okay, we've got 8. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, 8 is the biggest vein you can find of diamonds. I was starting to think we might not find diamonds at all. Wow, okay, that's great. Okay, so just for the sake of safety, I'm just gonna make a chest plate right away. Just like that. And we're just gonna use diamond armor going forward. Every time we find diamonds, we'll put it towards armor. And any extra diamonds we find, we'll make tools with them. I think that'll be great. You know, I was thinking another option we could approach is potentially using villagers to get armor. I think if we find a lot of iron, we can trade with an armorer and we can upgrade them quickly. And that way we can acquire even more diamond armor. Perhaps we're okay with just searching for it ourselves. Same for a toolsmith. We can make a toolsmith and trade iron and whatever else for diamond tools eventually. But at the moment, I think this is more fun, more relaxing. And who doesn't like a little adventure anyways? Because even down here when you're strip mining just above bedrock, you never know what you're gonna find. And at the same time, it's probably one of the safest methods for finding diamonds as well. So let's just continue. Now, I'm sure whoever's listening to this, you're probably even more skilled at Minecraft than I am, to be honest. But the reason I bring that up is there might be a few of you who are new to Minecraft or are interested in learning a little bit about the do's and don'ts of Minecraft. So I would be happy to share the very little knowledge that I do have. Look at that, there's a lot of lapis around here. I do like this blue colored ore. But yeah, something I was thinking about mentioning was as you're mining, even down at bedrock, I think a really good habit is to stay, let's see, how far away am I? 1, 2, 3 blocks or so. Stay about 2 to 3 blocks away from the blocks you're mining. Because, let's say I'm mining this close. What if lava was right behind this block? Or what if there was a cave? I mean, in this case with bedrock, there isn't a cave below me, but it is entirely possible that a cave can be below you when you're mining in Minecraft. And a cave could be above you, and it could have lava. And so, just on the topic of safety, a good habit is to stay a bit further back so you have the ability to run if you need to, or you can place a block really quickly. Because in a playthrough I recorded with my wife recently, we actually happened to lose a hardcore world because one of us fell in a little hole here. Of course, we were much higher. We weren't at a bedrock level because, of course, bedrock you can't mine, so you can't fall through. But we learned a lot from doing that, and so when you can, you just want to make sure you stay back as much as possible, and you look at the floor and you look at the ceiling. But down here, while I'm mining our way back, you don't need to worry about any of that, because your main focus should be relaxing and potentially falling asleep if that's what you're watching these videos for. And yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying these videos and are feeling relaxed when you listen to my voice. Okay, so we've gone through 2 stone pickaxes already. No worries, we'll be making more while we're down here. Those of you who watch these videos, not sure you know, but I typically try and record these in the morning. That's when I feel the most relaxed and when the house is the most quiet. So I've got my cup of coffee and I am ready to get into it. Was that cobblestone? Did I come this way? Oh. Well, interesting. I think we'll just, yep, do that. Okay, so I have gone in many directions. Let's try this way. I remember doing this old torch trick back in what, like 2012 or something. I feel like this was something brand new that nobody did when I did it, or at least I was told by somebody to try and do it, and I didn't see anyone else try it. You don't even have to dig the gravel, you just have to place a torch under it. Also, at the same time as recording this, I'm recording 100 days surviving on an island only, and I'm doing that with my wife on our other channel. It's going well so far, although we have lost a few worlds. I think we're on our 3rd run now, and we're on day 11 or something, and it's going well, but it's funny because I'm doing the same thing as I'm currently doing in that world right now. We are underground digging for diamonds and getting suited up. It's a lot more important in our hardcore world because we don't want to lose the world and lose our progress. But in this world, we're also doing it just for safety. But it's a bit of a deja vu situation. Sometimes I just have to remind myself why we're down here and refocus into our mission for this video on the Sleep channel. I think the best part about recording these videos is I can just relax and just chat with you quietly, and I can just focus on enjoying myself and keeping you guys company and relaxed, and I don't have to worry about survival too much. My goodness, it is a lot harder to find diamonds than I remember. Oh yeah, now something we did discover on the other channel while recording our island video is actually copper tools are better than I thought. Because I'm using a stone pickaxe right now, I guess I could use iron. I've been picking up some iron. That would be a little bit faster. But copper tools do actually mine a bit faster than stone. I was under the impression they would be as slow as stone, or maybe as durable as stone and slightly faster, but they're quite a bit faster. Aha! Here we go. We got some diamonds. I can't even pick them up. Okay. There we go, 2 diamonds. Let's see, is there any more around it? But yeah, we should be using copper tools if we can make them when we head back up, because I would like to go a little faster and still try not to use our iron pickaxe if we can avoid it. Okay, so it does work. We are getting some diamonds. That's good. Now, if you guys are enjoying these videos and sleeping to them, by all means, ignore what I have to say and just try and relax and fall asleep. But those of you who are watching these videos and really enjoy, staying awake while watching these and sort of treating these more like a regular playthrough video, do leave a comment about your favorite moment in the videos, or if you have like a favorite biome. I'm curious what your favorite biome is. I am super curious about the new biome, like I said before, at the Dappled Forest. I'm super curious to play on that, so I think that's what the next series will be. We'll be playing a bunch of episodes in a world where it's only the Dappled Forest. I think that's what I'm going to do. So that'll be pretty exciting for the future, but we still have quite a while in this series, so that'll be in a little while. Okay, and we're back, and I can make more torches. Let's do that. In fact, let's make all of them into torches. Okay. Let's go back to our home and just check in with it, see how things are going. It's been a little while. Drop off some materials and see where we're at with everything. All right. Let's have a look at our mine shaft suspension bridge thingy. Yeah, that is looking like what I remembered. That's pretty good. Okay, so we've got, yeah, look at that. So that's what I wanted. A few more berries to grow sort of down these vines. I wonder how long they grow. Look how long they grow. Okay, that's actually crazy. This one here has only, I guess, like 1 or 2 at the top and nothing down there. But that is wild. Okay. So I think one of the plans we had was to go explore a new biome. Just to go like on a serious adventure. Last time we went on a bit of a miniature adventure and found Sir over here. That's what we're gonna call him. And we've got all these flowers here, like this one here. Tons of flowers. And these torch flowers, which look pretty cool. And we also wanted to check out the mine shaft that is somewhere down there in the staircase that we've got going on, because we might be able to find some name tags in chests, because we got to name this big boy here, and we got to name you, which, yeah, we decided we're going to name Sammy. Sammy the big horse. And let's grab some more glowberries. It is getting crowded in here. This is just our new morning routine. Just trim the glowberries. Yeah, we're seriously just gonna fill this whole house. 'Cause why not? Okay, it's looking a little crowded, I'll be honest, in these chests here. Yeah, we're looking pretty good on iron for now. I'm just gonna make another pickaxe, why not? Okay, we do have 1 feather, so I'm just gonna make a couple arrows. Because, at some point we're gonna explore a little bit, so just to be safe, we'll carry our bow with arrows. Do we have any copper still? No, not much, because we used it for chains. Which we still have some, actually. Actually, let's grab our bone meal. Let's go check out our suspension bridge and see if there's any glow berries we can grow, just to be sure we have as much lighting in this area as possible. And we can just walk around and enjoy this. Yeah, for instance, here would be a great spot. Look at that. Looking good. I do want to get some, you know, maybe the cherry wood could be a cool trapdoor. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I'd like to get some different trapdoors for those areas. You know, this is looking a little too overgrown for me. So I think we can use the shears here. And we can, I think we just click. I think we just use our left mouse button and that should stop it from growing further down. And same for here. Like that, that's better. We'll see if that works. I'm not sure if that's actually how it works. Okay, we can get a berry up there. Nice. That one needs a berry. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do a little careful bridging. Okay, here we go. Nice. Let's get one up there. Let's get one here. That one. That's looking pretty good. Maybe we'll get that one there. That right there. That's looking great. Yeah, I'm really liking this. Especially when you come from this side here. Wonder if we should, I don't know, do some kind of building on this side. I'm not sure what we would do. I don't know, we'll see. But this is a really cool looking side entrance or back entrance, I guess. Right, we were thinking maybe turning this into a, almost like a gazebo or like a bit of a lookout tower, outcrop, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, build this out a bit more into like a half circle, add a wood roof sort of from here to here, and then yeah, that could be like kind of a nice area to just hang out, put a little bench or something. So I think we'll put that in our back pocket and we'll think about that for later. Got some copper here if we want it. I feel like I'm gonna have to trim these more often than I want, but that's okay. And yeah, let's head back. It is looking good though. And yeah, I've considered, you know, whether we go to the Nether or not, because, you know, we can get lava pretty easily around here and a diamond pickaxe if we need to. But yeah, I don't really see a point in doing that in a relaxing video unless we absolutely want something like glowstone, in which case I would probably just go and not show much, because I don't know about you, but the Nether is not a relaxing place to be. And so yeah, I wouldn't want to show much or talk much through those moments. Oh, we got some gold. I will take it, why not? Oh, and more. I hope you guys are relaxing and just chilling out, doing whatever you do to wind down. If you're struggling to sleep or struggling to wind down a little bit, just do what I do and just take a few real deep breaths. Just an inhale And exhale. I didn't think I'd be taking you guys through breath control while recording videos, but yeah, that's a super good way to relax and wind down and lower your heart rate a little bit, which will help you settle in and fall asleep if you're struggling to fall asleep. I think for now I will grab some iron when I do see it, because we are going through iron pickaxes pretty quickly here. It might take me a while to find more diamonds, so what I'll do is actually just update you guys after a little while on what I've found. How many diamonds, if I find any more iron or gold, I'll just keep note of that and update you guys hopefully within about 5-10 minutes my time, but could be like half an hour, you never know. And I'll just bring you guys back in once I've collected diamonds, or if anything interesting happens, I will let you guys know. Alright, see you guys in a few. Alright, welcome back. We have found ourselves some diamonds, and as you can see, this is the only diamonds I have found, and it has been a while. I have made, oh, this is a lot actually, which is great. I have made 2 new iron pickaxes since we last spoke, and yeah, I've gone through in a second here, both of them, and have not found diamonds until now. Here, let me show you. I haven't even been able to pick up all my blocks because it has been a while. I ended up digging these tunnels 3 tall, at least some of the tunnels. Dug out all of the gravel here because sometimes this helps expose more diamonds, but no. And as you can see, another 3 tall tunnel that goes all the way back there. And yeah, every now and then another tunnel. And there goes all the iron we got except for a few pieces. So I have a new plan, and that plan involves not being scared and just going into the mine shaft. I don't have a full set of diamond. Maybe I should grab this iron while we talk. I don't have a full set of diamond armor yet, but I think that's going to be alright. For the most part, I'm not going to show, you know, fighting the spiders or running around and attacking monsters or getting attacked, because that's not super relaxing for you to watch. So if anything does happen, I will update you guys after the fact. Once I've, you know, lit up the cave and cleared out all the monsters. And I'll update you guys after that. But, hey sir, got anything for me? Why do you sound so sad? Huh. Anyways. Oh wow. Yeah, look at all these glowberries. Okay, so let's... You know what, I'm gonna dump all of the deep slate out here. That is a lot. So yeah, I am going to work my way into going into the mine shaft, because we will be able to find maybe even more diamonds just looking through there than doing what we're doing currently, apparently. Having said that, it's a bit more dangerous, but as I just explained to you, that'll be alright, because even if the worst happens, I will just tune you guys in after. Or at least during the parts where it's relaxing. Oh, we got a lot of glowberries this time from that, so that's great. Let's add the new ones. It's literally gonna be a full house of glowberries, and once it's full, I think I'll just take it all down, and we'll spread it somewhere else. Or maybe we'll make the whole ceiling glowberries. That's kind of cool, actually, and we'll like trim it to this height so it doesn't grow further down. But now the question is, yeah, I can't make pants. I can make a helmet. I'm wondering what the best course of action would be for armor. Oh, we've got 2. Okay, 2 in here. Forgot about that. So, yeah, let's just go diamond pants there. Save this guy. I guess we'll take that. You know what? May as well take a golden apple, just in case I need to quickly heal up for any reason. We'll take some blocks, of course. And we do need coal again. Oh, we are lacking a little bit. I'll make an iron pickaxe. And let's make some torches. Alright, let's sleep off the night. And in the morning, I'll check out the mine shaft. Alright, let's see what we can find. So first I'm gonna mine through here and just clear the spider spawner. Can hear lots of them spawning already. So I'll check in with you guys once I've done that. Okay, I have to tune you guys in for a second. Look at that. There's diamond right there. Okay. Bit of an update here. Let's just block this off here. Okay. Look at my inventory. Do you notice anything gone? Okay, other than my iron sword. We have no golden apple anymore. I may have panicked and eaten that. That is okay. Okay, let's make a couple swords here. I was getting a little close to, let's say, becoming eliminated. And I panicked and needed to eat a golden apple, and I'm glad I did, because I survived because of that. Got a little distracted by the diamond, and yeah, decided to just run instead of fight. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. And I got hit by a couple poisonous spiders. Okay, we got 5 diamonds now. I'm seriously just gonna add to our armor every single time we can. There we go. Brand new helmet. And yeah, that's funny. We were getting more diamonds, like I said, just from this mine shaft here. Look at that, something else I noticed. Don't know how rare this is, but deep slate coal, which is something we definitely need to grab, because we are lacking in the coal department. So this is great. If we had Silk Touch, I think this would be kind of a cool block to collect sort of fully intact, but that is all right. Okay, so we got 14 coal. That is really good. Let us continue with the mine shaft. And once again, if there is any fighting or anything stressful, I will just tune you guys out and back in. I really want to collect this lapis actually, because maybe we'll add some blue blocks into our build, because I really do like the look of these. Let's go back and grab that first. In case you guys don't know what it looks like, or have never tried, let's make a couple lapis blocks here. See what it looks like. Okay, it actually doesn't look as good as I thought. That is alright. Alright, down we go. I think I mentioned this before, but it's important to put torches on the right sides, because that way you won't get lost. Aha! Okay, we should have come up here a lot sooner. There's 2 more. Oh, and even more diamonds behind them. think that's a full set right there. Yep, 4. Okay. Well, I would not have shown that because that was a little shocking, but a bunch of zombies just interrupted me. I thought there might be a spawner nearby because that was kind of wild. They just cornered me in here. A little bit of a jump scare there. That's alright. I think our armor did quite well there. Of course, we're on normal difficulty, so nothing too crazy there. Oh yeah, there is a spawner right here. Okay. Let's light this up. There's 2 chests. Okay, that's great. Let's just make sure we're safe here. Okay, so this is a spider spawner. I thought it would be a zombie. And we've got some more diamonds down here. Just have to make some more torches. Okay, before we get too far, let's head back and have a look at the chests, I think. Because these just go on forever, oh my goodness. There's another chest right here. Okay, let's just check this one. Okay, nice. Pumpkin seeds. We don't really need anything, although I take the glowberries for now. Now you notice sometimes I do put torches on the ground because sometimes I don't know exactly if it's going to lead me back. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is like a giant mineshaft spawner room. This is a skeleton spawner room. Check this out. This is where the mineshaft exits out into a cave here. You can even see some more mineshaft over there. Very interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna head back. I think that's enough excitement for today, and we are just gonna check all of the chests that we have uncovered. Cool, we got some horse armor for our horse. Lots of bones, which is great. We don't need melon seeds. Maybe leather we'll take. Bread may as well. Oh, another leather. Let's grab the diamond as well. So if we want to make a skeleton spawner trap, we could. I don't know exactly how to do that, but that could potentially get us unlimited bone meal with all the bones that would produce. So something we might look into in the future. That could be kind of cool. Okay, I'm getting a little lost. I will check back in with you guys once I am back to the other spawner room with the 2 chests. Okay, I have made it back. Look at that, we got a name tag. Yes, that's exactly what we came for. And an enchanted golden apple. I don't think I've ever found that. Ever in Minecraft. So that's pretty cool. Another copper horse armor. I don't think we need 2, but it's hard not to just take it. Oh, we got a music disc. That's interesting. I didn't realize it, but we got a bow as well, but I'll leave that behind. More bones, more string. Okay, so we got our name tag. We are looking for one more still, but that's going to help us a lot. So yeah, let's find our way back. I think that's really good for today. There is still lots to explore, however. It's kind of funny how this rail is just floating. But yeah, let's head back. We can at least name one of our animals. We know we have some spawners down here. Spider for string if we want. Skeleton for bones, which is over here. So hopefully if I just follow my torches, which are on the left side, that'll bring me back. There's one on the left. I think this is the way back, yes. Okay, yeah, it's working. Let's head up. What a successful adventure. Alright, we have made it back. Let's empty out everything we have. I'm curious about the music disc. If that is relaxing music or not. Came away with a lot of bones. That's 16 bones. That'll be really good for bone meal or, you know, taming dogs. Look at all that. Let's turn all these lapis pieces into blocks. Because I think I will use this for decoration somewhere. That'll be kind of nice. And we have copper horse armor. Let's add that to our horse. There you go, Sammy. Looks kind of cool. I think gold or diamond might be nicer, but we'll take copper. Better than no armor. Let's collect all of these berries that have been growing while we were down there. Quite a few, actually. And let's trim them down again. Look at that, we have 12 total. So we can actually do the glowberry roof idea that I had here. I think we'll do it like this. We will bone meal. Oh, we've got one more here. Let's turn some of these bones, maybe 8 of them, into bone meal. And we'll just add berries to the entire bottom row here. Well, roughly. And we might need more bone meal, yeah. It's going to be nice and bright in here, that's for sure. You know what? I think we will just turn all of this into bone meal. Maybe in the future we will get a dog, but I don't think we want one right now. They do tend to be a little bit noisy. Okay, I think we're missing one right there. There we go. Let's get our shears out, and I think we can just, like I said before, just trim it here. Oops, and there comes a berry off of that. That's fine. And so as these grow down, I'll just use this to trim. Okay, that's good for now. Let's get to naming our sniffer. Okay, so we're gonna name him Sir. There we go. So let's put that name tag on Sir. Here you go, sir. Yeah, there you go. He's got a name now. Okay. That is good. We have made a lot of progress. Still need one more name tag for our horse Sammy. But I'm gonna make a jukebox because it only costs 1 diamond. And I'm just curious what kind of music will come out of this disc here. And since the ambience right now is quite nice with all the rain, I'm just gonna head over and chop some trees because I think we need some wood to make that. So let's head over here to where we have some trees growing. Got some free arrows there, not bad. Alright, let's chop this tree here. You know what? I'm not sure if I'll need it, but I'm just gonna use the shears here and collect some leaves, because you might want to add this for decoration here and there somewhere. You never know. I think it would be nice to actually kind of connect the path that's here up to the bridge in the future. Sir, do you have any more seeds for us? No? Okay. Alright, let's make the jukebox. Alright, let's put that right there. And let's see if the music is relaxing. Nope. Okay. That was quick, and we did not need to do that. That is alright. Alright, so let's do our little trimming here of the glowberries. I think maybe we need to right-click them. You know what? I think that's what we need to do. So we'll just do that. I think that's going to help stop them from growing. Okay, so those ones are all trimmed. We'll have to try and catch them as they come down a bit. So something I've been thinking about is using a shovel, sort of continuing our pathing, because we haven't been doing that for a little while. There is not even a path that connects up to the bridging over there, so let's work on the paths for a little bit here. I think, yeah, let's start the path going this way. And I think we'll just run it along the edge, kind of how we did it by the water. So I kind of like how it crests around the naturally formed dirt and grass here. And we could potentially add some slabs if we want to later for a bit of an easier travel. Yeah, and we'll just bring it all the way over here. We'll actually turn these into path blocks as well. I think that looks a bit better now. So this is our path back home. I think it's looking pretty good. Yeah, maybe I will add some slabs. Here we have a few jungle and a few oak, and I think that's fine. We'll just mix it up a little bit. So in fact, we actually need to add a lot more than I thought. Let's add a few here. And let's make a couple more. I'll add some up here. And we'll just add it like this every so often, just to make it so we don't have to jump. I think this area here needs a little bit of lighting. So maybe we'll come back with some lanterns and do the same that we did up there, but down here. Okay, I think that's it for slabs. So the path is nice and smooth now. Yeah, that's very nice. Alright, yeah, I think we should make a bunch of lanterns and kind of do the same thing we did with the suspension bridge around here. But I think first, let's fall asleep here. We may also want to add some oak leaves somewhere. Right, so one of the big problems we have here is actually what looks like not having any coal at all. And we actually don't have any torches made either. Okay, so that is something we need to take care of. And I do remember seeing some coal on the mountainside here, so let's take our horse, because it's been a while. Yeah, let's ride Sammy over to the coal here. Actually, it's just right here, but that's alright. I think there's a few pockets, so that's great. Because we're going to need coal for our torches, which we need to turn into lanterns. And potentially for smelting anything that we still need to smelt. So I'll just collect all 3 of these pockets of coal, and I'll check back in with you once all of that is done. Okay, turns out the pockets weren't as large as I thought, but we do have 34 coal, and I think that is more than enough to get started with the lanterns. So let's go find Sammy, and then we'll head back. If we need to. I think there's still a few more pieces, so we can come back and grab that if we need to. Alright, Sammy, we'll head on a larger adventure soon enough. But that's it for today. And let's go make our lanterns here. Okay, so with almost all of the iron we have here, I made 17 lanterns. Let's see, do we have... yeah, we have some fences, so I'm going to grab all the fences we have. And let's put some lanterns around here. We'll just replace pretty much every torch with a lantern. And I was thinking we could actually hang a lantern or two from this tree here, from a chain. So we'll do that like this. We'll do another one over here maybe. I think that looks kind of cool. And yeah, so let's place a couple more around. Like we were saying, this area looked a little dark, so we'll put another one here. Okay, so that's looking better already. I do need to craft some more fences, so let's go do that. Okay, so we'll see what we can do with 9 fences. We should be able to do quite a bit. Oh, we got a torch flower seed. Can I feed him seeds? No, I don't know what you feed the sniffer. But thank you for that. Maybe I can just put the lantern right on the leaf? No? Okay. Then we'll do it like that. And we'll also just put some on the ground. I don't think I'll do anything with this area quite yet, because we don't have that many torches. But I'll just make sure to put a few in our main area here. Yeah, and this will still be a bit of a work in progress, so we don't need to worry about putting a lantern in every single spot that has a torch. So for right now, we'll just replace some of them just to make it look a little bit better. There, I think that's all of the lanterns we have. That went by pretty quick, but that's all right. And yeah. I think things are looking a lot nicer around here. And let's connect our path to the bridge from here. I think that would be kind of nice. Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of this chunk of dirt as well. Yeah, I think that looks better. Nice. Alright, let's go plant the torch flower into the farm here. Yeah, it would be good to get some bone meal and bone meal. These ones here, they seem to be without glowberries on them. And I was kind of hoping to have all of these glowing. I say let's finish off the day by replacing all of the grown farmland with new seeds. Just do our little farming routine here. That'll get us a lot of bone meal as well. I think the nice thing about normal difficulty survival mode is, yes, while you do still have to eat to regain your health, and there is still a hunger bar, a lot of the farming crop and everything can be turned into bone meal, which can be used for decoration a lot easier than in like hardcore or hard mode or something. We did still want to place some leaves in places as decoration, so let's not forget to do that. And I am noticing a little bit of a darker area here. So perhaps we'll look into that next time we get some lanterns. But let's go to sleep. Before that, let's quickly right click all of our glow berries here. There we go, we're trimming some of them. All right. Let's put our stuff away. Let's compost all of the organic material as well. Let's head to bed now. And I think let's just do a little bit of placing leaves around. Yeah, we could treat it kind of like little hedges, maybe. You know what? Maybe right here could be a good spot for it. Almost like a little dividing line from the garden to our main area here. Yeah, we could do something like that. Maybe even have like a diagonal one here. I think I'll make it sort of straight as well. And we can have maybe a little bit right here. In fact, we could probably raise this one up just a little bit over here. Add a couple here just to make it look more natural. And maybe we'll place one right there. Okay, I think that looks really good. We have one glowberry on us, and that just makes me think we should place that in this tree somewhere. Because there's a lot of things hanging from the tree, and I think it'll look pretty cool if we have some light coming off of it as well. Perhaps right up there if we can get it there. Or here? No? Okay. I think it has to come off of some wood, so maybe we'll sort of place some wood in there. Yeah, I think that'll look good. Then maybe it'll grow some berries and sort of glow over top of our crops here. I think that'll look kind of cool. Let's add a little slab here. And I think we'll have to do something where we, make a bit more of a obvious garden here with all these flowers that I've just randomly placed. But I think for now, that's looking great. The hedge is kind of a nice, interesting addition. Let's add these slabs in to our pathway to the bridge just every so often as well. I think there only needs to be 2 here. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so we've kind of completed our path to the bridge. And yeah, everything's looking quite nice around here. And yeah, so this is a good enough place for me, I think, to end the episode. Let's trim our last few that need to be trimmed here. Yeah, we still have a few things we need to do. We want to take this guy out for a bit of an adventure to maybe see if there's another biome, like a cherry biome, and see what else we can get to add to our ever-growing sleepy world. The sun is setting just over there, so we have a nice view. This guy's making a lot of noise. Aren't you, sir? I'm glad we got a name tag for him. We've got some torch flowers. We can place this one back. Yeah, they kind of do glow in the night, which is kind of cool. Our garden is looking quite colorful. Yeah, so we'll just take the horse out for a bit of an adventure and just see what's surrounding us. But I did receive a little request to potentially remove this tree here, or the vines. Probably just the vines, because it does somewhat obstruct the view of our nice cave here. Yeah, I can definitely see this tree is a little bit in the way. You know what? I think it's time to take the whole tree down. It is a nice spot, so maybe we'll make this into a more of an official viewpoint eventually. But yeah, for now, let's take this tree down, just so we have a bit of a better view. So that was the main thing I wanted to take care of over here. Now that we did, let's just add a few slabs here, just to make this more of an official path kind of staircase. It'll kind of like spiral up like this. Yeah, so now I can still come up here. It's definitely a little bit steep off the edge. So, in fact, since we cut down that tree, we have a lot of jungle planks now. Let's make some fences. Okay, we have some dirt as well. Yeah, maybe we'll just get a couple more pieces of dirt. Let's check out what we have at home for building materials. In fact, let's also sleep off the night. Oh, and before I forget, let's take our glowberries and let's trim what looks like this last and final bush. Oh, we got one more here. Yeah, and look at that. We have pretty much a full ceiling of glowberries. I think that looks pretty cool. Alright, let's go to sleep. We have a lot of extra glowberries here. We do have some bone meal as well. Well, let's take our dirt. I can hear Sammy's already a little impatient. Sammy's ready to go on the adventure that I've been talking about. I think this is looking cool. I like how it kind of spirals up like that. Alright, this is just going to be a nice and simple platform here, but it's just going to be a lot more safe now. So I won't fall off the edge here. Look at that, so it's more like a viewing platform now. I like that. Something else I was thinking of doing is just heading out over here in the cave area and just adding some glowberries to the bottom area of some of these plants here, just to get some more light in the cave. We might even add a few more glowberries as well. Yeah, that's looking a lot better already. Looks like this one doesn't even have any. So yeah, it would be good to get this one Maybe a couple of these here. Okay, that's all the bone meal we have. But I think that's a huge improvement already. Alright, I think today it is time to go on our horse adventure. So I'll just finish up taking this dirt bridge down and we'll get ready for that. So look at that, I think that's adding a lot more light in this direction. But I still would like to see if we can climb out over here and get a few more placed in this area. Maybe they'll grow naturally. Maybe even a few over here. But again, we'll worry about that later. I will say I'm still trying to get used to this platform without a tree. It's looking a little bit different, but it has a much better view. Maybe we'll just get rid of that whole dirt hill. We'll see. This could be our viewpoint here. Because yeah, now that seems like it's in the way. But that's alright. Let's head out on our horse adventure. I think I'll bring my fishing rod. That way we can do some fishing in the evenings. And I think because we've earned it, we have a lot of diamonds left over from our armor. I will make a diamond axe. I think that'll be nice to have, and we'll just retire this iron axe over there for now. Same for the stone pickaxe. So on our way out, I would like to chop a few trees. That way we are able to make a couple campfires along the way. Because I would like to have the environment be quite cozy when we're fishing in the evenings or in the afternoon. If we find a good spot, I think we'll just pull over and do some fishing in different areas. I think that'll be some nice ambience for you guys. And it'll be a nice relaxing task for me to do, to stay relaxed and help you guys fall asleep. Alright, so we've been in that direction over there, and we reached an ocean, so I think we'll head in this direction, and we'll just go as long as we need to until we find some interesting areas or biomes. Wow, look at all these nice different colored horses we're finding. Oh, and a little lava pocket here. A lot of pigs here. This is kind of a nice area. Very open. A lot of flowers. A lot of horses. Alright, let's have a look at the top of this hill here, if we can see anything. Well, that area is looking quite mountainous. It even goes up there in the clouds. Wow. This is quite a sight. Why don't we pull over for our first little fishing evening session? Yeah, maybe right here, this little cove with the firefly bush. We just place a little fence here for our horse. Come here, Sammy. And I'm gonna craft a campfire. And we'll put that right at the water's edge there. We might still have to light up some area around here just to stay safe this evening. And I think we'll stay up a little bit later than normal and just do some fishing here. I do still want to see if we can get another name tag. So yeah, we'll just enjoy the ambience of the campfire right next to the firefly bush as we fish tonight. Alright, I have fished up just a few raw cod. I say let's sleep off the night, and we will head out in the morning to continue. Alright, Sammy, let's head out. Okay, as you can see here, I have fallen into a little bit of a cave. But there we go, we managed to get ourselves out. But here we go, yet again another lava pool. Very interesting. Alright, let's continue. Oh, look at this, we have a large village here. Let's ride our horse through, this is a nice looking village. We can check out what's around. Oh, we've got a kitty. Here, why don't we try and tame the cat with some cod that we just collected? See if we can find the cat. Oh, there's a few. I wonder if we just walk slowly like this, if it'll approach us. Maybe we just need to sit still. I think I want the brown one. Okay, let's try not to spook the cat. Come here. Oh, it was coming. Maybe it's too close to the iron golem here. Oh, I think it's coming towards me. Oh, I got spooked. Come here, kitty. I only have 3 fish. Not sure that that's going to be enough. That's a very skittish kitty. See if I can just get it with the fish here. Okay, I'm just going to chase it. Come here, cat. Got it 1. Okay, well I wasn't able to get it after 3. Maybe we can quickly fish up a few here. See if we can tame the cat. But it's looking like we're on the edge here of another jungle biome. And an acacia over there. I would like to find something different. Alright, let's catch one more. And we'll see if we can tame it with 2 more fish. Alright, let's have a look. Where's the cat? There it is. I gave it 1 more. Come on, just 1 more. Very fast. Come here, kitty. Well, at least we made it back to the village, so at least the cat won't get lost. Come here, kitty. Oh, I just gave it to it, and it didn't want to be tamed. Okay. Nah, let's just, we'll eat up our cookies, and I think we'll head out back on our horse adventure. This is a nice village, though. Ah, here's Sammy. Patiently waiting. Alright. I think we are good to go. Let's head out in this direction. Now we've entered the acacia. I think we're nearing the area we spawned next to. Look at that, we're out by the ocean here. Got a lot of fish down there. That almost looks like that becomes a desert over there. So that interests me. Maybe we'll head that way. Yeah, maybe this evening we'll set up our fishing spot on the beach here. Yeah, why don't we set up right here? Getting a little bit dark, so I'll set some torches down. Nice wide perimeter. Yeah, just like that. And I can make us another campfire. And we'll put that maybe right there this time. Yeah, I think that looks cool. That looks nice. So let's do just a little bit of fishing again. And then we'll tuck ourselves in to bed. Oh, looks like we got a water bottle. Alright, so we fished up a salmon, a cod, and this water bottle here. But no name tag tonight. So let's go to sleep. Alright, let's continue in this direction. Oh, you've got a little armadillo. I see something out there in that direction. It looks to me like an abandoned pirate ship or a shipwreck. Just on the edge of the beach here. Let's see if we can make it over there with the horse and see what they might have. Let's see if there's some treasure in a chest or something. This is kind of a cool area. Some of the ship is exposed out of the water, which is nice. Let's put Sammy there. And let's have a look at the ship here. Yeah, look at that. There's a chest under here. So lots of wheat and a suspicious stew. Let's see if there's maybe another. Sometimes you can find a few chests in here. Well, it's looking like to me it's just the one chest. So we got a lot of wheat, which was nice. In fact, we have so much wheat that maybe we'll just give some to Sammy. You don't want any? How about an apple? Doesn't want an apple either? Okay. I'm assuming that's because Sammy's not hungry. So let's head back and continue on our journey. We have some turtles over here. Interesting. It's like a turtle sanctuary over here. And a big cavern on our left. Let's get to the top of this hill. Let's see if we can see anything. Just more ocean. Now, I did not mark our location of our home, so we'll just have to go back by memory. I also don't have the coordinates, which maybe I should have taken, but I think I'll remember and hopefully just trace our way back when we head back. Well, let's keep looking for a unique biome. Yeah, I'm not seeing any different kind of biomes yet. Still sort of the same stuff. But it's nice just traversing the landscape, especially when you have food and your bed with you. It's just nice to explore for long periods at a time sometimes. I actually see an ocean ruin out there. It's sort of exposed in the middle of the ocean. So if we can get down here, maybe we can take a boat and have a look at that. Oh, I see there's a mine shaft below us. But I would like to just get across here. I don't know if I can. Oh, that was a bit of a close call, but we made it. All right. Oh, and there's a dolphin jumping. All right, let's place Sammy here. And let's craft ourselves a boat. And why don't we go have a look and see... Let's see what this is. Yeah, see, this is a ocean ruin that's typically underwater. But we'll just approach this, and yeah, you can see there's some drowns, so I'll take care of those. And I'll check back in with you guys once they're taken care of. Alright, so I took care of 2 of the drowns here. And something I realized is I could have brought my brush and potentially gotten some suspicious sand. But that's alright. We'll just collect what we can, like this sea lantern here. We'll just collect the materials that come off of that. And we'll just have a quick look and see if there might be a chest nearby as well. Oh, so there's the chest. Okay, so we have some coal, some more wheat, and we actually have a buried treasure map. Maybe we'll see if we can check that out. And let's see if there's anything under here. Oh, there's a chest. Another buried treasure map. More wheat. And a stone spear. You know, I can't say I've ever used that before, but I will collect it. Let's see if there is a chest here. Yes, here we go. And a fishing rod with a curse on it, so we will leave that one behind. Alright, well that was fun. We found some buried treasure. Let's head back to shore and go to sleep for the night. Alright, let's go to sleep. Alright, so we have a lot of items on us. I think we'll just discard some of them here. So we are back with Sammy now, and let's have a quick look at these treasure maps here. Okay, so there's one right here on the shore. You can see there should be a buried treasure right here. And this other one, okay, also leads to the same location. So we just need one map. Alright, let's line ourselves up over the X here. And we'll put a door down. I think it's somewhere right here. And let's just dig down in a bit of a circle and see if we can find anything. There it is, I can see it. Oh wow, would you look at that? We have emeralds, a diamond, some iron, some gold, and a heart of the sea. That is very cool. We also have a bottle that gives us water breathing here. I don't think I'll need that either. We'll just leave that behind. Alright, we'll also get rid of the map for now. And anything else we might not need. Alright. Well, that was a fun adventure. Let's continue looking for another biome type. There's a lot of acacia biomes sort of stuck together here. I'm not opposed to acacia. I do like the wood color. I do think it's a cool biome. But I would just like to see if we can find something different. And I can see up ahead there's an acacia village. Those ones always look pretty cool. So why don't we go say hi to these villagers as well. Oh, they've got some cool banners. There's some more cats here. Oh, very interesting. That's interesting. I like this house here, how it has a second level. It's a different color as well. I think that looks cool. Alright, but we're looking for another type of biome. So let's keep going. I do like the long adventures. Sometimes I like them better than really short ones. Just because there's a potential to see all kinds of things. And it takes a lot longer, so there's a lot of time to just take in what you're seeing and relax. And the shorter adventures, well, they're over a lot sooner, so it's nice to just get into traveling and adventuring for a longer period of time. Okay, we've got a jungle biome here, and I'm not looking for another jungle to explore, but I think we might have to traverse through it in order to get to another biome potentially. So I say let's just make our way through the jungle as well. Yeah, so far we haven't seen too many biomes. Just this jungle biome. We have one nearby our home. Maybe a plains biome. And yeah, also a few acacia biomes, of course. And then we've got the oceans as well. Well, that village looks interesting. I wonder if that one is the one nearby the cat that we tried to tame. Okay, look at this. So we have an abandoned nether portal here. And it might have a chest we can explore. As well as, it looks like things are on fire around here. We might be able to help this jungle out by putting the fire out. Now let's have a look and see if we can find a chest here. Oh, lodestone. I was considering getting that. Oh, and a silk touch shovel. That's actually very useful. Okay, let's see if we can put out this fire for this jungle here. Is that it? I think that might be it. That's good. Okay, so we took care of that. And so yeah, we found a few interesting items. One of which I was considering we might need if we're going to adventure much further, which is a lodestone. Because a lodestone will help point us back in the direction of wherever we place it if we use a compass. And so, yeah, I'm thinking maybe we head back home, we'll make ourselves a compass, and then we'll put everything back because we've got a full inventory. And when we head out on another horse adventure, we can easily make our way back in any direction we decide to travel by following the compass, because I'll place the lodestone in our home and maybe that'll help prevent us from getting lost. And yeah, this is looking familiar. I think this is the village that we tried to tame the cat in. So we're not too far away from our pathway home. So let's just head home and yeah, we'll place our lodestone down and craft a compass. Oh yeah, here's a very interesting horse type. My wife and I made a video on our other channel, and one of the videos we made was 100 days building a cozy farm, and we found a horse just like this one. And we named it Bedrock because the back of it kind of looks like the pattern that bedrock makes. Just over here I noticed a lot of flowers. Let's quickly grab a few of these to add to our flower garden on the way back. Maybe even some of these dried leaves. I was looking to get some more of those. Let's collect just a few of these flowers. And I'll just collect some of these dried leaves over here, because you can't bone meal these apparently. Guess that does make sense because they are like decayed leaves basically. I forgot to mention, but the nice thing about having a Silk Touch shovel, even though it's gold, won't last very long, we can collect things fully intact, kind of like the prismarine lantern. If we had the Silk Touch before seeing that, we could have collected the sea lantern as a entire block instead of just the materials that come off of it. If we find anything we might want in a full block, we have the shovel we can use, so yeah, that's great. I'm glad we found that. Looks like Sammy is out on an adventure of his own, eating some dried leaves. Alright, let's get on the back of him and let's go home. Now we are getting sidetracked a little bit, but I do think our home is in that direction over there. So let's just continue and see if we recognize anything. Oh, there's our campfire. So yeah, we are close by. A lot of horses around here. I've never ridden a horse in real life, but I think that that would be something fun to try and do. I know my wife has, and she's been telling me that we should try. So that could be something fun we'll do in real life. Okay, so yeah, look at that. So we've managed to come back to the area of our home and we can see it from here. So that's perfect. Perhaps the next adventure we either can take a boat across the ocean, or we can go through the jungle over there and see if there might be another biome nearby. Alright, Sammy, you did well. Let's put you back. Do you need any wheat? No? Okay. Alright, let's go inside and let's drop off all of our stuff here. Alright, so before we do anything, I think we should put our lodestone right there. That's a cool looking item, and I think it fits nicely with all the stone we have here. In fact, that makes me think, have we found any clay? It's not looking like it, but we will make some, because I would like to get a few pots to put around. In fact, let me go looking for just a few pieces of clay. I can see some right here. I hope you guys are enjoying the video, and hopefully you've fallen asleep. And if you're just watching this to relax, that you feel nice and relaxed. And now we just need to smelt the clay. While that's smelting, let's look up the recipe for a compass. There we go, we have everything we need. And I believe we just right-click the lodestone. There we go. Country load, take me home. So now, as you can see, the compass is not pointing north, it's pointing toward our lodestone. This one in particular. So, I believe if we go in any direction, yeah, you can see it in our hotbar there. It will just always point us back to our house. So that's perfect. We'll just hold on to that. We can put our stone spear away. And I think I'll just get rid of these stone tools here. Just put them in here for now. Alright, and as the sun sets, why don't we put some of these flowers into the flower garden here. It's definitely looking a little crowded, but it's looking nice. Yeah, just a few. These are the really large ones, so maybe we won't put that many. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty cool. And maybe what we can do is use these leaves as sort of a kind of a leaf path right here. Then maybe it comes through the back of the garden here, just like that. And we have quite a few more, so let's add a few more to here. Maybe we can make it the path reach Sir over here. We'll take these away. I like using these leaves sort of as a pathing, come to think of it. I think that looks kind of cool. This guy's making a lot of noise. Maybe he just dug something up. You did. Thank you, sir, for the torch flower. Seed. So let's plant that. Yeah, let's have a look at our little flower garden here. Yeah, that's looking nice. I think it might need a bit more lighting around here. In fact, the glowberries haven't grown yet here, but I think we can take one of these lanterns and where should we put it? Maybe right here. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And I think I want to get rid of just a few of these hedges here. And we can add a few more maybe over here. Yeah, I think that looks kind of cool. let's have a little look at our suspension bridge over here, just because it's nighttime. And we've removed the tree so we can see a bit of a different view now. Yeah, that looks nice. Alright, let's go to sleep for the night. And I think before we go on our next adventure, let's just do a little bit of fishing just to see if we can maybe name our horse here. And before I forget, we have to snip the ends of these. I think there's still a few more you can see. I believe that's working. Let's hope so. And we're going to need some more storage pretty soon here, and a lot of organizing. I think for now, though, let's actually compost the flowers that we found, because we have placed more than enough for now. We can compost the vines, some of these beans and seeds. I don't know if I've placed many or any dandelions, but I think we could use a couple, you know, yellow flowers around here. Oh yes, there definitely is a few. Gotta make sure there's, you know, enough of every color. I think Sura agrees over here. Alright, and then let's see if we can make a few pots with these bricks here. So we can actually make a decorated pot. That's kind of a fun one. Let's try that. And yeah, let's make 3 flower pots as well. So for the decorated pot, maybe we'll put it right there. Kind of with our functional blocks over here. And yeah, I want to see if I can put a pot right there. That looks good. Now what do we want to put inside? Let's see, what does this look like? Yeah, it looks kind of interesting. Very jungly. Can you put a mangrove in a pot? You can. That looks interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll just put some random plants in pots and I'll make some more. There, we can make 10 pots. Let's see how many flowers and plants we can put in these pots here. We can do a cactus. Why not put the cactus over here? There we go. A lot of plants by the window. I like that. And oh, I put something in it. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so you can store stuff in here, and then when you hit it with your left click, you can collect whatever's inside. That's kind of fun. Okay, let's see if we can put anything else. Maybe a torch flower. Yeah, why don't we put this in a pot here for floaty. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. A little bit more tidy. And I think we'll put maybe a dandelion in there. I like how this garden is kind of wild and sprawling, so we'll leave it like that. Let's see, maybe we'll take one of these and we'll put the pitcher plant in a pot over here. Okay, that one won't go in a pot. That's okay. And we'll put that back. Maybe I'll just take an azalea sapling here and we'll put that in a pot. There we go. That looks kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. Maybe we'll try and put a pot on every single block here. You can even put one in there. That's really funny. This might be overdoing it with plants, but I kind of like that, to be honest. Okay, let's put jungle in there. Can I put the lilac in here? No, it doesn't look like you can put the big flowers in. So let's see, let's repeat this. I think I like just the green plants for inside, and the flowers can stay outside. So let's do another mangrove and another cactus. And then what should we do in this one? I guess another azalea. Maybe we'll try and... yeah, maybe we'll get the flowering one. That kind of cleans up this area a little bit too. I think I like that. Okay, so we have a bunch of green plants inside, as well as the flowering azalea. Oh yeah, we still have a few more up here. I wonder, can you put like grass or like these things? Oh, maybe I need a shears. Yeah, I think I can put a fern in a pot. I think that'll look really cool. Yeah, look at that. So we'll just do a few of those. And then any other saplings do we have? Perhaps we'll just try and collect a sapling from an oak tree down here. This is a different kind of fern as well. It's a bush. We'll see if a bush can go in. So let's just chop this tree and we'll just collect the saplings from it. All right, so we have 2 more items we can try. This bush and the oak sapling. So let's actually take this one out. Okay, we can't put the bush in there. Oak sapling, yes, that works. And we'll just put a fern in there for now. In fact, this one's on the ground. Maybe a flower is okay for that one there. I like this. This looks really nice. Maybe we'll put some flowers over here since we still have a couple. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's go to sleep. All right, so before we do anything else, I was just admiring the inside of the house. Let's do a little bit of fishing and see if we can get a name tag for our horse. There's always a lot of extra building you can do. Like I've mentioned, I want to replace the trapdoors eventually on that there. And we could obviously upgrade this little bridge area, our little fishing spot, and, you know, maybe make that bigger. I've mentioned building a gazebo of sorts or a platform that kind of is a bit of an outcrop from the suspension bridge build. And there's lots we can do with the lily pads here and the sea pickles, and even our house and the garden and farm that surrounds it. But all that being said, there's no need to rush into anything. I think in a lot of Minecraft videos that I've watched, sometimes things move too quickly, and it's nice to just sit around and look at your accomplishments and your builds and appreciate what you like and don't like before moving on to the next thing and just taking it slow. I think we've built a lot, and I'm happy with what we made. Well, looks like we got a really good book here. Power 3, protection, fire protection 3, and one that we don't need for the fishing rod. Okay, so technically we could add this onto our fishing rod, and I think it'll upgrade the chances of getting treasure when we fish. So maybe we'll just do that, because I'm not sure if we need anything else. Perhaps we could put fire protection on one of our armor pieces. We already have power on our bow, I believe. We do. Yeah, so we'll consider doing that. But I think before I start something new, I'll put some thought into doing a bit of a final build or expansion. Just because I think it's nice to complete something big as a final task. But a few things we need to do before is find a name tag and go in a different direction on an adventure, but perhaps in that direction over there. See if we can find like a cherry biome or any other potential, or any other biome that might have something nice to collect. I'm not getting anything out of the water here. So let's put the book on this fishing rod and see if that helps improve anything. We can upgrade it a little bit, so that's nice. And let's just see what that does for us. Something we could try and get if we manage to get a book with lure 3 on it. Lure might be able to help us fish faster. Not that we really need that, but it would be interesting if we got that. Oh, speaking of that, we have a fishing rod we just picked up, but it just has unbreaking 3. Still, that's very nice. It is a little past our bedtime, so let's tuck ourselves in. Good night, Sammy. All right. All right, let's do a little bit more fishing here. All right, so still we have not managed to fish up a name tag, and that is all right. Got a lot of salmon and cod. And I think I know what I'm gonna do next. And what I plan to do is actually a couple things. I have an idea. Let's put a little leaf litter at our door, because every time we walk in, maybe some leaves kind of blow in. Yeah, maybe like that. And let's make a carpet. In fact, we also have a bunch of lapis blocks. So instead, we will actually change some parts of the floor with lapis, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking let's do a little checkerboard in this area here, kind of by our bed area. think that looks kind of nice. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we'll put our blocks back, and what I'm thinking is we'll actually make a storage room downstairs where I'll store everything and organize it. Just need to think how I want to do that. I think, because I think it'll look a little nicer, we'll just make a ladder system going down. And maybe we'll do it right by our bedside here. Kind of like that. So let's dig and build a little bit of an underground storage area here. Let's make sure we get far down enough here. Just digging out some space for us here. And I don't want it to feel too tight down here, but I do like the idea of it being quite cozy. So if these were the walls and this was the floor, I think this would be quite nice. And we don't have to make it the entire size of the house. I think making it a little smaller is kind of nice. Yeah, I think this will be nice. Like this is a good size. And so now we'll just replace the floors and the walls with different materials. And let's have a look and see what we have. So we have deep slate and tough, and I think those materials will look nice as the walls because it's sort of a darker area down there. And maybe for the floor we can use mangrove. But in order to do that, we need to grow some mangrove trees. So let's take our bone meal and see if we can grab just one mangrove tree for now. Does it grow underwater? It does. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Okay, I think this will be enough. So let's just chop this mangrove tree here. Yeah, it takes a little while to chop all of the little pieces here because they tend to hide behind a lot of these leaves here. Just like this one here. And this one here. So let's just make sure we get every single piece, and then we should be good to continue building. And I'll just get rid of these mangrove roots for now. I could probably actually compost these. I'm thinking maybe we'll actually place a sapling right there, and we'll just let it regrow naturally. And maybe we'll just leave it, because I think it could look kind of nice. Kind of at the edge here where, you know, our sugarcane farm is. And see if we can compost the mangrove roots. Sounds like we can, so that's good. So let's actually do that with the rest of them that we have. There we go. And let's make this into planks. And as for the tough, we can make some polished tough and tough bricks. We'll do the same with the deep slate as well. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll do mangrove as the floor. So let's put those in now. Kind of a nice deep red color. All right. And then let's replace the walls with the tough and the deep slate. And I'm thinking we'll do tough at the top all the way around. Alright, so tough is in all around. And then the rest we'll use tough and deep slate, sort of a little bit more deep slate near the bottom. Kind of like it gets darker near the bottom. But it'll mostly be sort of interspersed. Kind of like to mix up two different blocks now. I never really used to do this, but I think it's kind of a nice idea for texturing. So yeah, let's do this for the deep slate, and then let's see what it'll look like when we add in the tough here. Whoops. How does that look? I'm not sure, to be honest, if I like this or not. Compared to our upstairs, this is looking really cozy. And then let's go down. What are we missing? Perhaps we're missing another color of wood for the floor. Or something else. Maybe we just need a few more deep slate bricks interspersed a little bit more. Yeah, maybe that looks a little bit better. Now, as for the floor, what can we make with mangrove planks? You know what? Perhaps let's take our brick and let's just make some bricks. Okay, we can only make 3. But what does that look like? A little bit interspersed here. Is it gonna look weird? I mean, it looks kind of weird. Yeah, it looks like this is a bit more like a fireplace area if we use that. So I just added some oak logs randomly. I think it's looking a little bit better. Yeah, so what this sort of makes me feel like is this is sort of like a support beam for the basement, because the room isn't exactly a square, and I kind of like that. It's not exactly perfect. And so, yeah, I think these cobblestone pieces sort of serve like a barrier, another support piece on the ends of these. Maybe they should go into the wall more. No, I think I liked it how it was before. Yeah, and then, you know what? I think it'll look better if we just leave this side open. We'll place our torch there for now. And then this can be our storage area, and this can be, I don't know, anything else that we might want to put here. Yeah, I think that's nice. And I'm definitely going to want to use a lantern down there. Whoops. I accidentally just made a iron pressure plate. I did not mean to do that. But looks like that'll open our door for us. So we can, we'll leave that there for now, why not? We have a lantern now. So let's put that here. That looks a lot more cozy. Let's grab this pot and flour. And we'll put that over here for now. We might even be able to make some books and bookshelves. Why don't we just do that? while we have it. Okay, I did compost most of the sugarcane, so we'll just grab what we have here. And let's make some paper out of this. And we can make 4 books with that. And I think that means we can make 1 bookshelf. And I think that'll look quite nice. Might even be able to put it there, yeah, just on top of another shelf. Just a little bookshelf in the corner. And it is definitely time to do some organizing soon. Maybe we'll add 1 glow lichen down here. And let us make a bunch of barrels. Okay, I definitely made too many, but let's start placing them in here. I'm not sure if I like it like this. Let's see. Okay, that looks kind of cool. So now it's more encircled in here. You can go in and access all 8 of these barrels. Maybe we'll place 1 there for something. There, so there's a couple barrels just placed on the side for decoration. We can definitely place something in there to make it useful. And then in terms of the barrels here, let's just start placing all the blocks on the left side. We just are desperately needing organization. And we might just retire these barrels from up here, or we'll leave them. Not too sure yet. I think we'll make this 1 barrel all deep slate items. And because I have some items on me, I'll start the items chests on the right here. And I think we'll make the top one here organics, the bottom just other stuff. Maybe building items like this. Feels nice to finally do some organizing here. And maybe we'll make the center ones here just some random tools and stuff. Maybe center bottom we'll do emeralds and ores. And I'm thinking maybe down here, what we'll do is we'll actually store our furnaces. And we can make a little area, maybe here. We can do some smelting, or maybe in this wall here. It's like the basement kind of has the capacity to do the smelting. I kind of like that. We'll do tools and armor up here. And weapons. Minerals and different quality items there. Looks like I have quite a few crafting tables. Let's place 1 down. And it sounds like it's nighttime, so let's sleep off the night. Alright, so I believe that is it for organization. It looks like we have everything sort of where it needs to be here. And I just had a little thought just now. Perhaps we can place, just to make it look a little more even, let's put a cobblestone there, and we can put our lantern really anywhere. So maybe we'll put it right up there. Maybe that lights up the place a little nicer. We can definitely get some more lighting here later. In fact, everything's down here. Let's just make ourselves 1 more lantern. Let's get it nice and cozy in here. And we'll just put it right there for now. And yeah, so we also have an empty barrel here, just in case we need any more space. And everything else upstairs is empty. So I'll have to decide what we do with that. Perhaps we just leave it empty to dump things in once we come home on an adventure, and then sort it downstairs later. I think that's what I'll use it for. And as far as bringing the furnaces downstairs, I would like to do that. So let's actually take these. Let's insert them in the wall here. And maybe we'll actually do deep slate as the top two pieces here, and then maybe it looks kind of more like it's meant to be. Yeah, so now we have our furnaces down here. We can do our smelting when we want to. And let's just place a few items here. Maybe we'll use the bricks for that. Yeah, why not? This is looking like it's more of a, almost like a greenhouse home. You come in and you grow your plants here, sleep at the top, and then you come down. This is where all of your stuff is stored. Do your smelting, read some books if you want. Yeah, I think that's really nice. So the sun has just gone down. And yeah, we have just reached day 70. This is the end of day 70 in our sleep world. And we've accomplished a lot. And I would like to take Sammy out on another adventure. Now that we have a lodestone compass here, we are able to travel in any direction we want without any worry of getting lost. So we can basically head out in, I was thinking in that direction there, and just see how far we can go and what we might find in terms of a different biome. While we're out there, let's look for other items we can use to build with, because as we approach 100 days in this series, it would be great to add some final touches to our build. I'm not sure how much we will be adding to this suspension bridge we've got going on here. We have the trap doors, which I would still like to replace, that have lanterns behind them. We'll see if we even end up doing that, because maybe I'll just take them off. It looked okay without that. In fact, maybe I'll do that now. We'll just make a couple adjustments to our suspension bridge here. And for those of you who haven't seen the suspension bridge yet, this is kind of a nice little walkthrough at nighttime. I've added cobwebs, not sure if those will stay, but I did my best to try and make it look cozy and sort of run down and old as well. And yeah, there are no guardrails to this, but I'm just very careful when walking here. And if anything does happen, I don't plan on showing that. I'll just explain what happened. Look at that, though. Our little lookout area. That's pretty cool. Yeah, anyway, so we took the trapdoors down. I think it's looking a little bit better, more natural. I didn't want this spike, this whole build, to stand out too much. I do like to have it blend into the cave a little bit, kind of, you know, make it more natural, but still man-made. All right. And then, yeah, of course, this is our nice new and improved house with all of our plants. Nice little floor design. Maybe we want to add some other things to the floor, but we've moved all of our storage downstairs. Right here. There's all of our stuff, and we have our furnaces, 2 empty barrels, and a nice little bookshelf for decoration. But let's tuck ourselves into bed for tonight. Alright, good morning, everybody. we are going to go on our little adventure while you guys fall asleep. So by all means, just take it easy and allow my voice to help you relax and try and fall asleep. Alright, we're gonna cross our little lily pad bridge here. Pretty cool, we can just hop over these gaps with the horse. I guess except for the little end here. And yeah, let's head out in the direction, well really in any direction. But I'm thinking we head out through the bamboo forest here. Say hello to these pandas. Hey guys. Actually, apologies, but we are going to leave our horse, Sammy, behind. So we'll use Sammy if we need to go and grab anything quickly. And actually, we are going to take our suspension bridge and we're going to actually use it for what we designed it for. And that is to head out in this direction and cross our giant cave cavern right here. Spiral up the stairs and all the way to the top and head across to the other side. And now we should be able to start exploring in this direction. This is a direction we haven't traveled too far in. A little while ago we did find some parrots. Some of you may remember what happened with that, but let's just go in that direction. We need to cross this jungle. This is a very large jungle biome. So we have a lot of walking to do, but I think it's going to be a lot more relaxing just going on foot. And if we need to craft a boat, we can craft a boat and cross the sea if we need to. This way we can just take our time and just relax. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of melons around here, but we do have melons already. I don't think we need to collect any more. I really do enjoy playing Minecraft with shaders. I've mentioned it a few times now, but it's really nice seeing the light coming in through the jungle between the trees. It makes the jungle a lot more pleasant on the eyes, I think. Now there's so many melons here, it's hard not to just take some, so maybe I will. Could always use it for bone meal. So let me just spend a minute or two collecting some melons here. Alright, I think that's enough. Could also use it for food, which I could use a little bit right now since we've been walking a lot. There we go. Well, it looks like the jungle just continues in pretty much every direction here. That's alright. Let's just head across the water here. Down here you can see a bunch of glow squid actually. I like glow squid a lot actually. They look really cool and I think it was a nice addition to Minecraft when they added that. Probably a long time ago by now, but there was a small period of time where I stopped playing Minecraft, and when I returned, all sorts of things have been added, just like glow squid. Oh, so there's a firefly bush across the water here. And okay, we have a new biome. It is birch, which we've seen already, but it is nice to see that we've crossed the jungle finally. So let's head through this little last bit here and go into the birch biome. Oh, look at that, we've got more of these flowers. Okay, I think we'll spend just a nice relaxing amount of time picking all of these up. Not that we need these everywhere, but if we see them, wow, look at how many there are. We should pick them up because they add a really nice decoration not just to our flower garden, but in general to our build and our surrounding area if we can add these in. So we've got a stack and a half, but I think I'm gonna go for 3 stacks. And the sound is actually quite satisfying and fairly quiet, so I'm just gonna spend some time collecting this while we're out here. Hey cows. Hope you don't mind me taking the flowers around you. They probably don't mind. Wow, we've got so many. It looks really nice. Like, look at this. This little meadow here. I really enjoy the way this looks. Okay, we almost have 4 stacks, which is more than I intended. There we go. So we have 4 now, and I think that'll do for now. We can always come back. But as the sun sets, let's look around and see what else there might be to collect. And it looks like the sun is setting over an ocean biome here. So we've traveled in almost every direction, and it almost seems like we're on a large island surrounded by some large ocean. Alright, so the sun is setting. Let's just head to bed now. Alright, there are some pumpkins up here as well. And I believe we can compost these if we need to for bone meal, which, you know, could help us with decoration. So we'll just collect a few of those. We are also still looking for a name tag so we can put a name on our horse. And we have our really good fishing rod with us. So we will do some fishing when it's a good time to pull over and do that. And we'll also keep an eye out for any structures that we might explore. See if we find a chest or anything like that. It's very tempting to just collect every single one of these flowers because I know once we start spreading them, we're going to run out faster than I expect. But I don't want to fill my whole inventory with them. In fact, we haven't collected these yet, I don't think. Lily of the Valley. So we'll just collect a few of those. That could be a nice one for inside the house, and of course to add to the garden. You know, it would be kind of cool to see if we collect every single flower by the time we finish this. Not sure if that'll happen, but that'd be kind of nice. Alright, let's look out on the open ocean here. Lots of fish down here. And a dolphin in a very interesting area. I don't know what you're doing down there, buddy. I did hear that if you feed a dolphin a fish or two, it will lead you to the nearest treasure. So, you know, if we wanted to do that, we could go on a little ocean adventure. But I think right now we're just going to focus on relaxing, and we might do some underwater stuff in the future. Oh hey, got a little turtle here. Well, a big turtle to be honest. Some tropical fish. Very nice. So I'm just walking around the edge of the island here. This is, I think in that direction or in that direction is our house. So I guess we can look at our compass here actually. So directly straight ahead is back home. So this is sort of the edge of the jungle biome that we are next to. So I'm just walking around it just to see if there's anything else. You know, maybe in that direction there might be something. So I think it might be time we make another boat. Let's just chop this tree here. And we'll just take the boat around and look for anything interesting around the coast. And if not, we can just take our boat across the ocean in any direction, because now we have our lodestone compass, which is really nice. Who knows, maybe we'll find a really cool looking island or something. I think I mentioned before, but my wife and I are recording 100 days on a deserted island. So basically like this, with we actually started without a tree. So we had to find alternative ways to collect wood, but with no land in sight for many hundreds or thousands of blocks away, just on a small island, building up our entire livelihood from who knows what. You'll have to see. But we are playing on hardcore in that video, so we will see if we make it to day 100, in which case I can link the video in the description in the future when that comes out. Alright, lots of sugarcane and a lot of firefly bushes, birch trees. Oh, we've got something new here. So that's actually a little mushroom, well, it's a giant mushroom, but a little mushroom biome with dark oak trees. So that's some new stuff we can look at. And what is that? I don't think I've ever seen a structure outside of the water. And another one in the water here. We'll have to look at that. But something I was going to mention, as you can see, there is some issues sometimes with shaders. They can get a little glitchy depending on versions and who knows what else. I'm not experienced in that stuff. But yeah, that's just a downside we'll have to work around. So we actually have some more structures here. And I did not bring my Silk Touch shovel, unfortunately, so that is a bit of a downside, but we can have a look at the chests here. There's a treasure map in here. Yeah, we've got some drowns to deal with. So actually, let's look at the ruins on land here first. This is kind of cool how it can end up on land. I don't know if there will be a chest anywhere. Oh, but see, this is suspicious gravel, actually. And I don't have my brush on me either, but there are chickens for feathers. So I'll be right back. I am back, and we are going to try and take out the drowned here and hope that he drops, and maybe that guy over there also drops a copper bar, because we do need that for a brush. And look at that. Not the rotten flesh. Okay, there we go. He did drop a copper bar, so that's actually incredible. It's not every time that they'll drop that, so we got blessed. And we have another structure on land with a chest. Look at that. Golden Nautilus armor. That is the first time I have seen that. And yeah, another buried treasure map with 2 different IDs. So maybe that means we can find 2 different chests with treasure. Now the sun is setting, so before it gets dark, let's prepare ourselves for bed. We are ready with our bed. We still have to explore that one there. And We'll make our brush in a minute, and we will check all of the suspicious sand in the area, or gravel. Alright, so let's sleep in this mushroom forest here. Okay, our inventory is getting quite full. I think we'll leave the leaf litter behind, even though I do like to collect more of that stuff. We'll leave that stuff as well. Let's craft ourselves the brush to save some space. Okay, there we go. And now that we have the brush, why don't we see if we can brush up some of the suspicious... Oh, it was right click. Okay, so I didn't right click properly. That one just had a piece of wheat, which I don't think we're going to take because it's going to fill our inventory. Let's go underwater briefly here, see if we see any. Doesn't look like it. There's another structure under here. And it looks like there's a light in here. Oh, look at that. So if I had my shovel, which I don't, we could have collected this as a block, maybe? But I will take the prismarine crystals. Let's see if we see any suspicious sand or gravel. Yeah, there's one here. That's a wooden hoe, I don't think, or maybe golden, but we don't need that. I did say we weren't going to do some underwater adventuring, so I'm not sure how much of this I'll be showing you guys. But let's just keep it brief and we'll continue on with our adventuring here. Just gonna check out this last chest. Hey, we've got a nice fishing rod, but we have a better one, so I'll just leave that. And let's see if there's any suspicious... There's a suspicious gravel right here. Oh, look at that, it's actually a pottery shard. So we might be able to make something with that if we find a few more, I think. Oh, this might be another one right here. It is. It is pretty satisfying brushing suspicious gravel and sand, actually. I do enjoy that. Here's one right here. And we have an emerald. I'll take it. Why not? Alright, so the last thing that we're gonna do underwater here is, why don't we have a look at the treasure maps? Buried treasure. Okay, so we are really close to this one, so we might have found it, but we'll see. That seems a little strange. Let's look at the other one before we head out in another direction. Okay, it's the same map. So we'll just toss that one. And I would like to collect maybe one stack of this leaf litter. Oh, look at that, there's another pottery shard here. We may need 4 of them to make something. I could be wrong though. But we'll keep an eye out for suspicious gravel as we search around these areas. Let's collect a stack of leaf litter. There we go, we have a stack. Oh, this might be a 4th pottery shard. I'm not sure if we can combine them, but we have 2 of the plenty one and the blade one. Oh, there's some more here. Another pottery shard, that's cool. So I think we can definitely craft something. Okay, we have an emerald. We'll take it. Look at that, we're collecting a lot of emeralds. Alright, I think that's all for pottery shards. And our inventory is getting quite full. That is alright. Now, I'm wondering if we want to collect a sapling from the dark oak tree or not. They're a little bit large. I don't know if we're going to want one near our base or not. Having said that, I don't know what the wood color can craft. Maybe a nice trapdoor color could be made with this wood. I think I'll just leave the buried treasure map behind, and we'll just collect some wood and a sapling. I think we've done enough ocean travel for now. Let's just focus on some land travel. And let's see if we can get ourselves a dark oak sapling here. I believe we need 4 actually. Okay, so we have 1. Okay, I think that's enough. And we have 31 of the logs, so that should help us with building. Alright, the moon is rising over there on the other side, so let's go to sleep. Alright. So why don't we explore a little bit around here? It would be kind of cool to collect a full mushroom block or some of these red mushrooms for our base, but I think unless I find another silk touch item in a chest somewhere, I won't be able to do that. But that is all right. We don't need to go around collecting every single item, just anything that we can, and whatever might be nice to add to our base. Oh, there's a little forest fire here. We'll just take care of that for the birch forest here. In fact, I can place a water bucket. There we go. Let's just help this forest stay alive. Yeah, so I think we'll do quite a lot of exploring over the course of the next few days. Let's grab some of these firefly bushes here. And we'll try and fill our inventory with some interesting items. And then we'll do some building and see where we go with all that. Now there is a nautilus there. I believe we need pufferfish to tame the nautilus. And after we do that, we actually have some gold nautilus armor. That might be something kind of fun to do. So maybe, on second thought, let's do some fishing around this nautilus here. See if we can get, I don't know, 2 or 3 pufferfish, and then we'll tame it and put the armor on it just for fun. I have ridden them before. You can go underwater with them and breathe, and they are quite fast, so if we end up taming it, maybe we'll take it home if we can find a way back. Oh, wow, we have a book here. Let's see what it is. Okay, Fortune 3. That's actually really good. Let's get rid of that pottery shard. Okay, so things are changing in front of us as I speak because we just collected a book which could allow us to put it on our pickaxe and get multiple times the resources. It increases the amount of resources mined with Fortune 3, so we may add that to our pickaxe when we get home. Make a diamond one and collect some more minerals with that, we'll see. But that is a nice book to collect. In this direction, actually, I see a spruce forest over here. And we might want to head over there and just collect a few things, because spruce is quite a nice wood type. But as you can see, our inventory is not doing too well in terms of space. perhaps we just get rid of maybe the cookies, since those ones didn't do so well for us in the past. We have dark oak, so we can get rid of our jungle. Yeah, I think that's looking a bit better. Alright, I think we will continue on with our adventuring. I am not fishing up any pufferfish, but I believe we have some back at our home, so we might be able to tame one of those nearby our house and put the armor on it, which would be kind of fun. Let's head across here and check out the spruce forest briefly. And I'll take some of these as well. Alright, so we're in the spruce forest now. And I'll just collect some wood and a few saplings, I think. There's one there. Okay, we have 3 saplings. I'd like to see if we could get 4. There we go, we've got 4. And yeah, let's just travel a bit through this forest here and see what else we might find. Now we've got the cold color chickens, the blue ones. Look at that, the sun is setting up there in between the trees. So I'm just gonna get my bed ready. And maybe we'll climb to the top of this little hill here and head to bed again. Yeah, look at this. How nice. Alright, place our bed. Oh, look at that, we've got a wolf nearby. And some sweet berry bushes down there. Hey, buddy. Alright, let's go to sleep. You may as well collect some of these sweet berries. Alright, and as you can see, inventory is completely full. But we are not done adventuring quite yet. I would like to see where we can go with this. Oh, look at that. We've got little foxes and a baby fox. I think we can actually give them sweet berries or tame them with sweet berries. Hey guys. Let's see if we can feed them a sweet berry. They're really fast, so I don't think we'll be able to catch up with them. It's pretty cute that there's a little baby one. Beep. Hey. Look at that. I think they just lied down next to each other. Maybe we'll give it one last try, and we'll just sneak up to them and see if they want some sweet berries. Hey guys. Hey. Oh, there you go. Oops. Okay, so I gave it to him. Or her. Looks like a mama fox. Does the baby want one? Hey. Oh, I think I'm helping it grow up. Look at that, they're sleeping now next to us. How cute. Alright guys, take care. I think that was a little special moment there. I think I see yeah, look at all these cows with horns here. I think we'll take our boat through the river here, just to see if we see any other biomes. I was really hoping to see if we could find a cherry blossom biome. Oh wow, look at that. Some very interesting generation around here. But yeah, a cherry blossom would be kind of cool. I think we'll collect these mushrooms as well. I think that is a swamp over there, but I don't believe we need anything from a swamp in terms of decoration. We could collect more lily pads. This is an easy way with the boat. I think I'll get rid of our pumpkins and I'll just do a little bit of lily pad collecting. It's kind of fun with a little satisfying sound as well. Although the shaders glitch is not making it look very nice. But hey, hopefully by now you've closed your eyes and you're trying to sleep, or you are sleeping, so it doesn't quite matter what it looks like right now. We're just collecting some lily pads, and then we're going to continue on with our relaxing adventuring. Look at that, we've already collected 30 lily pads. Oh, there's a big pocket right here. Now we're up to 38. That's pretty fun. Alright, I say let's continue and see where this area leads to. Well, I actually see another mid-ocean ruin here. Let's get our pickaxe and see if we see anything. More gravel we can look at. Let's brush up some of this gravel here. Oh, just a gold nugget. I don't think we need that. A hoe. Don't need that. Oh, we'll take the emerald here. Oh, this is going to be wheat, so we don't need that. Oh, this looks like an iron axe. That's pretty useful if I didn't already have a diamond one. Alright, so which direction should we head out in? Maybe we'll go way over here. And I am seeing a lot of nautilus. So it would be nice if we found some pufferfish. But that's alright again. Another ocean ruin. Can't help myself. Let's just check it out real quick here. I'm more interested in a chest because chests might have like a silk touch pickaxe or a shovel, or maybe like an interesting item. So I'll take care of this drowned here and I'll just have a look at it. Alright, I've taken care of the drowned. Let's see what's in the chest here. A map, okay. Okay, well, we are pretty far from it, but I think we might want to try and look for that. I don't really see much suspicious gravel around here. So let's get back on our boat and let's follow this map because that could be something fun to do right now. So it's hard to tell in which direction we're going in. We kind of just have to try. But since the sun is setting, why don't we just hop on this island here and go to sleep? Kind of a nice little island out here in the middle of the ocean. Alright, let's see which direction we need to go in. So as you can see here, we are... Oh yeah, we are heading in the right direction. What is over there? Some interesting things over there. There is a chance that this map leads to a chest we've already explored in the direction of our home here, but that doesn't mean we won't check it out, just for the sake of adventure. This is a very random spot here. This is a naturally growing tree in the middle of the water, which I don't think I have ever seen. If I'm the only one, let me know in the comments, but I don't think I've ever seen a tree grow in the water before, naturally occurring. Now beneath that, there's definitely a lush biome. That's what that means when that's naturally occurring. That would be a very cool biome to explore since it's underwater, at least this portion above ground. But yeah, that's for a different time or another video. Let's go to the X on the map, which it looks like it's going to be in the middle of the water here. So we haven't been to this one. Oh, we've just passed it. That's kind of funny with the little glitch here. We can actually see under our boat. I have a feeling it's right under that block there. So I'll check that, and if we need to make a door, I'll make a door before we check again. And it is under here, and look at all that stuff. Oh, we want to avoid this guy. I'll take care of that guy off camera so you guys can relax, and I'll be back with you shortly. Alright, I took care of him, so let's head down and see if we want anything. Well, we definitely want these diamonds, that's nice. We'll take the emeralds, of course, that's a lot. Copper nautilus, I don't think we'll take that armor because we have gold, which I think looks nicer. Doesn't hurt to take more iron and gold though. So I think we'll do that. Maybe we'll leave the gold for now, and we don't need another Heart of the Sea, so I think that's it. Alright. That was a nice find. So I can tell that direction is the way back home because of the compass. It's sort of actually more that way. So let's head in this direction, see if we find anything. I hope you guys are enjoying the videos. If you aren't asleep right now, and you are enjoying your time watching this, just hit a like on the video if you like it, and if you aren't subscribed, consider subscribing if you want to see more videos like this. But if you are just trying to relax right now, don't worry about it. You can always like the video later or subscribe another time. Alright, so I am actually on my way back because I think we have done enough exploring on this trip here. It's been both relaxing and exciting, so I think it's time to head back, deposit all of our stuff, and see what we're going to do next. If I were to guess, I think what we'll do is some building. We'll get started on our final build projects. We'll still have to do some brainstorming as to what those will be, but I have a few ideas to get us started, and we'll go with that. Oh, look at this. We have an upside down abandoned ship here. Let's have a quick look at the chest, shall we? Of course, another treasure map. There's the second chest. Oh, we have some smithing templates. And potatoes, which I don't actually think we have yet. I did just throw away the iron, so apparently I value potatoes over iron bars. But I guess that goes to show you what's rare in Minecraft. And so let's actually head over here just to sleep for the night. We are almost back home. I can see the lodestone is pointing in that direction, and just on the horizon there, I'm sure, is the other side of the jungle biome, which will lead us back home. So why don't we sleep here for the night? All right. This is the first piece of land. that's directly in the same direction as our home. So we might hop off here and just do some land travel. Looks like it's another acacia biome. We've got lots of those nearby. And I believe that's the jungle nearby our house. And I thought we had more of these firefly bushes at our base, but just in case, what can I swap for those? Maybe my shovel. I really do question if I'm valuing the right things. Tools and minerals and iron thrown away for potatoes and plants. Very interesting choices that I make just for decoration. That is interesting. Alright, we're almost home. So I'll check back in with you guys right when I get home, because this is going to be just a lot of jumping around and working my way through the leaves and the vines here. So I'll see you guys in a few seconds. Okay, let me bring you guys back in a little early. We have a lot of brown sheep around here, and I would like to get some wool. So I'm just gonna shear all of these guys. And I know I'm not picking up any of the wool yet because my inventory is so full. But let me... where's the last one? I'll just throw away my shears for all of this wool here. I'll just go back and pick them up. That guy's already regrown his wool. Too bad I can't grab more. Okay, we've got 7. I think that's good enough. If I can find my shears again, I could... oh, there it is. I'll quickly throw the wool down, grab more, and grab it all again. There we go, we have 10. So, with that very strange technique I just developed, we have 10 wool. And yeah, I would like to see if we could make some paintings or carpets. We'll see what we need to make all of that and go from there. So I'll see you guys in a second. I'm just making my way through all this bamboo really quickly here. Alright, we are here on the edge of the water by our house. And I have just noticed something. If you are not asleep right now and relaxing and just watching the video instead of sleeping, there is this right here. And I would love to take care of that because that does not look very realistic or nice. So we'll just take care of that. Perfect. Can't believe I never noticed that. Just a single block floating up in the air here. Alright, and we have returned back to our house. Hello, Sammy. And let's plant these potatoes. Alright, let's head inside. Ah, it's nice to be back in here. We can compost our wheat seeds. Then let's head down to our storage room. And let's see what we can do. So let's drop off our diamonds, emeralds. Look at that, we have 22. That's mostly just from finding. Some prismarine crystals. And let's put our Nautilus armor there. We'll put our book in this one, along with our armor trim, which I would like to see if we can make. I'm just going to turn this wheat into bread. That way we have more space in this chest. There we go. Let's drop off our different wood types here. Different saplings, lily pads, lily of the valley. Got some more leaf litter. Look at that, yeah, so 14 pufferfish. So we do have a lot if we see any nautilus that we want to tame. Sweet berries. And yeah, we have a lot of melon slices, so why don't we compost a stack of those? We'll keep these on us because we don't have a lot of space. And I believe, yeah, the decorative pot, I'm not sure how you make that, because I know you can make it with the pottery shards. Maybe just like this? Oh, look at that. So we've got a decorated pot. And we just got an achievement. Make a decorated pot out of 4 pottery shards. Yeah, so let's just put it down to just look at it. Okay, so we have... Maybe I should have mixed them up a little bit, but we have some... What is that? It's like a car door on one side. I'm sure that's not what that is. And a sword. Blade and plenty. Okay, well that's cool. So we'll add that to our... Where should we add that? Maybe right here. Yeah, sure. That looks cool. And this evening, I'm gonna place down some firefly bushes. And let's compost our melon slices as well. Where should we put our firefly bushes? Maybe... Let's just spread them around here a little bit more. Yeah, that looks really cool at nighttime now. Maybe we'll do one over here as well. That is starting to look nice. And just for fun, since we have so many stacks, let's just go around and add some flowers in different areas, maybe along the sides of the path here. This area could definitely use some more decorating, so we're just getting a little head start on that now. And you can kind of see how 4 stacks doesn't get us that much, but it's definitely something. I kind of like how these flowers just look like a bit of a natural path to this walkway here. Maybe we'll add a few flowers here. We'll still have to replace some of these torches with lanterns as well. No, I think that's looking good. We just went through 2 stacks. So we now have a bunch of flowers lining our path here, which looks really nice. Definitely adds some little details. I think that's one of the things Minecraft lacks sometimes, is little details. And I think that it's really nice to be able to add that in. In fact, we can do a few more here. And by Sammy here. And along the main path, of course. We'll make it a little bit more condensed. Maybe like that. And I think I'm going to sleep through the night here and finish up with the flowers in the morning. Alright, let's finish up with the flowers here this morning. And then we'll consider what we want to do for some more building. Just some morning target practice over here. Oh, that's all it needed. Very nice. And just collecting some free bones out here. Don't mind if I do. Just gonna clear some of this grass here so we can see our path from further away like this. And finish up with a bit of flowers around here. And that is it for our flowers, actually. That was a lot, I think. But I think it is looking really nice, having the flowers sort of on the edge of our paths throughout this entire area here. What I'm thinking we do before anything is we make a smithing table. That way we can add our armor trim to it. And we can also make a diamond pickaxe with fortune, which would be nice to have. So let's grab all those materials. Alright, so smithing table. And let's place it right here. And I think what we can do is just take off, let's see, maybe our chest plate and leggings. And we need to add an ingot. Okay, so maybe we need to add something to add a color. I've never done this, in case you can't tell. I think emeralds would look really cool. Just a nice green trim on the blue. Alternatively, we can do gold maybe, or lapis. Yeah, these are kind of our options here. So what would look best with the coast armor trim? One of these three here. Or perhaps we go with redstone and we make it red. Let me ask my wife. Okay, so I've consulted with my wife, and yeah, look at that. We can do red because that matches my shirt. There you go. It looks kind of cool. Never done this before. And we'll do red as well for the legs. Interesting. Well, we have a new armor trim, and yeah, I'm not so sure how I feel about it. I think it was something fun to try. But now, why don't we make ourselves a diamond pickaxe? We can retire our iron pickaxe, which is still in good condition. And let's go upstairs and let's add Fortune 3 to our pickaxe. There we go. So now if we collect any more iron or diamonds or coal even, it's gonna give us a lot more. I think Fortune 3 might be one of the highest, or is the highest fortune level. So that's really nice to have. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to do, wool. So of course we can dye the wool, make some carpet. Let's dye the wool first. Let's see first what color maybe our house could need. Inside here, we have some blue, some green, some yellowy brown. We don't have any red or straight up yellow. And I'm thinking maybe we do a little 4 square here of wool. And we can maybe do like a checkered pattern as well. So maybe we'll do red and yellow. And for the yellow, we'll just have to take the dandelion here. And the redstone I thought would work for dye, but we actually need a red flower. Oh, we have our own red dye right here. Okay. So let's see, how much does this make? 3. Okay, perfect. So we only need to make 2 of them into red and make ourselves red carpet, and 2 of them into yellow. But we do need to get 1 more flower. Perhaps we'll take that one there. And there's the second yellow, and there we go. So we have 3 of each carpet for now. But I was thinking we could do that for now. Just adds quite a pop of color, and it's a little bit more comfy. I think kind of a cool checkered rug in the center of the house. We do have 2 more, so maybe there's a spot here, like so. Yeah, or maybe right here, because this would be the area we'd do some work and we'd want some, comfy carpet underneath our feet. And the other things we can do with wool is make some paintings. We just need a few more sticks. And we have lots of those. So we can make 6 paintings, but maybe let's do 3 for now, and we'll save our wool. And let's first check up here if there's anywhere good for a painting. Because we have a lot going on in this house. Perhaps a small one here, or maybe above the bed is better. We managed to end up on the villager painting, which is a very funny one, but I think it's kind of one of the cozier ones. So I think we'll leave that one up for now. We'll see if we change it. And let's add another one. Somewhere else. What we can do is actually block this area so we just have the painting be the size we want here. So we can do this here. And now we can just make a too tall painting, and I kind of like that one because that looks like me and Sammy riding our horse in the desert. Okay, so I think that looks good for paintings, at least up here. Very nice. And let's go downstairs and see if we can add one small painting somewhere. That's a nice one, but I don't know if I like it in the corner there. And that's also a nice one, bit of a sunset. And I don't know if I like it there either. I think maybe I'll block this off and see if I can place it here. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Maybe it's too low, but maybe it's just right. It's almost like a window down here. All right, let's go to sleep in our new and decorated house here. And look at that, every time we wake up, we stare directly at these 2 villagers. That's funny. All right. So we can now look around and make plans for our final build. This will probably take me about 10 to 20 days. And so let's think about exactly what we're going to do here. Okay, so this might be a little bit much, but my first idea is actually to remove all of these torches eventually and acquire something like glowstone and basically inset it in this entire area here and make a giant circle of glowstone blocks. That way at nighttime this whole thing is illuminated almost like a giant circle or like a moon, and I think that would look pretty cool. It's got sort of a crescent shape already to it. Now for that we would have to spend the time to remove the torches, but before that find obsidian, collect it with our pickaxe, and build a nether portal somewhere, and travel into the nether, which is not super relaxing. Let's just collect our seeds and wheat here. But I think what I can do is head to the nether, and I probably just won't show a majority of it until we collect the glowstone and head back. I'll do that because I think that's a lot more relaxing for you guys to not show potential stressful situations in the nether. And yeah, that way we can collect hopefully some glowstone and anything else that might be kind of nice from the nether. I wasn't sure if I was going to go to the nether in this series, but I do think it could be a good idea for decoration. Now that's just one idea I had, The other thing I would like to do is probably add a bunch of the greenery that we still have, like the lily pads around here. And we do have more sea pickles, so we can add a few more of those around as well, just to light things up and make it look a bit more lively. I would also like to get some more iron and make a bunch of lanterns, because yeah, I would like to replace probably every single torch that we've got around the base here with a lantern on a post. And maybe here we can make a little pool of water, because it already kind of is dug out from when we were doing the moss, which by the way we missed a few here. So why don't we start actually with that? We'll start with the most relaxing, and then we'll work our way towards getting the glowstone. And once we do get the glowstone, we can consider expanding our cave structure and suspension bridge a little bit if we want to. You know what, we'll save the lily pads for the pond as well. We'll take our leaf litter because we're going to want to add some of that around it maybe. Anything else? We have the spruce and the dark oak if we want to incorporate that into any of the building. And sweet berries. Oh yes, and our lily of the valley, we want to add that in as well. And of course we have our water bucket. But just for ease, let's make a second one. Yeah, so why don't we maybe fill in this area here. This can be the pond, and this area maybe can be one small pond as well. So we'll have two. So I'm just going to fill this in so they're a bit more circular and take away these little blocks here. This could look nice, I think. So let's place in some water and spread it around. So I'm just trying to make sure every block is a solid block here, so none of the water is running, and it looks like it has fully filled in, which is great. Alright, and it looks like it has also automatically filled in there. Oh, we missed a spot here. And here. And look at that, we have a wandering trader who just decided to show up at a good time because I'm planning to build. Interesting, so we actually ended up getting the cherry, the cherry logs, but not by finding it. Can actually earn some more emeralds if I sell him these buckets of water, but we have enough emeralds already, so I'll gladly buy some cherry wood. I don't know what we'll build with it. But I think it'll be nice just to have and explore what we can make with the very unique colored wood. So yes, I'll buy as many as I can, 32. Sounds good. Okay, so the trapdoors, which I was thinking about a while ago, does not look the best for the suspension bridge, which is fine, which makes sense because it's a little bit bright. Having said that, we might want to make some fences, and maybe we'll add that in the morning and see what that looks like around the base. But let's go to sleep for the night. So what does pink fencing look like? Maybe right here. You know, I don't mind that. And while we think about the pink fencing, let's add our lily of the valley into some areas here. We're going to have to start spreading out flowers in this direction. like the sound that the cherry wood makes. How does the log look? That looks nice. Perhaps one of the things I also wanted to do was making this garden a bit more tame or natural looking. Not sure, but making changes to it. But for that, I was thinking we use maybe cherry wood to make some kind of a fencing around the garden. But before I do that, let's finish up with our ponds here. And let's add some leaf litter around here, maybe as kind of a path that runs between and around the ponds here. Now we don't have a lot, so that's it looks like. And let's see if we can collect some sand, because I would like to put some sand or gravel underneath the ponds. Okay, so we have both sand and gravel, and let's go add that in. And I just grabbed a shovel and some bone meal. So let's spend some time just replacing the ground here underneath the water with some gravel and some sand as well. That way it'll look a bit more like a pond than just water on top of dirt. I'll probably skip past a little bit of this just because the wandering trader is quite loud. So I'll see you guys once this is finished. This might take me a little while, but that is all right. I'll see you soon. Alright, this one pond didn't take me too long, but that's because I ran out of sand and gravel. It does look a little bit strange having multiple different block types in here. But let's see what it looks like when we add some grass, underwater grass here. You know, I think that blends in kind of nicely. Maybe we won't put that many in. But I think that looks pretty cool. And this one over here, we just need some gravel. So let's see if we can find some. So there's some sand here as well. So we'll collect some sand and a little bit of gravel. Okay, we're not going to spend too much time on the sand and gravel. We're just adding a few blocks for texture. I think it looks great with a few different types in the pond here. And this one's quite small, so I think this will look good. And so I'm just going to every so often add a block of gravel, like so, and same for sand. Maybe I'll make it over to the edge here. Yeah, just something like that. And we'll add some bone meal for some grass underwater. And take a few away, just so it doesn't look like it's full of grass. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Maybe we'll take a couple away here. This is a bit too straight line here. I want a few more back in now. Okay, I think that looks good. And we can actually add some sea pickles into there. So let's go grab our sea pickles. And maybe we'll add a sugar cane and a fern. And we'll make a few melons out of these melon slices, just to add some greenery and texture as well. Okay, so maybe we'll put the fern right there. And we'll put the melon maybe by the water over here. And we'll put the sugar cane right there. And let's add our sea pickles. It's a good time of day because it's about to go nighttime. So we can see how well it glows. And we'll just do a few single or double ones as well, just so it looks a bit more natural. It does also add some lighting, but usually doing 4 adds the most light. There, I think that looks really nice. So from above, this is what we're looking at. And we can add some lily pads as well. And I like to have them kind of at the edge here, so it actually kind of helps you walk around here just in case you do maybe slip off the pathway. You can just walk along the edge. And then a few randomly scattered maybe in the middle and on the side as well. And maybe we'll take one away from here. But otherwise I think it looks nice. So why don't we head to bed here, this time next to our pond. Let's take one final look at these ponds here and see if we like it. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think we could add some flowers around there. And on that note, I was thinking for the garden that we have here that we've been adding to over and over again, we should probably expand it, make it a bit more spacious all throughout here and maybe around this area. So adding our flowers more spaced out around the ponds. And then we can maybe encircle it with some cherry wood fences or logs. I'm not exactly sure yet for that. But I think let's start by taking down all of the flowers and seeing what we can do with all of those items. It's a lot of flowers, and we've been working hard to plant them every time we've found one. And we may not even have enough inventory space for them all. Yeah, we do not have enough inventory space, so let's just use one of these chests here. Like I was saying, we could use this as sort of a dump chest. We'll place some items, and let's just grab all of the flowers, including that one. Maybe what we can do in the end is we can have our sniffer just walk around throughout the whole fenced area. Now I am seeing there are some orange tulips that the wandering trader has. So I will just quickly grab those emeralds again, and we'll just grab those as additional flowers that we can use to decorate with. Because I don't think we have found any tulips yet. Alright, so we bought 12. Alright, so we have a lot of flowers now. And a lot of space to work with. Let us also take back this leaf litter. You know what? I'm thinking it's time we let Sir out of his fence. And one reason I think it's time for that is because I would like to collect all of these fences, the mangrove fence. So I think we're going to do some kind of a fence design, maybe with mangrove and cherry fence. And now we have this whole open area to work with as well. Gives us a little bit of a better view for what we need to fence off. So let's think, how do we want this garden to look? Okay, so perhaps we'll make a border first. And I'm thinking we'll need some dirt because we just want to fill in the border a little bit wider here. And take away a little bit of the grass. And let's just experiment a bit with the fencing. Yeah, and so why don't we just continue along with our checkered pattern? It seems to be a bit of a theme. And I think let's just make this sort of the border of the garden. In fact, I've changed my mind a little bit about the fence. That sometimes happens when I'm building. We will keep some of this, I think up to about there. And in the morning, I'll explain where we will continue to attach the fence. Because I like the idea of this path being here. And in fact, let's add some more pathing blocks there. And I think we'll also make this the path as well. And of course it started raining, but that's alright. It's pretty cozy. Can always sleep off a thunderstorm if it comes. And yeah, so I like how this path kind of maybe goes around the farm now. And this one can come through into the garden and eventually attach to here. So perhaps we'll make it around the tree and down to here. And maybe we'll intersperse this leaf litter with some pathing. Maybe like so. We can add some more since we're collecting some now. Yeah, I like the look of that now. And so yeah, we're just going to continue to sort of build in our path around the garden. Maybe like so. That way we know what we want for the fencing after the path is in place. I do wonder where Sir has gone off to. If he's decided to explore very far. Okay, he's over here. Sir, you're gonna have to be careful. And I think we can maybe continue this hedge on the left side all along here. Make this part a garden, the pond be kind of the final edge of the garden. And I guess we'll need to attach the path maybe along this side as well. Let me go make a new shovel. Yeah, so if it ends here, maybe we'll continue it like so. And I made it a little bit windy, just on purpose, so it adds a little bit more character to the garden. Alright, so now we have our pathing that we can work with for the garden. And now I think before we do anything else, let's add in the hedges. So I'm going to make this one barrel here full of flowers. And then we just have to make one more set of shears. There we go. So let's go collect some of these oak leaves over here from these trees we planted a while ago. Alright, so we'll have to come back and chop these trees down soon. But we have our leaves now. And so we're just going to add in some of the leaves now. Okay, so now we have a hedge that kind of lines the side of our path here. Maybe I will change it a little bit here. I'm just adding some singular blocks here just so it looks a bit more like a natural hedge. A little bit more overgrown that way. And we'll also add just a few at the top here because it's a bit of a tall hedge that I want. Like a garden divider. I think what we'll do is we'll also add a hedge behind the fencing here. I think that'll make it look really cozy. That way we don't see the cave really at all from this side. And I'm going to surround the ponds with a little bit of hedging as well. I can always take it back down. It might be a bit much, but I think it'll look good. And let's attach it back up to the hedge over here. And let's make it look a little bit more natural now. And now I'm just going to add the fences along this side here. And at this point it's more for design than it is for functionality. So we'll just add some like this. Almost like the fences have been overtaken by the hedge a little bit. And maybe we'll do that over here as well. But let's sleep off the night first. Okay, 11 days, nice. So for instance here I'll just add a couple hedges just to sort of make it look like the fence was overgrown. And let's add some more fencing into here as well. Yeah, so I think it's looking nice. You can add a few more areas here where the hedge seems to sort of break through the fence. I think that looks cool. And I'm just going to add some fencing here on the side of the path, the start of the garden here. And yeah, I think this is looking great. Let's just do a little walk around and check it out before we continue. I'm just gonna borrow this lead here. Alright, over the hedge, come on here, over here, sir. Okay. Alright, so we'll just let him go here. And hopefully he behaves and just sniffs around this area. But of course the fences aren't fully closed, so he might still escape, but that's okay. Alright, so now I think we should just grab all of our flowers and start placing them everywhere. Along with our leaf litter. And actually what I'm doing here is I'm color coding it a little bit. And by that I mean I have the red flowers, pink flowers, yellow flowers, blue and white. That way, as we're placing it, I can kind of evenly distribute the color types everywhere. So let's just go ahead and place them now. So I'm going to place the yellows first. I'm also going to take away the torches in the hopes to replace them later with lanterns. We'll add these little wildflowers everywhere as well. And now we can add our new orange tulips. We have quite a few of these ones. Alright, and now we can move on to red. We'll add the bigger ones more near the edge, like they're part of the hedge maybe. Like right there. Now we can move on to pink. Look at him go, he's digging one up right now. Isn't that right, sir? We'll just plant that right there. Alright, so back to the pink. I think the back of these ponds here need a bit more, so I'm adding some here. Let's add the firefly bush maybe right there. And let's bring our white and blue down to our hotbar, along with the leaf litter. And let's add in the white flowers. And because I have not added many torches, let's sleep off the night. And onto the blue. And we have a lot of these pitcher plants, so I'll make sure to space them out as much as possible. Okay, so now our flower garden is much more spaced out, and it's quite large. Let's add some leaf litter for texture. And finally, let's add bone meal in certain spots just to bring the grass back and maybe some more flowers. Yeah, so I think it's looking good. It's looking quite overgrown. Got a lot of flowers, and now I think it's time to add the lanterns. And I think for the garden, let's add some stone slabs, and maybe some tough slabs as well. Stone brick and tough. It'll kind of be like stepping stones and pathways. So maybe I'll make one here. And I was thinking definitely right here as well. Kind of like so. Maybe we'll change this one out to a stone one as well. And we'll add the last one to here. Yeah, that's looking really nice now. I think we could use maybe one lantern here. But let's have a quick walk around at night just to make sure everything is nicely lit up around the garden. We have completed a lot in this series, and we still have one final build I would like to try and complete, because I would like to play 100 days on this world, and I would like to finish off all of our tasks that we had planned. Just gonna get a lantern here, because right here could use another lantern, maybe right here. Very nice. So we completed this garden last episode, and I would like to get started right away on our final build idea. And that build involves removing these torches and replacing this with one giant line of glowstone, sort of in a big circle, or maybe just in a crescent like a moon shape. I think that would be really cool and very cozy as well. So starting in the morning, I will have to find a way to get us to the Nether, and I will be only showing bits and pieces of that just to keep the video as relaxed as possible. And once I get all the glowstone, I will bring you back and we will insert it together, and yeah, we will just do a lot of building. Alright, let's go to sleep for the night. Alright, so before we head out, let's just do a little bit of organizing here. Let's bring all of the stuff that I put in here downstairs. So this time I will definitely bring the Silk Touch shovel, because we will need this for the glowstone. That way we can collect the full blocks. And once this breaks, we have Fortune 3 on the pickaxe, so this should help us collect just the glowstone dust once the Silk Touch shovel breaks. We will need to also craft some golden items, so let's make ourselves maybe a golden helmet. That way we can put that on when we enter the Nether. And I would like to also smelt up the rest of the gold we have here. And let's turn all of these into nuggets, and let's make a bunch of golden carrots, because that's a really good food source, and we want the best that we can get for the Nether. I'll bring this golden apple here just in case. I don't think I'll be using it though, but maybe if I'm holding a bunch of glowstone blocks, you know, we want to make sure we're safe and we don't lose that in the Nether. We'll bring some blocks in case we need to do some building. And otherwise, I think we just need to find a pool of lava so we can turn it into obsidian. And in fact, I remember hearing lava around here before. So we are in our cave here, and let's listen out for some lava. Yeah, I think I hear it. Maybe it's under? Ah, there it is. So this is actually quite convenient, and it looks quite large. So we can actually just put the... yeah, look at this. So why don't we just put the water bucket down here and get some obsidian. What an interesting find underneath all the dripstone here. I guess I can see there's a cave here. Alright, so we can collect more than enough obsidian here now. Okay, so that's 4 so far. And that's 8, so I believe we just need 2 more to make a nether portal. And that one almost burnt, but we managed to get it, so we have 10. Alright, so let's make our way back home, and then we'll scout out a location to build the portal. Because I don't think we want to build it close to our house, because the noise and the potential for danger is not the most relaxing. Alright, and just like that, we are back in our garden. Sir is up there with the pigs. Now, something I realized is we are actually completely out of iron due to the fact we've been making lanterns. So I actually need to head back because I spotted some iron by the obsidian. And we'll just do a quick collection of iron with our fortune pickaxe. This should help us get a lot more than before. And here, there's even some here, because we need to make a flint and steel. And potentially need iron for other things later on, so let's just quickly go back to that spot and collect the iron. Here we go. Look at that, so just 2 pockets of iron with this pickaxe gets us 24. So let's go home and smelt that. Alright, and let's take one of those for a flint and steel. There we go. Let's place the portal, I think, into the mountain somewhere. I think we'll head down our path here, all the way past the second bridge, and we'll place it somewhere in the mountain there. I just want it to be sort of out of the way and maybe even hidden in the mountains, so it's a little hard to access, and if anything comes out, they will probably just be stuck in the mountain here. So yeah, let's dig a little tunnel here. I think that's good enough, and then we'll put some fences here. That way nothing can come in or out. And I'll put a torch maybe right there. And maybe a couple around, so nothing spawns here if it's nighttime when we return. Alright, and then let's place the portal down inset into the wall here. Just like so. There we go. We'll put our golden helmet on as well. So I'll see you guys when I get back. Alright. So that was probably the least relaxing thing you can do in Minecraft. But that's alright, because I will show you once we get inside everything that I've collected. So we have some of this crimson wood, which I don't think we'll be using. And let's just throw in some other nether stuff in here. I don't think we'll use that either. We found some soul sand and soul soil. And if we want to, maybe down the line, if we come back, we will make some kind of water elevator, which would be fun. We did get some leather because I had to eliminate some of the hoglins, which is why I have some cooked pork chop here. We also got a bunch of bone blocks, like 18 of them, and each one makes 9 bone meal, which is really good. That means we can probably use that to, well, do anything we want. We could grow a lot of glow berries, make them all glow, or, you know, spread some more grass, or make a bunch of farm crop grow if we need to maybe do some trading. Because, yes, we may need to do some trading. This is all the glowstone I managed to collect about a stack and 13. We also have shroomlight, which was part of the biome that I spawned in the nether. And it also glows. And also you can pick it up, so unlike glowstone is sort of permanent without silk touch. When you break it, I think it'll just break into dust, which you can then reuse to craft back into a block. So I figured with the shroomlights and with the glowstone blocks, hopefully we can get a good start on decorating this cave here. And so what I'll do is I'll alternate between shroomlight and glowstone. Now we only are going to have roughly 2 stacks, so I don't think we're going to have enough of either to complete this whole circle, though that would be nice. I think we can at least get a really good start. So let's have a look at the angle of this cave, because it is a bit diagonal. I don't think we can just add it around like this, because it'll end up sort of on the edge of the cave, but I want it more like this, inset into the cave. So I think I'll have to sort of pick a line and follow that all the way along. I think we'll just start by placing them on the ground level first, and maybe I'll start in the center, and we'll just see how far we can get. Maybe we'll start right here. Yeah, those are very bright. And I'm going to have to angle it a little bit to go in that direction there. And I think from here we can stop making it diagonal and we can go more straight. Yeah, glowstone, when you find a pocket, is a lot easier to collect than shroomlight. But it is a lot more dangerous in the nether than I remembered in terms of, you know, collecting these items. So I was hoping to be able to mix this and see what that looks like. I think it's looking quite nice so far. I just don't think we're going to have nearly enough to do the entire cave. But we'll just get a good start and we'll see how much we need to collect to finish the project. And then we'll head back and do some more collecting. Okay, so here's an example. I placed a block by accident and the glowstone unfortunately broke, but I guess that's the benefit of having, well, both more glowstone than shroomlight, as well as fortune on the pickaxe, so we do get quite a lot in return. Alright, so at this point I think we need to collect some more blocks so we can tower up a little bit easier. So I'm just going to take all of these blocks back and we're just going to head back down and tower back up a little further along. But this gives us a chance to step back a little bit and have a look. I think that's going to look really cool. Yeah, it definitely is quite bright. And now that it's nighttime, it's a great time to have a look at that. So in fact, I think we will encircle this whole thing, so why don't we... Or hold on, let's actually have a step further back, and let's go up to the base. And let's look and see if we're going to do a full moon shape, or more of like a half moon shape. Because a half moon would save us on blocks, but I'm not sure that would look as nice as the full circle. Okay, well that is looking pretty nice. But yeah, I think we will fill in the whole thing. Because otherwise this side will just look a little too dark. I think that'll just look much nicer. So let's sleep off the night. And let's continue our building project in the morning. Alright, so let's just continue it along the bottom edge here. I think right there is where the middle is, so I'm gonna carry on with a bit of an angle here in that direction. It would be cool if you could put these dripstone... Oh, you can put them on top. So it's almost like it's growing underneath the dripstone. That's kind of fun. Guess we may as well take some torches away while we're here. But yeah, now let's angle it slowly in this direction. Because up here in the ceiling, we're going to have to start to angle it as well. Probably about right there. In fact, I should probably climb all the way up there. And let's insert a light into there. That way we know kind of where our center is. It's a long way up. So right here, I think we were saying is the center. And so now, when we start to build these blocks out, we'll have sort of a direction to aim to. So time to go all the way back down. It would be nice to have a diamond shovel right now. Maybe I should go make that. Oh, you can even make these bigger. So like this, for instance. I think that'll match more with how they looked originally. I think that's really cool. I've never used dripstone before. Alright, let's step back a little bit and see the angle. I think it's almost time to just go straight, but not quite. Alright, I think we'll go straight from here. The angle might not be perfect, but I'm not too worried about that. And this is our last piece of shroom light. And that's the last glowstone we'll place. It seems as though we just have to get some more of the shroom lights, and maybe with the glowstone we have, we'll have enough. Because, yeah, let's take a step back and let's have a look. But we've nearly covered the entire cave here. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool. It's not a perfect circle, of course, but it's going to have the shape of the cave. And yeah, it just runs all the way through. And I like how it's behind some of the vines here. Blends right in. And so we just need enough shroom light and glowstone to attach to here and all the way to there. So I am gonna just go and look for more shroom lights in the nether. And then we'll return and try and finish the decoration. Alright. Something I just discovered is actually collecting shroom lights. You need a hoe. So this might seem like a waste, but I'm gonna make a diamond hoe. That way we have the fastest and most durable way to collect the shroom lights. Alright, so just like last time, I will head into the nether here, and I'll bring you guys back in at the end. So, I'll see you guys soon. Alright, so, as you can see... Oh, it just started raining. We have 15 more shroom lights and 13 more glowstone. It was much faster with the diamond hoe, but I wasn't able to find any more than that. So let's just hope that that is enough, and I think if we just double up on glowstone here and there, I don't think it'll be too noticeable. So let's just put everything back that we got from the nether. And I was thinking what we can do is actually make scaffolding, because we have a lot of bamboo nearby. And so I think it would be kind of fun to just make some swords here and just kind of go wild and collect as much bamboo as we can and make some scaffolding out of that. Alright, so let's head over to the jungle here. And let's go ahead and chop all of this bamboo. This is really satisfying. So just for fun, we're going to go through both of these swords and just take down all this bamboo here. Our inventory is almost full, but that is alright, because that's exactly what we wanted. And of course, all of this is going to regrow on its own. There we go. Our inventory is full. I guess we don't need the crafting table, so we can pick up one more stack for fun. Alright, my frame rate is struggling a little bit because of all the items that have been dropped here. But yeah, we have a full inventory now. Alright, let's head back. On our way back here, we can have a look at what we've been making. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty cool. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like with all of the torches removed. And maybe some more glowberries and maybe any other additions we want to add to this. But it's looking great. So let's head back and make ourselves the scaffolding. And we'll finish everything we need to do. I just looked it up and I thought we needed just bamboo, but it turns out we need string as well. So here we go. We can make, oh, we just made a lot of scaffolding, but that is alright. Let's just throw all that in there. And I think we are good to continue, because now we might even be able to just build from our bridge here. So if we do this, we can extend it as far as it will go. So that's not too far actually, and then one hit breaks all of it. So let's actually go down and let's see if we can build this up. Oh, look at that. So it actually breaks into a scaffolding like this. That's actually really cool. Alright, well, we'll just start from down here then. And in fact, to make sure I do this correctly, let's start from somewhere in the middle here. So we can actually just place it like so. And we'll make sure it goes all the way up. There, so now it's at the ceiling, and we can just hold space, and we can climb up as far as we want to. This will be very useful for us. And I don't need it to go all the way to the ceiling, so I think maybe about here, I'll just break the top pieces like so. And let's see, okay, so we can build a couple out in this direction and a couple out there as well. Okay, so now we have our scaffolding. Okay, so I actually made a little way down over here, I believe. Okay, right here. So this is really helpful. Now I can just dig into the wall here, and we can continue. Alright, look at that. So we're almost at the top here. It is still not feeling like we have quite enough of the shroom lights, so I'm a little worried here. So I'm thinking we're going to have to head back to the Nether soon. But we will just fill it in until we run out. And I think here I'm going to start angling it a bit on the ceiling. And maybe when I angle it, it's a good time to use an extra glowstone. That kind of saves us a little bit. And let's see where we're at here. Okay, so maybe we'll skip one so we don't destroy this. And again, we'll just use a glowstone there. Shroom light. And I guess we'll use another one there. Alright, as you can see, I am not back at our home. I have clearly died here. So, I am in the process of running back from spawn because I keep picking up my bed. So I will check in with you guys once I get home and finish telling you the story of what happened. Okay, of course, I am almost home, and I have run out of hunger from sprinting so much. So, hopefully nothing comes to attack me. And I managed to get home in time to collect my stuff. I fell when I cleared the scaffolding after placing the last few glowstone bits. Okay, looks like we may have survived getting back to our base here. And the light looks quite nice, but I really need to eat something quickly and sprint back down to get our stuff. So let's eat our golden carrots. I just fed our horse a golden carrot, that's alright. And let's just run all the way to get our stuff. Make sure it doesn't despawn. But yeah, that scaffolding stuff is a little bit hard to use. Okay, I can see our stuff. We are safe. And there's the rest of our armor and glowstone and stuff. We are missing a few pieces. There we go. Shield. Our chest plate is somewhere. There it is. Very nice. Alright, so unfortunately, we lost some levels, but that is all right. We have all of our stuff back, and we still have a few shroomlight to add, but as you can see, we are still missing. Okay, so let us sleep off the night. And let's go back to the Nether for a very quick third shroomlight collection. And I think this time we'll just go for maybe the same amount of glowstone that we have. Alright, I'll see you guys in a few seconds. Alright, so we finally collected 22 shroomlights. It didn't take too long, but now I would like to stay out of the Nether, and let's go finish the glowing circle that we've got going on here. So let's just go and finish this part of the build here. Alright, so now we'll start from this side, and we'll make sure we angle it towards that side over there. So let's just add all of our scaffolding here. So now we can just add the blocks in nice and easy. And remember, we're going to angle it a little bit. Now, hopefully this is enough blocks to finish, because I would not like to go back to the Nether again. But we are going to find out. And look at that, you can see we're pretty close. We just have to angle it a little bit more here, just a few more times, but we are getting very close. Alright, let's see if this is high enough. We do have a couple cobblestone pieces that can help us build as well. We are close, but not close enough. We'll just use the cobblestone here. Okay, so now that should do it. And let's just add in some more shroomlight and glowstone, and we'll angle it a few more times as well. Maybe we'll look at this side here. See if we can do some angling as well. And I think this is perfectly in line with this one now. So we just have to do the finishing touches. I'm very excited to see this all finished. And it looks like we have just enough material to work with as well. We'll see if we have to double up on anything. Yeah, it looks like maybe a double shroomlight or a glowstone. But there we go. Alright, let's go down our scaffolding. And before we do anything else, let's take away all of the torches here. It'll be a little bit tedious, but let's look for all the torches, take them away, and that way when it becomes nighttime, we can really see what it looks like here. Of course, this area is going to be quite off limits because it's going to be quite dark, and so mobs will spawn. But I think for the dramatic effect, it's going to be quite nice. Alright, I think we've gotten all of the torches now. And something I've mentioned before is this area is quite dark. So I am going to go and grab all the glowberries we have left and make some bone meal. And let's add some more just as a final finishing touch. We also still haven't replaced all of these torches with lanterns, so we'll see if we want to do that. I was thinking with this leftover glowstone and shroom light, we can add some more lighting into our garden here. Maybe we'll do one in the center, maybe like this pattern. And then we'll do the same over here, but the reversed pattern, like so. I think that looks kind of cool. See what natural materials we have that we can compost, because we technically don't have much time for anything else. So we'll just compost everything that we don't need. We'll save a moss block, you never know. Maybe some of the nether stuff we'll compost. And let's just throw all of that in here. There we go. And I'm also just going to change over our farms here. Just one last time. Because why not? And it'll create even more bone meal for us. But this has been really fun. I've been enjoying recording these videos and helping you guys relax and fall asleep. And I hope you've enjoyed watching the different things that I've been doing in this video. And hopefully by now you've fallen asleep. And so yeah, we've accomplished a lot. And I'm ready to finish everything here. Let's throw all of this organic material in the compost bin. Alright, and now that it's nighttime, it's the perfect time to take our bone meal and look for some places to put the glowberries in the spots that we still need some light. And we have 28 bone meal to work with. One of the areas I wanted to put a glowberry was just up here, actually. Maybe we'll put one there. Alright, let's place a few more in this direction where it's quite dark here. We'll put one or a couple here. We're kind of creating our own little lush cave here, because lush caves typically have these glowberries already kind of naturally built in. But I think we're making something pretty unique. Something man-made, but sort of with a natural look to it. And we're just going to add a few more over in this direction. We need just a couple more over here. It's nice to do this at nighttime because we're really able to see where the dark spots are. And maybe we'll add a couple against this wall here. Alright, I think that's looking quite nice. Why don't we head up and take a look and see what it looks like from at the top. Now that it is midnight, before the sun starts rising, let's have a look. And let's go up to our platform here. Oh yeah, that is looking really quite nice. I think we still have one more job to remove all the torches from behind. That way it'll be very dark over there. And then this will have the final effect that I was hoping it would. But otherwise, it's looking really good. I think let's look at it from our lake edge here. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty cool. Alright, so now that it is morning time, let's do one last big project over here by removing all these torches. Because I think for the final dramatic effect, we want this area to be as dark as it can be. Then I think we'll go around and add just a few more little details around our base and maybe the suspension bridge. I think maybe what we'll do is we will add a final little gazebo outcrop to the edge of the suspension bridge, because I said originally I was looking to do that, and I think that would be a nice addition, just kind of like a viewpoint from the opposite side somewhere up there. That way it's not just a bridge, but it's an area where essentially you can spend some time in and just relax. And I think that would be really nice. Feels weird getting rid of all these torches in a way, because I spent a long time in these areas placing them in order to, make this area nice and lit up and safe. It reminds me of when I first started recording and making the first video in this world, and now this is the last video, and yeah, it's kind of come full circle, which is nice. Alright, we've removed almost every torch, I think. I think I will leave some, and I can see maybe one or two more spots over there for these 2 glowberries that I have left. Alright, I've added the last glowberries that we have over to that corner over there. And we have one more bone meal, and I think we'll add one last glowberry to the end of maybe this glowberry vine here, just like so. And now I think we are done with the cave. I think the last thing we'll do around this area here, let's just use all of our iron and make some more lanterns. Alright, so we were able to make 22 lanterns, which is great. And now let's make some fence posts. We'll just see if we can make some more down here. Alright, so we made 9 fence posts, and the rest we'll just place the lanterns on the ground in the spots that we need them. So in fact, let's just do that over here. I see some more torches here. There we go, much nicer. Maybe we'll make this one into a fence post. And let's actually change this into a lantern. There we go. Maybe we'll put one down here. And we'll need one up here. All right, I think that's most or all of the torches that we have. And we'll just replace the rest that we have when we first come into the house from the pathway. Let us replace those, or at least put some over there. For instance, right here it's quite dark. Let's make this a little fence post area. Add some lanterns to this. And yeah, let's add a couple over here, because this is kind of the area where you first walk in and see the house. Like so. Maybe one there. And yeah, we'll need a couple over here by the water. And I think that is good. That is looking quite nice. Don't you think, sir? You're the one on the path here. Hopefully you move a little bit, just to give us a bit of a better view. You're a little bit in the way, but that is all right. Well, there we go. I think we've done all that we can for today. And let's have one look at the cave and the circle without the torches. I think it's going to look quite nice. Let's put away the shield. Yeah, that looks really cool. There's a couple torches, but I think that it adds a little bit of an effect, kind of like there's something there, almost like the mine shaft that was there. We could, of course, get rid of those, but I think it looks nice. There's a torch up there and over there, but I think we've done quite well. Now the last thing I want to do is just extend that area just a little bit and make a little gazebo area. And that'll be the last and final thing that we do in this series and in this world. Alright, so in order to do that, I just need to collect some oak wood. So why don't we sleep on the final night here, and let's go get some oak wood. It works out because I'd like to get rid of these little skinny tree trunks. And it should be more than enough wood for us. Hey buddy, what are you doing all the way over here? Alright, so let's go over to the suspension bridge here. And yeah, this is kind of the area that I wanted to install some kind of a gazebo or something. So let's make a bunch of slabs here. And in fact, I also wanted to potentially get rid of some of these cobwebs. And of course, I need to make a sword. Yeah, I think I added just a few too many cobwebs in this area because this is supposed to be more of a cozier area here. Alright, so I'm just going to build some kind of a roof and maybe an outcrop here. More of like a distinct platform in this area here. So let's just see what I come up with. There we go, so it's almost like a circular platform here. Maybe like a half circle, it's not exactly a circle. It's got a bit of a round edge to it here. but it's also not exactly symmetrical. But I think that looks kind of cool. And maybe we don't have enough wood. But instead of making a roof here, let's just make some support beams or something. Let's see what this looks like. Here, these beams are kind of crossing. I feel like that looks kind of cool. And perhaps when we get some chains, we can add the chains to the bottoms of those, just like we had before with the fence posts. So why don't we add... Here, we have a fence over here. There we go. Yeah, so we'll get some chains and we'll finish up this area here. And maybe we'll add something over here as well. Maybe we'll take these away. And maybe we'll add some slabs like this so it kind of looks like it's been inset. And maybe even on that side too. That looks kind of interesting. And I don't really mind the lantern placement, but I think I'll move it so it's a little bit more central. Like that. Yeah, and I think I like that. And let's just make sure we put our slabs down like so. So it looks a little bit more like a railing almost. There, I think that looks a little bit cleaner. And it still has kind of the same feel to it, but now you can come up to the edge here and you can kind of look off into the distance. And I wonder what that'll look like from over there. But let's go grab the chains. It's too bad they didn't turn green yet because it takes a while for that to happen. In fact, maybe we'll use the iron chains if we still have some of those. But this is looking quite nice. I really do like the use of the shroom light mixed in with the glowstone. Just because it adds more of an orange color. Just like how the lantern has, you know, a few different colors to it as well. Alright, we are almost finished and I'm just going to grab the chains here. Alright. So the sun is actually setting now. Let's have a quick look at the little gazebo thing. Yeah, it looks pretty good from here. And let's add the finishing touches here. It is officially day 100, and in the morning we'll have reached our goal. So I think I'll use the iron chains here. Yeah, there we go. That looks kind of interesting. And I did bring a random little pot with a cactus. So we'll add that maybe just on the edge here. Why not? Bit random, little bit of decoration. But I think that'll do it. This is the final thing that we did in this world. And I think it looks kind of cool from up here. Sort of suspended over the cave with the little lighting area that we created. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed.
I hope you're asleep and relaxing, and I wish you well. God bless. Good night.